Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis is ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold on, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good evening. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits. Because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that. We got a lot of things developing outside of Nancy Guthrie's home, outside of Annie Guthrie's home as well. There has been a lot of side-eyeing and a lot of questions, a lot of questiones revolving around where Nancy Guthrie is. There's been new footage. I'm going to play that for you guys again. For those of y'all who were late to the party the first time, it's always good the second time. So we're going to look at that stuff as well. We got quite a bit to look at. So let's get into this conversation. So do me a favor. Before we head out, or before we get started, hit that like button down below. Crush it, do it, do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you're subscribed here on my main channel right here on YouTube. Come on, baby. We in the 90s now. We in the Zach Morris era. We in that Family Matters era. Okay? So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Be a part of the movement that is happening over here, right here on the Pascal Show. Hit that subscribe button on my second channel too, the Pascal Show Clips. That'd be greatly appreciated. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all on both channels, so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because it is random. Unfortunately, it is what it is. A lot of it's just breaking news stuff that we're talking about. So make sure you hit that notification bell, set it to all. Hit that join button down below if you want to support the channel. Become a member of the family. Become a family member by hitting that join button down below. Check out my Patreon if you want to support even further. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. Clothing so good you want to eat it. No, you don't. That would be don't do it. Don't do it. That'd be a bad idea. But it's a great place. Really great clothes. Okay? So check it out. PascalMerch.com. All right, guys. We have got to get into this conversation. There's a lot that's been brewing, a lot of things that are going back and forth. There's information about SWAT teams and bomb teams. There's all types of different things that are just popping off and flying out the gate right now. So we're here to try to see if that information is true, try to confirm, debunk, etc. And of course, watch as things continue to transpire, because obviously there's been a lot of craziness going on. But before we get into everything, before we get into that conversation, quick question. Have you seen this guy? Have you seen this dude? Have you seen him? Does he look familiar to you? Do you have a friend that might go, hey, I got a crazy trick. Look, I'm going to put a flashlight in my mouth. Ooh, look at me. I'm the flashlight mouth guy. You know what I'm saying? Do you have a friend? If you have a friend that does that, then that's this probably him. I'm just saying, if you have a friend that randomly is like, yo, oh, guess what? Got a ski mask. And check out this other cool trick I do. I put a flashlight in my mouth while wearing a full-on ski mask. Check it out. I'm the crazy ski mask flashlight in mouth dude. You know what I'm saying? If he, and it's a he, it's not a female. If he, so that obviously kicks out all the other girls that do that stuff. Okay. But if you got a friend that does something like this as a party trick, he the dude. Okay. He the man. He the guy in this photo. So have you seen this guy? Have you seen the guy? In all seriousness, if you have seen the guy, call 911. That's it. Call 911. You better call 911. You know what I mean? Little Sean Kingston for you guys, but have you seen, seriously, party trick? I'm sure it gets the girls. You know what I'm saying? So if you've seen anybody like that, dumbass. Oh, actually, not on top of that, not only does he put the flashlight in his mouth and he's wearing the mask, right? The ski mask, but he also just randomly goes, oh, wait a second. And he goes over and he grabs like just a bushel of like vines and shrubbery. And he does this as a party trick. So you got the mask, the flashlight in your mouth, and a handful of just dead flowers in his hand. If you got a guy that does that, just his party trick, he the guy. Just letting you know. All jokes aside, seriously, have you seen this guy? Have you? In fact, in this one, you can't really tell if he has bushy eyebrows, if he pencils them in, okay? Beautifully coiffed eyebrows, right? We can't really tell much. But one thing is for sure. This is a man, baby. Oh, it is a man indeed. And don't worry, we're going to blow these things up so you guys can see this even more. But I'm telling you right now, I'm kind of feeling like maybe it's a mask on top of a mask as well. There's also footage of him walking around like right before he actually grabs a bushel of like flowers and then tries to use the flowers to cover his face, which is just dumb, like the biggest dumb of dumb I've ever seen. Okay, he's like, well, let me just get these random handful of grass in my hands, and as I try to take down the ring camera, they won't be able to see my face when there's some vegetation in front of it. I'll tell you what. But in actuality, that didn't work now, did it? Because now we've seen his muggly ass. Oh, I know he ugly. We don't even need to see. That's why he's wearing the ski mask, because he ugly. He fugly. You understand? But since we saw this photo, the photos, and we're going to look at the video, of course, as well, there's been a lot of speculation running around. People are just trying to be like, oh, it's one of Tommaso's bandmates. Oh, no, it's Tommaso. Oh, no. It's the neighbor down the street. Really? We don't know. We really don't know. Okay? We know that the guy has facial hair, but there's plenty of people that have face. Oh, shoot. But I'm not white, so I'm good. Okay? But from my understanding, from the photos, looking like a guy who's Caucasian with blue eyes, from what I'm seeing. Okay? But don't you worry about a thing. We got to take a look at this footage again. Because there's something about this footage that's very strange to me. Like maybe he's signaling to somebody else. Yeah, it definitely not DoorDash. Okay? Definitely not DoorDash. And it's definitely not a Jehovah's Witness walking around being like, how's your relationship with the Holy Spirit? Nope. Hi, I'm Brother John. How you doing? Just want to see how your relationship is with the Lord, with our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we've been doing these late night, in the middle of the night kind of visitations because you just never know. The Lord speaks in all the time, 24/7. You know what I'm saying? So we just wanted to make sure we could rap with you, Nancy, and see if you've been having a good relationship with the Lord. No, that didn't happen either. Okay? Safe to say that this is the guy. This is the guy. But let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this video one more time. It's a level of dumb of the likes I've never seen. Real talk. And I want to also make this abundantly clear. He is right-handed. I know everybody's like, oh, he must be left-handed. No, he's right-handed. He's right-handed. What he's going for, this is his right hand, right? With the hand that we see up here, right here, that's his right hand. You see, and I changed, hopefully you guys enjoy it, but I changed the color of my mouse. Okay. My mouse pointer. Okay. So now you see the purple hand. All right. So down there, love, you see that he's got the handle, the butt of the weapon pointed to the right side of his body. So that would mean what? He's right handed, guys. He right handed. He put it right here. He put the pistol on top of his pistol. Okay. So they could have easy access to draw that weapon if he needs to. Why would he have the butt of the gun, the handle of the gun pointed towards his right if he's a left-handed dude? That makes no sense. Hold on. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? That doesn't make any sense. He's a right-handed mother lover, guys. Right-handed. There it is. See? Now I feel dirty because my pointer is just right there on top of his pistol. But you see right there, it's pointed to the right. Easy access. Bang. Right? Now, here's the other thing, too. We haven't heard anything about this injury that Nancy received. We don't know. All right? We don't know if he pulled the trigger. And I feel like if he pulled the trigger, we would see blood splatter in some sort of way. You see what I'm saying? We would have seen something, right? And I would assume that they sprayed luminol inside the house to see if there was red anywhere else, right? Blood anywhere else. Did they? Well, here's the thing: the 50 ain't going to tell us not a damn thing. Okay, they ain't going to tell us a damn thing. But at the same time, though, I feel like that would be information that we would have already known. Like, definitely there was, some sort of trauma that she received, so on and so forth. But from my understanding, from what I think she got pistol whipped. That's what I think. I hate to say it like that, but I feel like it was like there was a struggle and he used that weapon and went bop like that and stunned her. Hit her well enough to cause bleeding to stun her and to take her. Now look at this. I want you to see something because it seems like he may be signaling. I don't know what it is, but it seems like he may be signaling, but maybe he's not. I don't know. Maybe there's mosquitoes. I don't know. But take a look at this. He walks up. And here's the other thing, too. I want to take back what I said earlier. He clearly knows that there's a Ring camera. He knows that part. He just doesn't remember where it was. In a way, he's kind of like, I'm looking down because I'm not trying to have them see my face. And as he walks up, it's almost like he's going for this side because he wants to grab the Ring camera. But then he realized, oh, damn, it's over there. Oh, it's on my right. My face has been seen. You see what I'm saying? Take a look. Look. See, he walks up and he's like, snap. It's on the right side. Dagnabbit. Right? Then he walks out. You got to see this. He's like looking around like, where's some shrubbery? And there's this moment here which is weird. Now, I don't know if that's him like trying to smooth out the vines of flowers that he has in his hands, or if he's maybe signaling to somebody off camera, right? That we can't see beyond this walkway. But look, he goes up and he kind of does one of those things, which is weird, if you ask me. Now, that could be nothing. Or it could mean something. Maybe he was signaling something, or, you know what I mean? Or it could have been like, okay, I'm just trying to these vines are whipping back at me. Let me just, get control of the vines so I can turn back around and cover my face with the vines. You see what I'm saying? Just something to think about, right? But nonetheless, let's take a look at that one mo again from the beginning. See what I'm saying? I take back completely me thinking like, oh, no, this is not. He didn't know where the camera was until he realized that the camera was there. I honestly think he was going straight for the ring camera where he thought the ring camera was. And he's like, oh, snap. It's not over there. It's over here. You see what I'm saying? Because he was too busy looking down, trying not to have his face be seen in the video. And then as soon as he picked his head up, he's like, oh, it's over here. Oh, crap. I messed up. You see what I'm saying? But nonetheless, this shows, at least to me, that this dude knew about this ring camera, knew about this house. This isn't just some random, in my personal opinion, this is not just some random robbery. This is not some random robbery. I really think they knew, he knew it. Well, I think it's a they. All right. I think there's more than just one person, but I think he knew about this ring camera, knew about everything, and then boom. But just made a small mistake at that moment. Whoops. Wrong side. It's over here on the right. Because he was looking for it. That's what I think. You know? Yes. Cicada. Yes.
Poopy pants coward.
Yes, he's a poopy pants. He's definitely a poopy pants coward. Absolutely. Okay? That's the best way to say it. He is a poopy pants coward. But he thought, oh, let me bring some flowers. That will cover my face. When actually, in actuality, it didn't. Right? Right-handed man. One thing is for sure, I'm trying to figure out what kind of gloves those are. He got this motorcycle book bag on his back. Doesn't automatically mean that he is a motorcycle, that he owns a motorcycle. He could have gone and just bought a bag, you know, specifically for this gig, for this job. That's possible too, right? But nonetheless, a lot of us have questions. A lot of us are losing our minds. You know, like I said, again, if you know anybody who does this as a party trick, he the guy. Okay? Just saying that out loud. You see a guy going, hey, check this out. He's the guy. And also, here's the other thing. The flashlight in his mouth. Clearly, he was going to try to break into the house. That's why he had the light in his mouth. I also keep thinking that maybe he thought that by shining the light into the camera, it might blind out the ring camera, but that didn't work. That didn't happen, right? So that is something that I think a lot of us are still trying to figure out right now, right? Now, here's something else. Because there's obviously a lot of news going on, which we are going to talk about here in just a minute. But there has been other updates that have been going on. Now, here's the thing. According to TMZ and other sources as well, they're basically saying that they believe that this kidnapper, this evildoer, this piece of trash is from Tucson. Remember, Harvey Levin was saying that ad nauseum. As soon as he got the first letter, he said, there is information in that letter that shows to me that he is from, or the assailant or assailants are from the Tucson area. Let's take a look at this, right? I think this is interesting. Now, and then, of course, law enforcement now is echoing the same doggone thing. Hence the reason why right now, as we speak, you have 5-0 going door to door, knocking door to door in the neighborhood of Annie's house. And they're going door to door in the neighborhood of Nancy's house. And the question I'm wondering is, what gave him the idea that that she might be detained or held up in the neighborhoods of where Annie lives and where Nancy lives? I could see more Nancy maybe, but Annie, why? Right? But then again, there might be some clues that were said in these ransom letters, in these ransom notes, that may be exposing his whole ass. You never know. So potentially big development in the Nancy Guthrie abduction. Our law enforcement sources say whoever kidnapped her from her Arizona home is also from the Tucson area. Multiple sources involved in the investigation tell TMZ the operating theory is that the ransom notes, excuse me, were written by the kidnapper. And those notes provide clues on where the abductor lives. Now, I'm wondering, I would hope he's that dumb, you know? He's like, man, in the letter, we have your mother. Damn it. I hate it when the 6 bus comes across, you know what I mean? The intersection of Acre and Vine Street. I hate it. Right at 7 o'clock in the evening as I'm writing this letter to you. I'm hoping that he gave something away. My mama always used to say, that's why I have it tattooed on my booty. You know what I mean? Like, I'm waiting for something to come out where they're like, oh, that's why. Oh, you know what I mean? Putting 2 and 2 together. But I'm sure this guy's not that dumb. At least I would hope. Well, I would hope he would be that dumb, but you never know, right? But here it is. Operating theory is that he is literally in that area, okay? So that the ransom notes were written by the kidnapper, and those notes provide clues on where he lives. Okay, so they are focused, or has focused. TMZ has focused on for several days on the alleged kidnapper's choice of media outlets to receive the letters. The first letter was sent to 2 Tucson TV stations and then to TMZ. Then the second letter was sent to only one of the Tucson stations. So they might be thinking that maybe because it was only to that one, that may be somebody who's local. Maybe. Our law enforcement sources believe the person who wrote the ransom note was very familiar with local stations, so much so that it leads them to believe the Tucson area is the abductor's home. I feel like that is a safe bet. I'm going to be real. I really do think that's a safe bet. I don't think it's the be all and end all, but I do think it's a safe bet. I mean, the guy had to get down there somehow, and he had to do what he ended up doing, right? He knew where Nancy lived and all that. That takes some time to figure that stuff out, right? As we reported, the kidnappers promising to return Nancy to Tucson within 12 hours of receiving the $6 million ransom, which means they're currently somewhere within a 700-mile radius, which we've heard him break that whole thing down, 700-mile radius of Tucson. Okay, so there were 2 deadlines for a ransom to be paid. The Guthrie family passed both of them. From what we understand so far, no payments have been made yet. No payments have been made at all. And of course, we want to know what the heck is going on here, right? But moving on, we do have some other things that are going on. One thing is very interesting, and one thing is for sure. We are still kind of wondering what the hell's going on, because apparently 2 armored SWAT vehicles have just departed or recently departed the Pima County Sheriff's Department parking lot, heading to different directions, or heading in different directions. Some sources say the activity is connected to the search for Nancy Guthrie. At the same time, the FBI presence outside Annie's house is increasing, but I don't see any tactical gear here. At least 10 agents in the neighborhood canvassing right now. So according to Michael Ruiz, all right, so he's an investigative reporter for Fox News Digital. He is literally saying that there has been footage caught of SWAT teams jumping into vehicles, and driving off. Now, there's something that people are saying that there may have been something else going on, like an active shooter situation. But I haven't gotten any confirmation of that yet. But we will see what's going on with that when they report it. but a lot of people are curious about what the heck is going on here. And shoot, I got a lot of questions too. I think we all have the same questions. But let's take a look at some of this news. I know that there's JLR has been doing some coverage and all that. We are going to look at that here in a little bit. But let's take a look at News Nation here.
We want you to look closely here at these pictures and the videos that we are going to show you. A masked, armed person seen approaching Nancy Guthrie's home, covering up her doorbell camera. The person started putting their hand, which was covered by a glove, you can see it here, right over the camera, right? Then seconds later, they are seen taking a nearby shrub and using that, this is the shrub here, to further conceal their identity and to cover that camera. That person also holding what appears to be a flashlight in their mouth.
By the way, just so you know, like I said, shrubbery.
Savannah Guthrie reacting with a simple message about her mother. We believe she is alive. Bring her home. The eerie pictures and videos are the first substantial piece of public evidence in this case. And throughout the afternoon, our Brian Enton seeing search and rescue crews going door to door in Tucson, Arizona. That's where we begin tonight with our team coverage. Retired FBI agents Tracy Walder and Greg McCrary on what the feds are likely doing now. Kelly Meyer over at the White House with how they reacted to all this today. But we begin once again with our Brian Enton live in Tucson. And Brian, so many new questions tonight with the revelation of this video and these pictures. And you're reporting that you were seeing law enforcement there sort of going door to door in the area.
Yeah, a couple of big things happening right now, Blake. I'll get to what's happening at Annie's in a second. But first of all, the new photos. We didn't see this coming because we were told, remember, the sheriff said that they were not able to access the video from the Google Nest cameras because there was no subscription. And then the FBI gets involved, and through back-end channels, they are able to obtain the video and the pictures, which are just terrifying. Remember when we got the blood video up near the door, Blake? I noticed that there was a pile of like shrubs right there, like weeds that had been pulled. Well, it makes sense. That is what this person was trying to use to first try to cover the camera before ultimately what we believe when he ripped the camera off. He's covered from head to toe, but you look at the eyebrows, they're pretty distinctive. You can see the mouth. You can see what appears to be possibly facial hair. The backpack is somewhat distinctive, and hopefully someone will recognize something about this man. And the gloves, I want to show you this. A few former FBI agents who I've spoken to said they are 99% sure those are night trial gloves, which look like this. These are not medical grade gloves. These are not gloves that law enforcement would use, but they are gloves that I'm told mechanics use, hairdressers use, those kinds of jobs, and they're quite easy to get. And it looks like they may have been put on top of another glove that he's wearing in the photos. Okay, now
that's what it looks like to me too.
What's happening at Annie Guthrie's house, Blake? That's about 10 minutes from where I am. Just within the last couple of hours, FBI teams and also deputies have swarmed that area, and they are searching the brush around Annie Guthrie's home and also around neighbors' houses. I just got off the phone with my producer who's over there, and she said that they are knocking on doors and they are asking for consent to search the properties around, and these again are properties all around Annie Guthrie's house. Annie Guthrie, of course, is Savannah's sister, Nancy's other daughter. Blake?
Brian Enton live for us there in Tucson, Arizona. I want to get to Kelly Meyer in a second, but let's bring in Tracy Walder and Greg McCrary first. Both of them are retired FBI agents. Tracy and Greg, thank you. And Kelly, I'll get to you in a second. I want to start there, though. What does it suggest to you, Tracy, on Brian's reporting that they are now in that area and sort of going through the brush, Tracy?
Well, thank you for having me, Blake. Obviously, it suggests to me that there is perhaps something of interest in the area. Now, that I don't think that that is from the videos that we have seen. I think it may be from witness interviews. It could maybe from digital evidence that is pointing them into that direction where they are searching that brush. I am starting to think now that perhaps this person didn't get very far, because if you think about it, you're leaving with a 150, 160-pound person who is relatively immobile. Where exactly are you going to go? And so I think, I don't necessarily think she's there in those bushes, but I do think that there could be some kind of evidence or tip there that they've been tipped off to.
Greg,
I agree. But this is the other reason why I think that this person did not operate alone. Because imagine the getaway. If she was still mobile, like if she was still conscious, because if he knocked her out, he would have to drag her to a car and then skedaddle and then kick rocks, right? So again, this is the reason why I feel like I don't think she was dragged. I truly don't think that she was dragged, because there would be signs of a dragging, especially in the droplets of blood that are seen. We're going to talk about the droplets of blood here in a second, but it shows to me that someone carried her. Was it him? He don't really look like, a super, strong guy, but maybe he is. Yeah, 150 pounds of dead weight. And I don't mean dead weight in the way of dead, but you know what I mean. Immobile weight. Person's knocked out. Say he went bap right in her face, knocked her out. She starts bleeding. You still got to pick her up. You still got to throw her over your shoulder. You see what I'm saying? There's so much to do to get her out there. There would surely show or surely be somebody else helping them, because you see in the droplets of blood. You see what I'm saying? It's almost as if everything happened right there at that door, it's a bop, and then she got knocked out, or if she falls down, and then someone lifted her and just carried her out. But it's two people, 150 pounds of a human body, unconscious. A lot. Okay? That's a lot. That's heavy. That's heavy, guys. All right? So something to think about. Let's continue.
We're in the behavioral specialist unit over at the FBI. Given the video that you just saw and the way that person was moving and how they were reacting at the time, anything that you picked up on that you think the FBI picked up on this evening as well?
Yes, I think there are a couple of issues that especially the public needs to be aware of and could be helpful with this. One thing I would say is that this individual or individuals, whoever has done this, their normal routine has been disrupted since the abduction. We can go through all the clothing and all that, that's fine. But another thing that to be considering is the fact that this person maybe now isn't going to work as usual, isn't at the usual coffee shop. They've been totally consumed with this abduction since they started it, and it's just taken over their life. So their normal everyday routine has been disrupted.
Thank you for watching.
Jump scare. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry. There's a lot going on. Allegedly, there's some other information I'm gonna have to look for. But let me play something else really quick so I could look for this here really quick. So we're going over to Fox News real quick.
Let's bring in John Iannarelli, retired FBI special agent who is the former second in command in the state of Arizona.
Right.
Dan O'Shea, hostage negotiator, Navy SEAL, and Kyle Woolwinkle, who we have with us as well, former FBI crisis negotiator and hostage rescue team operator. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's great to have you with us. Kyle, let me start with you. Your reaction to this release of this videotape today.
I'm elated for the family, the Guthrie family, as well as, very proud of my law enforcement brothers and sisters who are working this case so diligently, because now we have, as all your guests have spoken about, some tangible evidence to go off of, right? We've got the backpack, which to me shows that level of preparedness, although he's not polished, right?
No, he's not polished at all. Now, one thing is for sure. There is allegedly rumors saying something about there being Bitcoin activity. I'm trying to find it right now as we speak, guys. Okay, so just give me a second while this plays. I'm trying to find where that information is, and I'm trying to confirm whether or not that's true or not. Because you know how people can be out here in these streets. A lot of rumors fly fast.
This individual has a improper holster. It's improperly positioned. So I don't think this person is a professional by any means. But now we have volumes of evidence in order to follow up on. And I'm confident that with the public's assistance, we are going to find this individual.
Dan, what's your reaction when you look at this videotape? What does it tell you?
Well, as your previous guest said, and my colleague who just came on, this will be a game changer. Someone will recognize the gait, the walk, the backpack, the clothes. You can go into where that particular item was purchased, even down to the face mask, that style. So there's just a lot of information here, and I think they held this past the suspension yesterday because had they released this earlier, the individual that we're seeing on camera, he would have had a target on his back, and he put the pressure on everyone with that 5 o'clock deadline yesterday. Now the pressure's on him. He is now going to feel the heat because I think it's going to be coming with hopefully volumes of new calls into the hotline.
So Dan, some people that we've spoken with think that the hostage negotiation ransom note is a separate potential hoax from this individual that we see at the door. But it sounds like you still think there's...
Okay, so TMZ, as of the last 4 minutes ago, Brian Enton just posted this on X. Thank you so much, Messi. I appreciate it. Basically saying that he's reporting that TMZ has reported activity in the Bitcoin account. So they dropped some monies. Now, is this real or is this not? But allegedly, there is money that has been dropped off Hamburger, allegedly. I'm trying to see if TMZ has reported this yet, in their actual website. I have yet to see anything of that sort. But for a fact, Brian Enton does not play. So, and I'm trying to find any place, because apparently he was Harvey Levin was on CNN, and I guess they were asking him a whole bunch of questions about this Bitcoin situation. Okay. And you know what, Solo? That's a very good question. What is Bitcoin? Magic money? You know what I mean? Digital money. But anyway, I digress. Apparently they paid. Apparently there is some activity in the Bitcoin account. Let me get this information to see if that is absolutely... I mean, this is from Brian Enton too. And Brian Enton does not play. But I want to hear it from the horse's mouth himself. So I'm trying to find that. So just grant me some grace, guys, because I am trying to go as fast as I bloody can with all this information. All right? 1 second. Your boy's working. Your boy's looking. Let me play this, though.
There's a possibility they are connected.
Well, the problem I have, if this guy was a hostage taker, he would have, at a minimum, gotten the medical. He was in the house for roughly 40 minutes, 41, 42 minutes. You've got to protect the life of the hostage. And anyone over 50, 60 years old is going to be on meds. You would have logically, again, he's got a backpack. He was prepared to take stuff out. That pack looks pretty full. You have to wonder and elaborate what was in that backpack. But so again, they're back and forth. I think the ransom demands were for a distraction to throw out a lot of, I still think they were thrown out to throw out red herrings and throw the investigation off. Because if he was really in the business of kidnap and ransom, he would have gone directly to the family from the get-go and not to the news media. So I think that there's a media play in what he was trying to do. And now it looks like it might be backfiring on him, hopefully.
So, John, we see these images, and it is one slice of that 41-minute period at least that Dan was just talking about. We also have heard about the call from Ring cameras in the other parts of the neighborhood. It's a little bit spread out, but there is a house behind them, and there's a house right across the street. Would you expect that we're going to get more video of an exit from this house as well at some point?
Martha, I suspect they probably even have that video at this time, but are holding it back for various reasons. Likewise, although there had been a canvass of the neighborhood for ring camera and video from other sources, they may not have dug deeper like the FBI did in this case. Now they're going to be going back and looking at the technology. Even if there wasn't a subscription, there's probably information. We're going to get better pictures without the mask on. But 101 investigations, somebody knows this guy based on the appearance, the walk, the clothing. That person's going to pick up the phone, call law enforcement. We're going to get a quick resolution as a result.
John, staying with you for a moment, do you see this person as someone who is sort of meandering, not quite sure what they're doing, or as someone who has some, has some ability and has put a lot of thought into this? What's your take?
I see too many mistakes being made. Like a lot of criminals, they think they're smarter than they actually are. The mere fact that this person goes up, even though disguised, approaches a ring camera, they're assuming it's nighttime, it's dark. Nobody's going to recognize anything. Yet those cameras get such ambient light and are able to give us great images that we're seeing here. The way the weapon is worn, as others have mentioned, those things indicate to me that this is somebody who thinks he has it all planned out, yet he does not, and he's made mistakes. It's going to lead to his capture.
Kyle, in terms of what else we might pick up here, because we know that they are this forensic digital analysis. It takes time, as was pointed out by Dan Bongino moments ago. The FBI came on the case a few days in, and that's water under the bridge, unfortunately, at this point. What do you think is still out there digitally that can add to this story?
Well, I'm sure the FBI agents and local law enforcement officials have gone door to door already and have gone to local businesses collecting all the digital data they can. But now with these new images and now, body size and a body frame and the eyebrows, now the public has a lot more to go off of. So maybe now someone will possibly recognize them getting gassed or driving with a vehicle that was downloaded in the back because there was a body in the back. So to my colleague's point previously, what I like the public to be aware of is to look for those changes in behavior from the offender. Because now, the public dissemination of these images has disrupted his assumption of anonymity, right? Because before he was invisible and no one knew who he was. But now he is out there. The whole world knows who he is. So he's going to change his behavior. Reminds me of the Boston Marathon bombing when the images were released of the two bombers. They instantly changed their behavior, unfortunately, and were violent. And this same thing could happen here in this case. Hopefully it doesn't result in violence, but I would encourage the public to look for changes in behavior. If someone suddenly goes berserk and starts acting wildly different from their normal behavioral patterns because this has been released and they look like obviously the person in the video, then they should immediately call law enforcement or the FBI.
I mean, he's got a point there that this could instantly make things go haywire because this person's face or, their image is out here that could make them do something really, really drastic, really dramatic. You never know. Okay. Yes, I am fully aware, everybody. Thank you guys so much. I'm fully aware. I know, everybody. I know, everybody. Thank you for letting me know. Apparently, Bitcoin has been paid, or $6 million, allegedly, have been put into that Bitcoin account. Just so you guys know, I hear it. I heard you. I'm right there. I'm just trying to get confirmation. I want to see it for myself with my own two eyes real quick. Okay? But I got it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I got it. So let's find out what's going on. Okay? Everyone's like, Bitcoin paid! Well, let's see what happens now. Because if Bitcoin been paid, then maybe they're going to release her tonight. Okay? Let's see what happens. All right? Have mercy. Appreciate the support. I appreciate the excitement. But that doesn't mean anything. This could still be a fugazi. This seriously could very well be fake freaking news. So let's find out. Let's see what happens with that $6 million. Let's see where it goes. Let's see how this whole thing goes down. Okay? All right? So let's continue on. I'm trying to find the information because people are saying it on X, right? Saying that Harvey Levin said that there was activity on that Bitcoin account. But I want to see it from my own, from my own self. You feel me?
Yeah, we have been calling upon anybody who's looking at these images to call the FBI to let them know if this person looks familiar to you. It's a great point, Dan. We think about Luigi Mangione after the images came out because we only saw the back of him in that original video with that firearm in the alleged murder that he is on trial for now. But once you get a little bit more of an image, like in his case, there was a drawing that showed his heavy eyebrows. So do you expect that the FBI is putting together a digital look at what this individual might look like without this mask on based on what they have?
Well, believe me, if anyone has the capability to transform a ski mask face into enough of a profile sketch, it's going to be the Bureau. And we assume that they've got more images than this. This is probably the first release because remember, for 10 days that we were told there was no person of interest, there was no suspect, there was no video. They thought this was, quote, described as an animal may have walked by. But they didn't just get this video last night. They've been pouring over this thing for the last 10 days, and hopefully they're drilling down to the granularity of specifics.
Yeah.
And
again, I just want to point out, if I may, pardon me for interrupting, but what you're seeing here on the left side is a live shot at Annie Guthrie's front door. All right, so keep this full for a moment. We know that investigators were there last night. We know that there were flashes that indicated that photos were being taken. We know, well, now they've been led into the house. And you don't know in this situation, Dan, I want to get your thoughts on this. Obviously, they want to be kept apprised of every development in this case. There was also an indication that they took some Celebrate technology in there that is used to do forensics on laptops, on phones, correct?
Correct. I'm well familiar with Celebrate. I know the reps here in Tampa that do work at SOCOM. So, yeah, I'm familiar with what the capabilities of basically scraping everything off a tablet, a cell phone, or a computer for forensic analysis.
All right. So that shot obviously is up in the sky right now. But interesting, John, that they have once again gone back to Annie Guthrie's house. What, if anything, do you make of that?
They're keeping in touch with the family. I'm sure the FBI and Sheriff's Department are getting phone calls from people already. They're letting them know that this investigation is in full swing at this point, and hopefully letting them know of any developments that they can release to a point. Obviously, the Bureau has to vet all this out, and they're not going to give away information that's still in development. But the family is an integral part of this. It's important that they are kept informed, and hopefully this is going to lead to a successful resolution for the mom. Regardless, we're going to find the subject, and he's going to be in custody.
All right, gentlemen, it's great to have you with us.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Oh, come on. Now we got a Sean Hannity jump scare. Come on now. Hannity scare? Come on. We ain't for that. Not today. No more jump scares. No more jump scares. Okay? We're gonna hop over to let's see what's going on here in the land of JLR in his live feed. Let's take a look at what's going on. He has been following police going door to door, which has been insane. Take a look at this. Come on.
Drop some. Got it? Golden Star Properties. Now they're going to like a home that's under construction. I don't know if that's how they perceive me.
It's not the medical examiner, but it was some weird. Did you see the truck then with the MS sign and the?
I did.
What is it?
No, it must be something. You know, somebody called in.
Something big is going on, maybe. Maybe. We're going to come back to this. You know, we're keeping an eye on this because obviously JLR, come on, man. My mouse is, I need to get a new mouse. This is getting ridiculous. JLR has been following them everywhere they go. Camera's been on. He's been following them everywhere they go. So we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens here. But there's another video, so let's take a look at this.
Of the Tucson area, what goes through your head?
He prepared for this.
Jesus.
There was a lot of thought and planning behind it because, he has gear and you don't just happen to have one of those masks laying around.
Yeah.
So this was planned.
Yeah. When you just see, let me ask it this way. If this individual walked up to your home in the middle of the night, what would be your reaction?
Yeah. Words I don't want to say on TV.
Sure.
I would be scared as, horrified.
When you've heard over the last 10 days what happened to this 84-year-old woman, they believe taken from her home in the middle of the night, how scary is that to you?
Well, here's the thing. Tucson, Arizona is a vibrant community. Our favorite daughters are Linda Ronstadt and Savannah Guthrie, who are highly successful women from Tucson. And, so it's like a member of the family when I hear about Nancy Guthrie, and I sure hope they find her.
Yeah. What has it been like to have almost, all these federal resources come to Tucson and have this major investigation that seemingly it's all everyone's talking about right now? Has that been weird for you guys at all?
Well, it has become that way. And, I just hope that Nancy Guthrie's found, that she's alive. I feel for Savannah and her family.
Right. Just lastly, you have not seen this person ever in your life, could you say? I know I'm showing you the video.
Yeah,
now.
the glare.
There you
Okay.
go. As you just see, he grabs some flowers here. He tries to cover the camera. As you're just watching this, what are you thinking?
Well, again, this was planned. Yeah, because he, has the gear and.
Have you ever heard of break-ins at all over the last month or two in your neighborhood? Is that something you've been aware of or heard of, anything in that nature?
Not in this neighborhood. This is a peaceful, everybody walks their dogs in the morning, and, we enjoy the desert life and the community, and this is great. I've been here for 35 years.
35 years, and I've never seen anything like this, I presume.
No, not in my neighborhood.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think is at play here? If you had to guess, 84-year-old woman taken from her home in the middle of the night. If you had to I'm sure you've thought about it. What's going on here? Have you thought at all And have any guesses?
Sure. I think they're taking advantage of Savannah's celebrity.
Why would they do that?
You know, that's strange because they should have known it would bring a lot of attention upon them. And to do a crime this seriously, you know, I mean, didn't they imagine that they'd have attention on them?
You'd think. Yeah. Anything else you think is important to add? Anything else you want to say or have thought over the last 10 days?
I've been following it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who hasn't locally, I bet. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything you would say to her family?
Oh, I just hope the best for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it must be so hard. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is a neighbor. Yeah, I can't. This is unimaginable. I mean, this is scary stuff, y'all. This is absolutely scary stuff. Let's look over at Fox. Fox is moving here too. They're doing what JLR is doing. What the hell's going on? Something popping off. This is from Fox. Maybe nothing's happening. I don't know. Trying to catch up to something. I mean, the sun is about to go down. I'm sure they're going to be doing. This is just nuts. Interesting. This is just crazy. I'm telling you right now, this is just nuts. Don't worry, we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to that. I promise. If there's more, check this out here real quick. Asking neighbors questions. Let's take a look at this.
Want me to get that out?
No, I'm good.
Okay, let me know. I'll pop it out for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Give my legs a rest.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's why.
I could stand out there. I mean, I just give my legs a rest. I don't know. How long has this stream been up for? 11 hours. So we got about another hour of streaming before we'll have to get off here. We got to get off before the 12-hour mark. We've been streaming now for 11 hours. I appreciate each and every one of you stopping by. We navigate what goes on each and every day out here. Where is Nancy Guthrie? We're in the neighborhood of Tommaso and Annie. Oh, we're looking in his shed. All right, I'm going to get out a minute. My part. Yeah. I'll just follow. We're on the move. Just gonna go. Dude, this guy here's the Associated Press. He's a beast. He's been running tagging along with me. This guy right here, he's been out there. He's AP. And then this individual here on the left, she also has been carrying this nonstop for hours too.
That's Fox, by the way.
They're going strong.
You got Associated Press and you got Fox next to each other. That's insane. Fox News and AP. Insane.
It's kind of easier driving like this than walking, to be honest. But I think they're on their way back. I think this has got to be wrap up before it gets dark, don't you think?
I mean, there was 20 or 30 of them walking the neighborhood. It seems like split up. Yeah, they might be walking back.
What time is it?
6.
Sun is going down soon. These are FBI and sheriff going around the homes near Annie and Tommaso. Boots on the ground. JLR investigates. 857 Tucson is with me. Wow, what a crazy day. From pizza to law enforcement activity to SWAT on their way out, it appears, possibly connected here. Bitcoin activity. Where is Nancy?
You want me to hold that?
No, I'm good.
Okay. I'm good.
Here, let me put this in the camera holder. This is insanity, folks.
Well, it looks like they're done.
We'll see. I think it's going to be a busy night. I am now I'm getting onto Tommaso and Annie's street right here. This could be their street here, but now we're going around the curve, and then it's about a straightaway, and then it'll take you right to their house. It's like,
man, oh man,
we're less than a quarter mile away from Annie and Tommaso's home.
I'm alive. I'm taking care of business here, y'all. I'm taking care of business every day as we watch cops go door to door. All right.
How much time you got on your?
I got about another hour.
Okay. If you could, if we can get back just so I can run home 20 minutes.
I'm kind of curious about this. Okay. Yeah. First and foremost, JLR has been on it for real. Now, my question is this: is this the best tactic? This is what this is for my law enforcement friends that are watching the show right now. What's up? Thank you so much for your service. keep protecting, and do the right thing. Here's the thing, though. Is this standard procedure? Is this normal? Is this considered normal? Going door to door? I'm asking for a friend. Is this typical standard procedure to go door to door like this? Yeah, I feel like it's a little, it's like I feel like it's really late. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this is really late in the game, man. You know? Somebody said, where did I see? Somebody said something about a poll. Poll, please. So Alant, let me just say this. What do you want it to say, Alant? I'll keep an eye out for your suggestion on a poll. Okay. But hold on, guys. Let me play this a little bit more. Give me 2 seconds, guys.
Looks like people are back at Annie and Tommaso's home.
Yeah, I think some of the big.
Oh, these are the
media-
agents. No. Oh, okay.
The big media, some of them are doing their late shots there.
Streaming 11:14. Okay. Yeah, we could go see what the scene at Nancy.
Okay.
If there's still activity
So-
and they're going door to door, I can set up a new stream. But what was that?
Here,
the coyote.
Here's some new updates. Okay, they're apparently saying that the money that was put into allegedly, this is from Fox News. According to Fox News, they are saying, and we're going to keep an eye on this feed. Trust me, we're going to keep an eye on it because there's a lot going on. This is just all pretty crazy, but they're saying that the money that was dropped into the account was only like $300 allegedly. This is what they're saying. This is what Fox News allegedly is saying as well. Okay, so I don't know what to make of that. Just $300 mother loving dollars. I don't know about that. Okay. Hold on. I'm checking to see if maybe Fox News, like maybe there's a video on Fox News where they've said this, because I want to hear it from them as well, because it is pretty insane that only a small amount of money would be there. So here we go. We got the video. Finally, it's CNN apparently saying, well, maybe Harvey Levin may have gone to multiple places, not just CNN to say this. So he went over to Fox News and talked about the activity in this Bitcoin account as well. So let's take a look at this. Come on, man.
FBI is able to overcome that if indeed any money was put in, any Bitcoin was deposited, or anything removed or shut down. We knew there was no money in that account, no value in the account, but $6 million in Bitcoin reportedly was requested.
But it's noteworthy that, TMZ and Harvey Levin, who you're talking about now, they had one of the first ransom notes was sent to them, and there was information about this Bitcoin account. But it's notable that these Bitcoin accounts, you can kind of generate another one in 10 to 12 minutes, sometimes 3 to 12 minutes, depending on who the person is opening the account. So it's not as if they were stuck with this one Bitcoin account. And if it went public and they knew that it was being watched, maybe there was a different Bitcoin account that was established because of it. Now, we're getting word tonight that Harvey Levin was on a different network talking about the fact that there is a little bit of activity happening with that account that was on their ransom note. Then, maybe there is still some connection there, but right now it's very muddy as far as how much that plays into
Trace,
what happened today.
Sorry, Trace, we actually have that clip with Harvey Levin. Let's watch.
About 12 minutes ago, we saw activity in that account.
Activity like what?
Oh, it is on.
That's what I can't talk about.
See, but that's some BS. Okay, you can sit there and go, well, there's some activity. Then tell us what the activity was, baby. Just let us know what it is. But here it is. He did say this on CNN. Why isn't CNN like more on top of their clips? Think about that for a second. Have you noticed they never really put out the stuff that we really want to see, right? They're so, you know what I mean? Damn, CNN. Fox News had to get this stuff and take it from CNN. The F. So here it is. He just said there was activity on the account. It could be massive amounts of money. It could be nothing. Also, the whole idea of it maybe being like $300, it could literally be is that true? So 300 Bitcoins could be the equivalent of something else, which is possible, right? Could be $69,000, more than $69,000 in American cashola, $300 in Bitcoin, hamburger. So here's the thing. It could be a test run. It could be a test. Somebody just said in the chat, which is a very good point. It may be a test run, a test drop, just to make sure that the transaction gets through. And then once the transaction gets through, then maybe they drop a little bit. They drop the whole thing. You see what I'm saying? But I don't know. Like I said, I'm curious about all this. This is very, 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 very interesting. So let's continue. I don't know Bitcoin like that. I know a lot of y'all may know Bitcoin, right? I know a lot of y'all might know about Bitcoin better than me. I'm sure you do. I'm just curious about this. It's $6 million that needs to be put into that doggone Bitcoin account. Is $300 in Bitcoin different than American regular USD? I don't know. But let's continue.
There are reasons I can't, but all I can say is there is now activity in that Bitcoin account.
Okay, again, we don't know anymore, and it leaves the public to speculate. But one would assume, Trace, that the FBI that's very familiar with assessing these Bitcoin wallets, given how prevalent their use are in criminal activity, that they've been on this, watching this like hawks from day one. The moment.
Hold on real quick. Fed sent a small amount to verify the guy that they're talking to is the right one. Once received, they tell them the amount that they got. Interesting. So again, it's like a test run. So that could very well be what it is right now. Just a test run to make sure that they got the right account, and they're making sure that the money's being, when the money gets to them, they're really receiving that money. But let's continue.
This thing dropped, and this ransom note dropped, asking for the $6 million with no proof of life. Apparently, they were monitoring it.
Right.
No, AI monitor, whatever they needed to do.
That would be my guess. I mean, that's how this whole thing. I mean, they clearly had the same information that Harvey Levin had. Because they had access to the same notes, they had the same information. So yes, my guess would be that they are in that account in some capacity, looking for more information, trying to piece this whole thing together. I mean, something led these SWAT teams and the bomb squad and the command team to go southeast of Tucson, Arizona, right? Leaving the area for the first time in 9 days, moving for the first time in 9 days. Something led them back to Annie Guthrie's neighborhood. Something is kind of pushing the buttons here. And if all of a sudden you have activity in this Bitcoin account, you can say maybe coincidence, maybe somebody's kind of, look, it seems like they have got more information and they need some of the final touches to be able to kind of put this whole puzzle together.
Yeah. And you never know. They might be able to say, yeah, that's us. We got it. And then maybe they're able to quickly trace that account through that way. I don't know. But that's very interesting. Harvey Levin said out loud, okay? Harvey Levin said out loud that there was a payment made, that there's some sort of transaction going on in that Bitcoin account. It may be a great amount of money. It may not be a great amount of money at all. But only time will tell. So we are going to see what's going on. Let us continue because there's a whole lot of shaking
Breaking
going
news,
on.
the chilling FBI video and images released tonight of the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. The images are chilling: an armed, masked man at Nancy Guthrie's front door. The disturbing video showing the subject appearing in the entranceway there, slowly walking toward the front door, his face covered by a ski mask, wearing those gloves, carrying a backpack. Authorities say he was armed with a gun on his waistband. The man moving toward the camera right there, appearing to use one of his gloved hands to cover the camera lens, while his other hand, then it seems, tampers with the device too. He can then be seen moving back toward the walkway in front of the house, where he can be seen reaching down there, grabbing some loose brush. The video then shows him carrying it back to the front door, where he then appears to try to obscure the camera lens with it, trying to cover up that Nest Cam. Tonight, the FBI and local authorities going frame by frame through the video, hoping someone watching these images will recognize the way he walks, the way he moved toward that front door. Every moment of the video being closely scrutinized for possible clues. His glove to the camera there, another image showing him trying to block that Nest Cam. And this image tonight, retrieved from the camera, looking into the man's eyes. Savannah Guthrie's family was shown these images before they were made public. They did not recognize the man. Savannah tonight posting, someone out there recognizes this person, saying she believes her mother is still alive, saying not bring her home. Tonight here, frame by frame, what the video reveals and how the FBI was able to obtain these images so many days into this nightmare being lived by the Guthrie family. Our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, leading us off tonight from Tucson.
Tonight, for the first time, the FBI releasing chilling images and videos of a subject in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. The video shows a masked man wearing gloves, a backpack, and with a weapon in his waistband approaching her front door. Authorities hoping the public will see the way this man walks, moves, his eyes, and that someone will recognize him. You can see the man with his hand in a glove trying to cover or block the lens on Nancy Guthrie's Nest Cam, using his other hand then to fiddle with the device. The man can be seen turning around and walking back to the arched entryway, looking down at the ground before grabbing brush. The subject, his eyes visible, walks back to the camera, appearing to tamper with it, trying to cover the lens. The images leave little doubt how terrifying it must have been for the 84-year-old grandmother with a masked figure, armed, showing up in the middle of the night. Authorities know every frame could hold clues that could lead to this subject's identity.
You can see his eyes. There's a possibility around his mouth that there's some facial hair.
You can get a lot of information now, not only off of the gloves and the front of the backpack, but also his height, his weight, that he may have had the mustache, the color of his eyes, potentially. Even though it is black and white, they may be able to go with the hue of his eyes.
And today, Savannah Guthrie quickly sharing the new images from the FBI on Instagram, posting, someone out there recognizes this person. And of her mother, she says, we believe she is still out there. Bring her home. Sources told ABC News the Guthrie family was shown these images before they were made public and did not recognize the man. Tonight, the FBI says, after working closely with our private sector partners to continue to recover any images or video footage from Nancy Guthrie's home that may have been lost, corrupted, or inaccessible due to a variety of factors, the video was recovered from residual data located in back-end systems. Nancy Guthrie had a Nest camera at her front door. That company's owned by Google. And although you can record in real time, Guthrie did not have a current subscription to access the images. Google said it was assisting the investigation. Nancy Guthrie was last seen 10 days ago now, Saturday, January 31st, when her family dropped her home just before 10 p.m. after dinner and game night at her daughter Annie's house. It's not clear when these new images were recorded, but investigators say the doorbell camera disconnected at 1:47 early Sunday morning, and about 40 minutes later, Nancy's pacemaker app disconnected from her phone. Investigators say DNA tests confirm the spots of blood found at the front door were Nancy Guthrie's, and you can see that camera is gone. Over the weekend, the FBI spotted on the roof of Guthrie's home inspecting a different camera.
Are they able to get further video from that camera that they found above the residence over the weekend? If they're able to get more video, hey, maybe we'll get a car, maybe we'll get a picture of Nancy leaving the residence.
Tonight, this major break in the case comes after 2 deadlines passed from someone who claimed to be Nancy Guthrie's abductor. NBC reporting they demanded $6 million in Bitcoin. It's unclear tonight if authorities believe the person behind those demands was really the abductor, but the family had no choice but to engage, pleading for proof that their mother was still alive. That proof of life never came.
Return our mother to us.
And then Savannah and her siblings trying to reach that potential abductor by saying, we will pay. They never heard back.
This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Tonight, with those deadlines passed and this new major break in the case, Savannah Guthrie saying of her mother, "We believe she is still alive," and she's hoping someone will recognize this masked man at her mother's front door.
He seems to be sort of disorganized about what he's doing. It looks like he's like improvising at this point. His movements, his actions, to a certain extent, his gait, he seems to walk a little stooped over. Those are all things that potentially can be helpful in identifying him.
All right, so let's bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, with us live from Tucson again tonight.
Do you really think that we're going to see like that these images are really going to zero in what's really going on? Now, we were talking about SWAT earlier, Flav. And the thing is of course, you know, there's now more information saying that that there's a connection to it. SWAT being deployed and whatnot. 1 second. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking something here really quick before I lose my mind. Yeah, apparently they're saying that the rumor that's being said right now is that the SWAT and bomb squad definitely are connected to or related to them being deployed is related to this Nancy Guthrie search. So what does that mean, right? What's going to turn out? What's going to happen here, right? We'll see what happens. But you really think that a ski mask and the gloves and the whole outfit, do we really think that they're going to be able to get this guy or get these people? Because I don't think he did this alone. I really don't think that they could do this alone. But that's just me. You know what I mean? I'm curious, you know, is that possible? Can this be done from just seeing one image of a whole face being covered? A little bit of facial hair. You see his eyes for the most part, but it's in black and white. So what does this tell us? Will they be able to go, that be Javier? Yep, I know him very well. Javier Guzman, that's my friend right there. I know his gait, and I know exactly that crazy ski mask he's wearing. And what's crazy is just the other day, he did a whole party trick where he put a flashlight in his mouth and he was wearing a ski mask and he said, "Hey, I'm the crazy ski mask flashlight and mouth guy," right? It was crazy. And now he's doing this right now. Crazy. You know what I'm saying? Let's call it a callback and a joke, but you know, could it be that they can look at the situation and go, "Oh yeah, yep, that's Ray Ray. That's Ray Ray and them." You know what I'm saying? Listen, they were able to get, well, his whole face was seen for the most part. Not his whole face, but his face enough was seen, right? Tyler Robinson, right? Mama sitting there knitting, crocheting, rocking back and forth in her lazy boy recliner, saw the video, and she's like, "Oh my word. Honey, Papa Robinson, come here. Is that not Ty-Ty? Ain't that baby Ty-Ty?" "Well, damn right. Crazy woman. Love of my life, you crazy woman. It looks just like Ty-Ty." So maybe somebody's looking at this and they're going, "Oh, that's my son." You know what I mean? Out of nowhere. Maybe. But how? How could you tell? That could be anybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious. How could you tell?
Aaron, you've talked with your sources. Let's go right back to this major break in the case. The first video put out by the FBI. And of course, when we saw these images today, they're just chilling. An armed masked man at Nancy Guthrie's front door.
And I will say this, it's not Tommaso. Okay, yeah, that's my man, right? And it's not that either. So you can tell that is not Tommaso. Why, you may ask? Because Tommaso got a little, he got a little love. He got a little love. Nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? He eating good in the neighborhood. Okay. But this guy, not so round. You know what I'm saying? I'm just keeping it real. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just talking about his physique. Look.
First video put out by the FBI.
Look, that is not a round individual. Portly, if you will. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, somebody had to say it, not me, because that sounds weird. Okay? But yeah, as somebody said, Tommaso thick. I don't know why that is a conversation. Okay? Okay, Tyler Perry. Thick, Tommaso thick, right? So he doesn't look like that as far as physique wise. That doesn't mean that maybe Tommaso had something to do with this, orchestrated this, asked some of his buddies to do this. It's still possible. You see what I'm saying? It's still very, very possible. Okay? Somebody, MB7 had to say he got hips. Stop. This guy does not, it seems like. Okay? Somebody said in the chat. Okay? Tommaso thick. Okay. We don't need to know what gets you running. Okay? What gets your motor running. But we know for a fact that this guy is not in the same physique as Tommaso. So this is not Tommaso. We can unless suddenly out of nowhere he just lost a whole lot of weight, this is not Tommaso. But that does not mean that Tommaso or anybody else for that matter in the Guthrie family had anything to do. Like, it doesn't mean that they didn't have anything to do with this, because there could be a second person just right around the corner, right? Going to the back, getting access to the garage and whatnot. You see what I'm saying? So something to think about. I'm going to get to Brian Entin here in just a minute, okay?
And of course, when we saw these images today, they're just chilling. An armed, masked man at Nancy Guthrie's front door. And as we heard Savannah Guthrie say today, and what authorities are really hoping for here, Aaron, is that someone somewhere, not necessarily just in Tucson, but really across this country, will see the way this man walks, the way he moves, will recognize him, and will call that 1-800 number.
Savannah Guthrie, David, has been begging for the public's help. Anyone, anywhere, but this is the first time the public has something to potentially recognize, whether it's the eyes, the gait, the height, the weight, what this individual was wearing.
And Aaron, another route investigators will surely pursue here is the items you mentioned in your report there. Of course, the jacket, the mask, the backpack, even the gloves we see right there, where any of these could have been purchased.
David, if any of these articles is distinctive, potentially the authorities could track an online purchase, better yet, somewhere where it may have been bought in person at a brick and mortar store with a security camera. It's difficult, but it's doable.
And Aaron, I know a lot of people are watching, and they've been watching this right along with all of us for many days now all over this country. And
we got some updates here, guys. Hold on one second. We got some updates. I want to pull this up and show you guys really, really quick. Okay, just give me a second here. We got some updates from Brian Entin that I think are very interesting and should be something that we should be looking at for a second. Let's take a look at this here really, really quick. Brian Entin basically said about 20. Okay, one, we already knew about an hour ago about the TMZ Bitcoin reporting activity in the Bitcoin account, right? Then KGUN reports that less than $300 in Bitcoin account related to, so they put in $300. Okay, $300, not, well, less than $300 in Bitcoin account. So they must have just put in $300, literally $300 US in the Bitcoin account, period. Not $300 worth of Bitcoin. That would be a whole lot of quiche. $20 million or something crazy like that. If it was 300 Bitcoin, right? Moving on. Top one right there. FBI's elite hostage rescue team is in Tucson now, which is also something that I saw here that was, sent to me as well. And we need to take a look at this as well. Look at this. According to Fox News US, this is what they put up on Twitter. They said, no coincidence. This is from somebody commenting on this. A retired FBI agent, Jason Pack, tells Fox News Digital, you don't deploy SWAT and FBI tactical units on a hunch in the Nancy Guthrie case. When the units roll out, it means a lead has been vetted to the point there is a reasonable possibility of a high-risk situation, but deployment does not mean resolution. But they're out there, though. They be out there, though. So right now, you got federal agents, okay, out there, SWAT and FBI tactical units out there, because a lead has been vetted to the point there was a reasonable possibility of a high risk situation. So again, something's about to go down. Possibly. Okay? It's going down for real. Maybe. Okay? Maybe. And Rose City, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. You watched me on Court TV? Oh, stop it. Thank you. You know, it's always a good time being on Court TV. Shout out to Court TV first and foremost. Okay? And of course, Vinny Politan. The man is a beast. He is the GOAT. Okay? He's one of the GOATs. There's many GOATs in the true crime realm, but you know, I'm a fan, and you guys should be a fan too. He does fantastic work. Not because he puts me on the show. I mean, that's partially part of it. No, I'm kidding. But I love being on the show. It's always a good time. Okay. So always an honor. I'm very honored to be, seems like a weekly correspondent, weekly contributor, which is kind of cool. Very exciting. Hopefully means more in the future. We shall see. Okay. Vinny Politan. He's probably doing his show right now as we speak. Yep, he's doing a show right now. What time is it? Oh yeah, he's doing a show right now. And then he has his show, Vinny Politan Investigates, at like 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So he does his closing arguments, and then VPI, Vinny Politan Investigates, right afterwards. Okay. So he's on for 2 whole hours, Monday through Friday. So, and I'm sure he's going to be talking about this Nancy Guthrie situation still. Okay. So go check it out when you get a chance. I was on last night, honored to be on. And yeah, then there you have it. Okay. But let's continue on. Okay. Let's take a look at this.
Joining us now by phone.
What the
Former FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, now a Fox News contributor, long history in law enforcement, and very good to have you with us, Dan. Thank you very much for joining me today.
Sure. Happy to be here.
Dan, what is your best estimate at how long the FBI has had these images and why you believe they decided to release them today?
Well, they weren't brought in right away, the FBI, and there are basically 2 mechanisms to bring the FBI into an investigation. The first is fairly obvious, is federal jurisdiction. It's a federal crime. They come in, and I don't want to say take over. Nobody really takes over. We always work with local departments, but you get the point. The second is by request. The request, from what I'm hearing, came in a couple of days, but appears to be now a couple of days too late. This footage, it takes a great amount of expertise to get this footage, being that Nest video wasn't a subscription account. So my guess on this is that there had to be legal process served, because a lot of these companies are not going to give you this stuff without judicial process or legal process, to protect themselves later. So that takes time, getting search warrants and things like that. And also the material, given that it wasn't an updated subscription account, that Nest camera was likely cached, so it probably took a little bit to get, even with the rush.
Yo.
They will work with you, these companies, once they get processed to protect themselves legally. They will work with you. We've done it before on a number of high-profile cases.
Hamburger.
However, they can't make miracles happen. It still takes time to go and process that stuff. So I wish they'd been called in sooner, but listen, I don't want a Monday morning quarterback these things. They may have thought it was a missing persons case, Martha. I mean, originally, if you remember, that's kind of how it appeared to have been handled. So, it's easy in hindsight to say that, and I don't want to do that. But if they were called in sooner, we likely would have had these images much quicker.
So what do you learn when you look at this? We see the individual's eyes. We can kind of get a look at eyebrows. It looks like there's facial hair around his mouth, but you do get the feeling that if this was someone that
we got some crazy stuff about to pop off, I think, guys. I think some things are about to pop the freak off. Get in here right now. I have a feeling, and don't worry, I'm going to come back to this, but there's so much crazy breaking news stuff that's going on simultaneously. I got to give it to you guys straightforward, no chaser. All right. Real quick. All right. First off, shout out to Nerdy Addict. Says Oro Valley police confirmed that members of a regional SWAT team and bomb squad have been activated for an operation coordinated through the Pima County Sheriff's Department, as the FBI's elite hostage rescue team is now reportedly involved in connection to the Nancy Guthrie case. Then I'm going over to Brian Enton really quick because I want to make sure and emphasize what I just read before. Again, they are saying this. The FBI's elite hostage rescue team is in Tucson. And I already read to you guys before that, wherever the hell that was, where I said there's no earthly reason. There's no earthly reason that FBI's elite hostage rescue team or SWAT would ever touch grass if they didn't have something solid zeroed in. So we got some crazy breaking news. Things are about to go freaking down. Okay. We got a few more things. I'm just getting some stuff. I'm trying to I found some things on my phone. I'm trying to email it to myself and all that. So just grant me a little grace, okay? Because there's a lot going on. This is some breaking news. Let me repeat that again. And we're about to read an article straight from talking about this as well. Okay, so let me repeat this again. Oro Valley police confirmed that members of the regional SWAT team and bomb squad have been activated for an operation coordinated through the Pima County Sheriff's Department, as the FBI's elite hostage rescue team is now reportedly involved in connection to the Nancy Guthrie case. What the hell does that mean to you? That means ish is about to go down. Okay, and of course, these individuals do not play. They would not deploy. SWAT team, bomb squad, even the FBI's elite hostage rescue team, they would not deploy them if they did not have something solid, something enough to get them out there. Here's the article. Oro Valley Police confirm members from SWAT activated to work with Pima County's Sheriff's Department on mission. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Now, Oro Valley Police officials have confirmed members of the regional SWAT team and bomb squads have been activated for a mission with the Pima County Sheriff's Department as the point of contact. That's it. That's it we have. That's all we have. That's absolutely insane. But still, no matter, I thought there was going to be more to this article, but it is what it is. All right. Nonetheless, you got SWAT, bomb, the boom booms. Okay, boom, 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 shake the room, right? And you got FBI's hostage team coming through. Now, yes, I agree, Imari. Fingers mother loving crossed, okay? I'm hoping that we are wrapping up this case tonight, okay? I'm hoping that for sure, okay? But let me check. Let me see if there's anything else, all right? I'm just checking to see if there's anything more before we continue on and look at more stuff here. All right. Let's take a look. Hold on. What? Okay. Hold on. Looking at a few things. Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay, so they also broke this just now. Let's take a look at this. So we got this too. Bitcoin ransom wallet shows first activity like we just talked about, okay? So a Bitcoin account referenced in the ransom note for Nancy Guthrie started to see activity tonight. Investigators follow up on leads in Tucson. Guthrie's alleged captors had set up a cryptocurrency account asking her family members to deposit $6 million, which we already know. The deadline then passed without any money posted. But today, Harvey Levin reported, TMZ's Harvey Levin reported that we have seen activity in the account. Now they're saying local news outlet KGUN later reported that the activity amounted to less than $300. But it comes as investigators reportedly narrowed their search for a suspect to the Tucson area, with search and rescue teams seen going door to door near Nancy's eldest daughter's home. The 84-year-old, of course, we already know what happened, that she was taken about 10 days ago. Wow. Time has been flying, has it not? Now, here's something that I think is very interesting. Could it be, and just rock with me for a second, could it possibly be that they put in the $300 to see if that person was going to withdraw that $300 so that they can zero in on that person and maybe scoop them up and arrest they mother-loving asses? Think about that for a second. Imagine if they said, yeah, we sent you the money and it's $300. And clearly this person will be more than happy to take the $300. It's free $300. So then they go and they try to cash it out. And suddenly FBI, whoever, okay, whatever the digital witchcraft that they do, they're like, oh, we found him. We triangulated between this, and this, and blah, blah, blah. He's right in this area. Go get him now. Go, 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 go. Maybe that's what's going on. We sent you the monies. Did you get that alert? Hell yeah, I did. And he's trying to send that ish to himself. As soon as he pulls that money out, they can zero in on him. At least that's what I would think you could. Now, I know, Cookie Monster, why you got to be a monster with all that shade about $300 being nothing? Do you understand? $300 is still $300. Okay. They won't take risks. You never know. They might actually go and log in. They might go clickety clack. Oh, they put money in there, because they may not even know how much money they put in. They might instantly think, oh my God, holy crap, we got $6 million, mother lover, right? And they log in to their account. Boom. They're caught. Maybe, right? Quite possibly. Now, if that's the case, we already know this guy's a dumbass. But if that's the case, then maybe they'd be able to zero in. We sent you the money. Word? Woo, woo, woo. Oh, it's only $300. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, you never know. You never know. Give it time. Maybe that's how they're catching him. They're zeroing in. And, if I'm right, I know that theory is probably insane. Okay. I know. I'm just playing. Cookie. Okay. I'm just playing Cookie. But still, at the same time, if I'm right, I'm going to be like this, Cookie, though. I'm going to be like, what'd I say, Cookie? What'd I say, Cookie? You know what I'm saying? Well, we'll see what happens. Okay. We'll see what happens. So maybe they dropped it to be like, ooh, we made money. Nancy, shut up. We made money. Maybe that's what happened. And then they're able to swoop right in. We found him. We found him right here. He's logging in right now in this particular place. You know what I mean? Maybe. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Ooh, I'm excited. Please, come on. Please be the guy. Please don't be a scammer. I mean, if you are a scammer, may justice reign upon you, with absolute fury. But at the same time, please be the guy. Please have her there alive, right? Please be there alive. Okay. I digress. Let us continue. Okay. Wow. So money's been transferred. Now we're just trying to find out what's going to happen next, right? What is going to happen next? Now I'm going to play a little bit more of this Fox News clip. Okay. We're still looking. FBI, hostage department, okay, is involved. SWAT is involved. Bomb squad is involved. So give it time. They're apparently They are apparently zeroing in on a specific location, by the way, too. They are zeroing in on a specific location, and they're only minutes away from that location, allegedly. So if that actually is real and it goes down like this, we about to see some fireworks, I have a feeling. So let us continue.
You knew.
Stay
you would
tuned,
recognize
y'all.
this person. Is that fair?
Well, I see a lot of things. There seems to be at some point, familiarity with the area. If you notice when he walks up, he has his head down. Maybe he thinks there's some surveillance camera outside he's missing. But then he seems, if you look, he seems surprised. I see it playing right now. He seems like he's going to knock on the door and then seems surprised by the presence of that doorbell camera right there. And then instead of having a simple item like a piece of tape, he goes out and grabs it in kind of amateurish manner, some plant that he tries to cover it with. It just seems quite odd. And another thing that sticks out to me is, having been not just in law enforcement, being a gun carrier my whole life, that's a very unusual way to carry a firearm. I mean, they have inside the waistband holsters. Now, I don't know what type of firearm it is. I can't see from the picture. I'm watching it right here. Maybe it's a revolver. I don't know, but that's an unusually large holster to be carried in that manner. There's a couple other things jump out at me. The FBI has a divert team, a digital video enhancement team. They're probably, I would guess, I know if I was working the case right now, and I'm sure Cash is right now, I'm sure they're working on this to pick apart everything. I would guess from looking at him in context of probably the archway, he's probably 5'9" to 5'11" or so they can get height. There's also features of the face that, although obscured by the ski mask, you can still use some of the tools to get something useful out of it. And another thing is this an insider or a local? Those aren't necessarily, they could be the same thing, but they don't necessarily mean they're the same person. In other words, an insider, is it, a gardener? Is it someone who was an electrician in the house? We've seen cases like this before where they're working inside the house, they realize someone has money, and they leave a window open and then come in and sneak through the window. Did that happen here? Or was it a local? Now, they could be both, but however, a local, was it someone in the neighborhood? Was it someone's kid in the neighborhood, or someone who is, maybe got a drug problem, who's staying with a parent, or someone in or around the area that knows the area, knows it's dark? Those are the questions that are going to come up. And the reason I asked that is I had read a report about them taking DNA, buccal samples, DNA samples from people who had been in and around the house. Now, that's going to be critical to link up with our CODIS system, the DNA system, if they get a hit on that. You wouldn't be in there unless you had some reason to be in there. Swab was taken pursuant to a crime or some other reason. But it's better than nothing. It's a good start. And one final thing, Martha, I would add is the ransom related? You noticed yesterday from that really horrifying video Savannah Guthrie had to post, she doesn't, as has been said many times on the air, address the kidnappers anymore. So I had mentioned 3 possible scenarios last night on Sean's show. One being, is it a kidnapping for ransom, which is the story everyone thought was possibly going to happen there. And then the second story was this a crime or a burglary that just went wrong? And maybe he didn't expect anyone to be home. She opens the door. Some incident happens. She bleeds. It's looking more likely that it may be scenario 2. I don't know that. I want to get out ahead of the investigation at this point. But this looks like it could be that one.
Yeah, it just raises so many questions. So if this was a robbery, it seems kind of odd that you would, if she died in the course of this, and we hope with all of our hearts that she is out there and that he is keeping her somewhere and that she will be home. But would there be any other reason? Does it tell you that she might be alive, that there was no body in the home?
Yeah, I mean, in cases like this, especially given the area and the ability to dramatically expand your field of vision on surveillance. In other words, things we didn't have when I left the Secret Service, I shouldn't say we didn't have, but they weren't as pervasive. The use of really, really high-end drone technology. Drones were in their infancy back then. Now that I went back into law enforcement as the deputy over there at the Bureau, not only do we have really incredibly high-tech drones now, but the camera technology, Martha, whether it's FLIR, infrared, thermal, if it's a body, it's dead, you're going to have, obviously, the thermal be an issue, but with the ability to surveil over large areas, yeah, with a woman that age who's not very ambulatory or mobile, yeah, it does create a lot of questions that we haven't found a body yet. It's really not that easy given the ubiquitous nature of ring cameras, surveillance cameras, street cameras, LPRs, license plate readers, and everything else. It's not that easy, thankfully, to take someone against their will and just disappear and leave no digital trace. I heard it referred to by an excellent commentator, James Galliano. He said digital exhaust. That's an accurate way to put it. You know, it's the tailpipe out of that digital tailpipe. Like, to leave none of those signs, and I don't believe many of those were left behind, is very unusual. If you get on that scene early, it is very difficult to not only get away from a scene by yourself, but to get away from a scene with someone who's obviously not voluntarily leaving with you. Yeah, that's really difficult.
You know, we heard about the pacemaker, and we've, you know, heard from Savannah Guthrie that, as I just said, that they believe that that their mother is alive. There was all this about the pacemaker disconnecting from the Apple phone. A pacemaker does not stop working if it is away from the Apple phone. It just isn't syncing anymore with that Apple phone. But the pacemaker goes on and on and on in a person's body, regardless of their condition. And that's just one potential digital data point in this story, right, Dan?
Yeah, and as I had discussed with Sean last night on his show, you know, I'm in a little bit of a difficult position, obviously, Martha. I don't want to give up some of the technologies. I know you understand that we have and we use, because it gives the perpetrators here a way to kind of circumvent or take protective measures. But what you're saying there about technologies, even things like pacemakers, a lot of electronics out there leave a trail. And I think you can kind of put two and two together in this, you know, new surveillance environment we're in, where, you know, every company on earth is putting a cookie on your phone every time you go to their website.
Sure.
That it's very, very difficult for someone to be removed from a scene, and for no digital footprints to be left behind. And that's where, you know, if the FBI was brought in a little bit sooner, those things go stale. Time is definitely your number one enemy when you work in cases like this. I just think back to the past year I was there, having handled the, you know, Israeli diplomat shooting, the Coeur d'Alene incident, the two incidents in Minnesota.
Okay, we're gonna pause that. Okay, we'll circle back to that again in a second. Okay, I do want to play a little bit of this. This is from Jesse Waters. Apparently he said some more, and hopefully that's going to be said here or revealed here on X or something like that. Apparently they're saying something about there being, you know, like maybe that they're going to be going live wherever this SWAT bomb squad, you know, FBI hostage team actually ends up going to. So when that actually happens, we will be here. That's if that actually happens. Okay. Let me just make that abundantly clear. Let me make, you know what I mean? Let me just keep it a beam with y'all, because this is all just breaking news. This is all going. But let's get over to Jesse Waters, because he's also talking about the Bitcoin and all that as well. And talking about the SWAT, FBI being, you know, the SWAT team being deployed and all that. Let's take a listen.
Fox News alert. TMZ is reporting ransom money may have just exchanged hands.
About 12 minutes ago, we saw activity in that account. That's what I can't talk about. There are reasons I can't, but all I can say is there is now activity in that Bitcoin account.
A local Tucson news station's reporting that less than $300 was put into the Bitcoin account, but there may be more coming. Meanwhile, SWAT team and bomb squad units have just been deployed in the hunt for Nancy Guthrie. They were seen peeling out of their Tucson headquarters. They're on the move, and we're tracking them. Police have been all over Savannah's sister's neighborhood this afternoon. FBI agents going door to door, asking Annie's neighbors for permission to search their property and looking for items that might have been disposed of or hidden. Annie Guthrie and her husband Tommaso were the last ones to see Nancy before she went missing. TMZ is reporting that investigators believe whoever took Nancy was from the Tucson area. And that manhunt seems to have zeroed in on a tiny radius surrounding her daughter's block. Annie and Tommaso's home is a 10-minute drive from Nancy's house. and authorities have been scrutinizing the locals. Earlier today, landscapers, pool cleaners, and contractors who had access to Nancy's house were swabbed for DNA. And after 10 days in the dark, we now have a possible suspect. The FBI released these photos this afternoon, showing a masked man at Nancy's door the night she disappeared. These photos were obtained from Nancy's doorbell camera, the one that went missing. The suspect is seen approaching the door with a ski mask, gloves, and a backpack. The backpack appears to be full. Was it full of valuables after a string of robberies, or was it packed with materials used to subdue and abduct Miss Guthrie? Nobody knows. The bag has some reflective bands on the straps, and after closer analysis, detectives will probably be able to identify the exact type of backpack and maybe where it was even purchased. At one point, the camera caught a reflection coming from the subject's mouth. It could be a flashlight that he held between his teeth to keep his hands free. Maybe those are braces. Maybe that's a gold tooth. Maybe a grill.
I was waiting for him to say a grill. Let's go.
The suspect also had a holstered handgun in the front of his belt. It's hard to tell if that's a long-barreled gun or if the gun doesn't even really fit the holster. But keeping a gun strapped to your jock like that, amateur hour. The way the man moves, could be wrong here, but doesn't look like a professional. Look at when he walks up to the camera. At first, he tries covering it with his hand, and then he looks back, looks around, and uproots a plant and tries to obscure the lens with it. If he'd cased the house properly, he would have come prepared with some black tape or something better than Nancy's vegetation.
No doubt. I'm going to be real. I mean, it is a level of dumb. Without a doubt, that's a level of dumb. Yeah, that is some shade. Absolutely some shade. Throw all the shade at this piece of trash all day. Okay? Throw the shade all day long. Because that's what this man deserves. Yes, indeed. But here's the thing, though. Yeah, there's parts of this that seem like he's just a dumbass. Not fully vetted. Not, like this is not a pro doing this kind of thing. Right? That's at least the vibe I'm getting here. This is not a pro. But he did know, I feel that he did know that camera existed. He just didn't think about it until he walked up and he's like, oh, damn. I got, it's over here, not on the left side. And then he's sitting there like trying to figure out what he's going to do with the damn camera, right? He goes and gets shrubbery. Yeah, he goes and gets shrubbery to try to cover it up. You a level of dumb, baby. You so dumb. How dumb is he, Pascal? He's so dumb that he thinks that vegetation, shrubbery, is going to help the camera not see his mother-loving face. Like, what? I'm sorry. He must have been high. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was on something. That crystal. You know what I'm saying? That yayo. Something, maybe that alcohol. But he dumb. Okay? This man dumb. And this is a man, baby. It's a man, baby.
And just by the way he's wandering around with the gun like that and the big backpack, he doesn't seem ex-military. The Guthrie family told the FBI they didn't recognize this person on the doorbell camera, and that's when the Bureau released the footage to get the public's help. You can see a closely shaved mustache and thin eyebrows. Hard to tell if the suspect's white, black, Hispanic, but the feds will conduct their analysis, get his height, weight, other features. Nancy's Nest doorbell didn't have the ability to record footage, so it took the FBI to come in and subpoena Google to find the missing footage in the cloud. Today was the break the FBI had been looking for. Earlier today, the White House weighed in.
It's heartbreaking to see now this footage really bring to life a story we've all been reading about. And again, we're just praying for the safety of Nancy Guthrie and that she will return home soon. And the president directed me to please encourage all Americans with any information to call the FBI. And we hope that this case will come to a positive resolution as soon as possible.
Savannah still has hope that her mother's alive. She posted this earlier, quote, "We believe she is still alive. Bring her home." The FBI obviously believes their new leads from the new video are hot. and a matter of life or death. Wherever bomb squad and SWAT are headed now, and Annie Guthrie's neighborhoods are the two areas of intense focus tonight. We pray that Nancy Guthrie's found alive and whoever did this is brought to justice.
I'm hoping that too, but yes, they are confirming that SWAT vehicles deployed in Arizona, all revolving around this Nancy Guthrie case. Pretty wild stuff, guys. We're still here. We're still doing we're still trying to find out more information, but this is absolutely insane that this is actually happening. Okay. Like I said, you have SWAT, you have FBI tactical units, and you have the FBI tactical units, the FBI hostage department, I guess, team, okay, involved in this whole situation as well. This is just insane, and things might escalate very quickly here in the next couple hours. So we'll see what actually happens here. But one second, guys, just grabbing a couple things, trying to see what else is popping off. Let's see what's going on.
Good evening, and we do begin with that new video released just a short time ago. An armed person that the FBI is asking for your help in identifying tonight.
That breaking news here at 5 today. Major new details in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance out of Tucson. For 9 days, her family's been looking for someone who knows where she is. And tonight, new images from outside her home show someone with a mask and a gun tampering with her front door camera. Savannah Guthrie emphasizing, still holding out hope that her belief is her mother is still.
That is a leather jacket like I've never seen before. Blade wants his jacket back. Sorry. I'm sorry. The 80s want their jacket back. They just want it back. I'm sorry. I can't hold it. I'm sorry. I can't hold it in.
Alive. Good evening, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And she got shoulder pads. It got shoulder pads. Okay, I'm done.
Michael Brownlee, the FBI released that surveillance footage just this morning, giving the family its first potential look at someone who may know where their mother is. Tonight, investigators aren't just at the home of Nancy Guthrie. They're at her daughter's house, Savannah's sister's house, just about 10 minutes away.
NBC4's Robert Kovacic is there in the neighborhood as well. Robert, why are investigators at this second location again?
This is an excellent question, Colleen, and we are trying to get answers for you. But the morning started with the release of those surveillance videos and an investigation that we thought had gone stagnant suddenly had the break it appears that investigators were looking for. And then as you take a look at some video, the investigation started then focused on two different areas, the home of Nancy Guthrie, and then 4 miles away, the home of Annie Guthrie, where she lives with her husband, Annie Guthrie, the older sister of Savannah Guthrie. I want to come outside right now and show you, this is a live look. This is the home of Annie Guthrie, again, about 4 miles from where Nancy Guthrie lives, her 84-year-old mother. And as we walk here, and this is the area where throughout the afternoon, FBI agents have combed. The last time we were here, and you may have watched on Saturday night, NBC4 cameras was here. This is the security guard who's been hired to secure this area. The agents swept in here, and you could see what appeared to be camera flashes going out specifically in the garage, and then the garage right here, and then into the home. So this has been an area of focus before, but as you look at some video, really an intense search going on this afternoon. FBI agents, you see them going through a drain pipe. They were in the wash in this neighborhood. They have been going door to door. They have been asking people specifically, they want to see their doorbell camera. Have they been here before? Here is a man who says they have not. Listen to what they said. He said the FBI agents asked him.
They're just trying to look in the yards and, see what's going on. And they looked at my Ring cameras on the 31st, see if anything showed up as far as that night. I guess the night she disappeared.
Did they ask you for a specific time?
No, we went through my cameras and we actually found the time. We didn't find any vehicles moving at that time in front of my house.
What time were they asking though, Joe?
What was it, 12 p.m. or something like that?
12 p.m., Colleen and Michael. And so let us put that in context for you. As you take a look at the images now of the person seen on doorbell video that they had to scour because the doorbell had been tampered with, and they finally managed to get that video and that data and managed to release those photographs. This is someone who then showed up at the home of Nancy Guthrie, and this is the time frame that investigators are looking at if this is the possible abductor. Nancy Guthrie brought home at 9:30 in the evening by relatives last Saturday. In the morning, she was supposed to attend a gathering with friends, which she usually does on Sunday, we understand, to watch online church services. She didn't show up. One of her friends called Annie Guthrie, the daughter that lives here in Tucson. Annie Guthrie then and her husband notified authorities, and by noon, the authorities were notified. So remember that they asked that man specifically about a midnight time frame on Saturday night going into Sunday morning as they looked at the time when Nancy Guthrie disappeared and when she was possibly abducted. As far as the images that you are looking at are concerned, the reason why they were released is because the Guthrie family was shown them first, and they don't recognize the individual seen there, and neither does law enforcement, saying that this is not a known criminal in this neighborhood. But for now, we're live here in the Tucson neighborhood of Annie Guthrie, where again, FBI agents have been all day, not just here on the ground, but we have seen drones and helicopters overhead as well. I'm Robert Kavasik. Let's go back to you.
All right, Robert, thank you for that. Our investigative reporter, Eric Leonard, covers crime. He joins us with more insight on some of these new pictures. Eric, this appears to be really the first major case we've seen, or break in this case.
Well, certainly one that we're clued in on. I mean, there may have been other breaks that have been held back by investigators, but this is the really the first thing we've seen that we can point to as potentially a huge change in this investigation. In fact, law enforcement contacts of ours tell us a video like this could really be key to even solving a case like this, because sometimes it'll take just a single tip or a witness to connect images like these to a human person, just like we saw in the arrest of Luigi Mangione after the murder of the United Healthcare CEO in New York. But the release of this material could have an alternate or secondary purpose as well, because it's possible investigators may already have other information, other video recordings that isn't being shared with us. So let's start with this video from the FBI. The first clip shows this masked person wearing a long sleeve jacket or a sweatshirt, an older style ski mask, and what could be black nitrile examination gloves. The person approaches the entryway and the front porch of Nancy Guthrie's home, but the camera only starts when the camera detects movement, so we don't see any more of the person's approach to the front of the house. Once on the porch, it appears the person is deliberately keeping their head turned away from the doorbell camera, which could suggest they knew that camera was there before they arrived. The person first tries to obscure the lens with their gloved hands, then turns, walks back to the entry path, and picks up a handful of shrubs. And then the second video clip shows that same person putting those shrubs up against the lens of the doorbell camera, clearly trying to block the camera's view. But we also get a much closer view of that person's face, and it appears they have a small flashlight in their mouth. Now, the FBI also shared some still images from that video to try to make some of the details clearer to all of us. First, there's this head-to-toe image of the person where you can see the jacket they're wearing has some reflective strips or tape. It also has this black strip that runs horizontally across the upper chest. The person appears to be wearing a holster with a handgun in it, unusually right in the front of their waistband. And if that's purposeful, the gun's being carried for a right-handed shooter.
Thank you. He's right-handed, everybody. Everybody's like, he left-handed. You can tell he left-handed. No, he's right-handed, guys. I'm sorry. I love y'all. All love here. But yeah, no, he right-handed, baby. Now, here's the other thing too, okay? So here's the thing. I think he had that weapon right there, that pistol in front of his pistol, because he wanted her to see it. So it's like, you see the pistol right in front of me. It seems very amateur. It is, for sure. Okay. But I also think that he did that to be like, yo, don't mess with me. I'm armed. And it's right here. I can just do this. It takes 2 seconds. Right. I think that's what the plan was. Like, don't you see the weapon? Do what I say, or I'm going to pull the weapon out. You don't want me to use this weapon on you. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. But again, yeah, the case is solved. He's right-handed. Okay, everybody go home, okay? And so that's the show. Thank you so much. I'm kidding. But here's the thing. Clearly, he had that right in front to show everybody, like, yo, whoever he approaches, the weapon's right here. Don't mess with me or I'll pull it out, right? I think that's the vibe. Obviously, anybody who rocks this kind of jacket where there's a black stripe or strip that goes across the chest of the jacket, I mean, something to think about, right? Those are defining things, right? Those are defining pieces of information. Did I just shock you, King David? You're like, oh, damn, the show's over? Okay, let me make sure I hit that like button. Damn. Okay, Pascal, see you later. No. I'm not done yet. We here. He bow-legged too. Yeah, he is bow-legged. Hell yeah. 7335. Okay. So again, interesting, right? Like, yeah, it does look like a motorcycle jacket. Looks like, like, I don't know about the gloves themselves, but motorcycle jacket for sure. He has a motorcycle backpack as well. So is he just cosplaying like a motorcyclist, right? Like he rides, or, right? Or does he really have a bike? Something to think about.
And then in this second image, we have a much better view of the person's eyes and maybe even their eyebrows. We can also see the cloth texture of the ski mask and the contrasting color of the stitching around the eye and mouth holes. And then there's a better view of the zipper on the jacket, which could be a unique design feature. And then again, this third image, even closer, possibly a better view of the person's eyes and maybe even what could be a mustache just visible above their mouth. So we talked with a number of our
and a soul patch. I see a soul patch right underneath here. Little soul patch. So I think he has a full-on beard. That's what I think. Thick beard? Don't know. But it could be high and tight. You never know.
Law enforcement contact some of former homicide detectives and others who've handled kidnappings before. They said they don't think there's enough here for any kind of a facial recognition. But that doesn't mean that these individual features put together would cause somebody to make an identification, because there could be someone who knows this person, may have seen these items in their house, in the laundry, in a work truck, and seeing them together here in this video might lead to that clue or tip that helps the FBI find this person and find out how, more importantly, that masked person is involved in what happened now 9 days ago.
It's interesting, but I can't help but say this. I think they called her in the middle of date night. That's what I think. They called her right in the middle of date night and they said, we need you here. Our other anchor is sick. We need you in here. And she's like about to, dig into a steak. And she's like, damn, I'm on a date with my husband. Fine. I'm wearing what I'm wearing right now. And they said, fine, whatever. Doesn't matter. We just need you here. And she just showed up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she went to go see a Michael Jackson revival, concert or something like that. Gotta be starting something. Got to be starting something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe New Jack City. She, like maybe she went to a cosplay event for New Jack City. You know what I mean? Living for the shit. You know what I'm saying? Nobody? Okay. It's like such a juxtaposition to the suits. You know what I'm saying? Such a like party business. It's like the physical embodiment of a mullet. You know what I'm saying? Nobody sees that. That is literally a mullet. Party in the front, like business in the front, party in the back. You know what I'm saying? Nobody sees that. Okay. That's fine. I'm just the only one. No, I bet she's a lovely woman. Hell yeah. Hey, she got style. All right. It's just you got boring ass suits, and then you got Blade meets Golden Girls. Oh, okay, I'm done.
It's been 9 days, and so the big question that you can go on social media, you can actually have an internal discussion with yourself. Why release the video now? Why 9 days, 10 days later?
Part of this sounds technical. The video we know was captured by the Google Nest camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door, which last week authorities said had been removed by the time they arrived to begin the investigation at the home. And you'll remember, at first, the sheriff's department said there were no local or cloud video recordings from the camera. But the FBI said today some of that video was recovered from what it called the residual data. We take that to mean some of the servers that Google uses to make all this stuff work. They were able to search through it, but it took days. And our understanding is that video only materialized today because today was the first day they had access to it.
When you look at these pictures, or when law enforcement looks at these pictures, can we figure out a gender here? Can we get a description in terms of height and weight?
Yes. As far as gender, it looks like a man. That's just to our casual observations. I don't know that any kind of definitive thing has been found in these images that says it's a man. As to the height, the paving stones in front of Nancy Guthrie's house are uniform. I don't know if you may have seen one of the photos of the front of her house. And using something they call photometry, I may be saying the word incorrectly, they know the distance between each tile. They know how big each tile is. And by taking that measurement and comparing it to the person that's standing on them, along with the tiles that make up the archway in back, you can deduce with an extraordinary amount of accuracy exactly how big that person is, what size shoe they wear, and probably deduce the size of their clothing from that as well.
Okay. Well, obviously, to me, he's not like a round individual. Okay, he's not like a portly individual. All right. It's going to be very difficult for us to really figure out like exactly what he is, who he is. I don't know how they're going to do it. Yeah, I said Blade meets. I'm sorry. I did say Blade meets Golden Girls. I'm sorry. Listen, I say this with all the love in my heart. I'm sure she's a lovely person, and I'm saying, yeah, slay, girl, slay. It just seems weird in the news show. You know what I mean? I expect that on like a late night show or something like that. You know what I mean? Not the news. That's all. It just throws me out. Just threw me off a little bit. Blade meets Golden Girls, but she looks great. You know what I'm saying? It's a little like Tina Turner Thunderdome, a little bit. Tina Turner, Mad Max Thunderdome. You know what I'm saying? We don't need another hero. You know what I'm saying? Nobody. It just gave me it's the shoulder pads. It's the shoulder pads. Let's continue, though. I'm going to stop talking.
I want to bring some breaking news to you. There's been a possible major development in the case of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Our colleagues at Fox News had this report just a short time ago.
We have a Fox News alert. The SWAT team and the bomb squad are on the move tonight in Tucson. Now, we don't know where they're headed, but sources are telling Fox News that the moment is related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. And right now, around the corner from Annie Guthrie's home, there are 4 FBI agents on foot appearing to do an ongoing sweep in the terrain around her and her husband's home. And finally, a crucial break in the case at a make-or-break moment. It's breaking tonight, as always, Jonathan. It seems to be in this hour that so much is happening.
For sure. It always seems to be this time every night, Laura, that we get a lot of developments. And clearly, very much tonight, there is gathering momentum in this investigation. Investigators really needed a break, and they got it today when Cash Patel announced that just this morning, they had been able to get what he called residual data from back-end systems working with their partners. We assume he means Google there, which owns the Nest camera brand.
Now, here's something that's very interesting. Oh, I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm looking. I'm getting as much information as I can. All right. I am listening and I am watching. Okay. And that's the thing. I'm trying to find out some information. I see you guys saying all this stuff and I'm trying to find out everything. So it says right here, breaking. Okay. Breaking news. So the Pima County Sheriff's Department, with assistance from the FBI, has detained an individual for questioning in connection with the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. A law enforcement official briefed on the investigation told ABC News. Oh, snap. Somebody just got arrested. But wait. What about Nancy, though? Great that we found, fantastic that somebody's been detained for questioning in connection to the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Where's Nancy, though? Breaking news, guys. Somebody has been arrested. Somebody has been arrested. Don't worry. I'm trying to find out more information. Give me a second. We got some breaking news. Breaking news. Let me see. I'm trying to see if maybe there's something from maybe TMZ wrote about it. I'm trying to see if there's any updates about that. But I just got a tweet about it. So I'm looking. I'm trying to see. Okay. Whoops. I can't. Come on. So far, I don't see any news about this yet. Hold on. So again, this is all via ABC. Police make arrest in the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. This is what ABC is reporting, apparently. Now, I am trying to find out where that information is. So give me 2 seconds. Aha. Let's see here.
Own.
We couldn't separate ourselves if we wanted to.
You're stuck. You're
Hold
stuck
on.
together.
Is Derby Line's top official. Jody Stone is mayor of Stansted.
Maybe we'll get a car. Maybe we'll
There are two signals for.
Sorry, guys.
We believe she is still alive, and she's hoping someone will recognize this man.
This is ABC Live, ABC News Live. So I'm checking.
Certainly.
The video. Sources, correspondent Aaron to this. She's
One daily medication.
Around slow and they have for be able to of being pulled over by the police. So
ICE remains.
Democrats calling the millions after president.
No, I don't see anything so far. Hold on. Give me a second, guys.
Are still swirling around.
Hold on.
Just in the arena watching this.
No.
Maxime now.
We're coming back on the air at this hour because there's been a development in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today Show.
Hold on. Breaking news. This is coming from ABC News. Hold on, babies. Hold on. We're going to roll it back. Special report. Here we go. Breaking news.
Special report. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening. We're coming back on the air at this hour because there's been a development in the search for Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. The Pima County Sheriff's Department, with assistance from the FBI, has detained an individual at this hour for questioning in connection with the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Again, a person detained in connection with this case. A law enforcement official briefed on the investigation, telling ABC News. I want to bring in our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, live in Tucson. Aaron, do we know where this person was detained?
This individual was detained in connection with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, according to the law enforcement official, David, south of Tucson. A specific location was not disclosed, but we know that a SWAT team had left the Pima County Sheriff's Department heading to point south, and at a location south of Tucson, a law enforcement official tells ABC News an individual has been detained in connection with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. David, this development comes on the same day the first images of an individual approaching Nancy Guthrie's home were released, and as authorities continued to search in and around this neighborhood where her home is. We saw them searching a drain pipe, conducting other investigative steps today. But the breaking development here now, David, an individual has been detained for questioning in connection with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie.
Aaron, stay with me here.
damn.
Aaron with us live from Tucson. We can show the audience the video now of the person, the subject that the FBI had released video of earlier in the day. This was the first time we had seen the development.
I thought this was like going to be the actual arrest of the person. Who could this person be? Right? They went and they apparently picked this person up. Hold on, I got like I said, information's flying out the gates right now. But according to Nerdy Addict, okay, they say, according to ABC, investigators have detained a person of interest in the Nancy Guthrie case. The individual stopped south of Tucson, and authorities are now preparing to search a location believed to be connected to them. Uh-oh. That's a spicy meatball. So let us continue, y'all. This is crazy.
This scope in this
Holy
case, someone
crap.
at the door. This was video retrieved from that Nest camera after the FBI worked directly with Google. And Aaron, just to be clear here, this person detained in connection with the case, authorities are not saying if it's the person that we see in this video. They're also not saying this is a suspect. They're simply saying at this hour, a person detained in connection with this case.
They are only saying that it's an individual detained in connection with the case, not calling the person a suspect or a person of interest, not saying there's any connection at this point with the images that were released earlier today by the FBI. But law enforcement officials have obtained a search warrant. They're going to be searching a location south of Tucson where this individual was detained. They're going to be going through that location. That could take hours, and either that search would resolve the matter, and that could be it, or there could be some further development associated with this individual. But right now, the person is not considered a suspect, we're told, only someone taken for questioning, detained.
And with just a few seconds left, Aaron, a search warrant that will play out in the location where they detain this person?
That's right, David. The search warrant is for a location associated with this individual. Specifically what it says, what they're looking for, has not been made clear.
All right. Aaron Katursky, our chief investigative correspondent, reporting at this hour, a person has been detained in connection with the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, of course, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. The whole nation has been praying for days that there would be a development that would bring Nancy Guthrie home. We'll continue to follow this. For those of you in the West at this hour, we're just about 3 minutes away from World News Tonight. More at abcnews.com. I'm David Buell.
Okay, so obviously big news. A person has been detained for questioning. This is all we know so far. I'm going to keep this up because this is this title. This is a big freaking deal. Okay, shout out to my boy Connor. What up, man? My boy Connor. What up, man? All right. One of my boys is watching the show, so he just hit me up and said he was laughing and enjoying the show, and getting the information. So shout out to my boy. Hopefully you're continuing to enjoy the show. Thanks for watching. But we are still continuing on, right? We still got more information. This is just absolutely insane. Okay. somebody has been detained. You're right. Somebody just said, excuse me, correction. Just because they're detained, it doesn't mean that they're arrested. Thank you so much for breaking that down for me. I appreciate that. Thank you. You are right. You right. I was wrong. They're detained. Doesn't mean that they're arrested. They're being brought in for questioning. Apparently, they're going to be going in and deep diving into searching their home. Maybe this is the guy who did it. Maybe this is not the guy who did it. This may be also, remember, the ransom notes might be a fugazi. They might be fake news. Remember that, guys. That might be fake news. So, you never know. They might just be arresting or detaining somebody connected to the freaking hoax, if it is a hoax. Remember that too. So there's two different things that could be happening at the same damn time. This guy could be arrested because he really is in connection to the abduction of Nancy Guthrie, or this guy could be getting arrested because he's one of the people that sent out that ransom note hoax. And that's only, and if only, it is a ransom note hoax. Just something to think about. Here's the other thing. Here's something that we have to make abundantly loud and clear. Where is Nancy? Where's Nancy at, y'all? Where did she go? They're detaining this dude. They're allegedly going over to that person's home to search it. Hopefully, she's in there. If not, then he's just part of a big fat ass hoax, which is unfortunate, right? Absolutely unfortunate. But we're going to keep an eye on this. They're still developing news. We're doing everything we can to see what's popping off. Hold on.
Is this video?
That's not what we need. Wrong video. Hold on, guys. So let's see. I'm trying to find out if there's any more information. Hold on, because this is crazy. And I was hoping that maybe we hear something from, Fox News has been talking about this quite a bit. So I figured Fox News would say something about this at some point. So hold on. Jesus, I can't type. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Yeah, you know how it is. The internet, like when it comes to YouTube, they take it's like they move like molasses, right? There is allegedly another. Wait, this should be live right now. Yes, they are. I'm gonna play this piece again. Okay. 1 second, guys. Yeah, person detained. Okay, for questioning in connection to the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Law enforcement official briefed on the investigation told ABC News on Tuesday. The FBI released new images showing, we already know about all that. We've been seeing that. That's all we've been talking about for damn near almost, over 2 hours now. Okay. But they do have somebody in connection, I would say, possible connection to the abduction. Because like I said, could be a fugazi, could be the real deal Holyfield. Don't know, but we'll see very soon. All right. Now, let me just play this clip for you guys right quick so you guys can see this as well. I'm sure this is a repeat. I apologize, but let's just play it really quick. I'm going to try to see if we can get some more information elsewhere.
Department heading to point south, and at a location south of Tucson, a law enforcement official tells ABC News an individual has been detained in connection with Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. David, this development comes on the same day the first images of an individual approaching Nancy Guthrie's home were released, and as authorities continued to search in and around this neighborhood where her home is. We saw them searching a drain pipe, conducting other investigative steps today. But the breaking development here now, David, an individual has been detained for questioning in connection with the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie.
Aaron, stay with me here. Aaron with us live from Tucson. We can show the audience the video now of the person, the subject that the FBI had released video of earlier in the day. This was the first time we had seen a development of this scope in this case, someone at the door. This was video retrieved from that Nest camera after the FBI worked directly with Google. And Aaron, just to be clear here, this person detained in connection with the case, authorities are not saying if it's the person that we see in this video. They're also not saying this is a suspect. They're simply saying at this hour, a person detained in connection with this case.
They are only saying that it's an individual detained in connection with the case, not calling the person a suspect or a person of interest.
I also want to point this out. ABC News is the only one reporting this right now. I just want to make that abundantly clear. Everybody is late to the party with this information. Okay? So I don't know what's going on. I looked at the New York Times. I looked at NBC. I'm looking at CBS. Nothing so far. So ABC News is the first one to break this news. I'm going to see if Fox News is saying anything too. Just give me a second.
Not saying there's any connection at this point with the images that were released earlier today by the FBI. But law enforcement officials have obtained a search warrant. They're going to be searching a location south of Tucson where this individual was detained. They're going to be going through that location. That could take hours, and either that search would resolve the matter, and that could be it, or there could be some further development associated with this individual. But right now, the person is not considered a suspect, we're told, only someone taken for questioning, detained.
And with just a few seconds left, Aaron, a search warrant that will play out in the location where they detain this person?
That's right, David. The search warrant is for a location associated with this individual. Specifically what it says, what they're looking for, has not been made clear.
All right. Aaron Katersky, our chief investigative correspondent, reporting at this hour, a person has been detained in connection with the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, of course, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. The whole nation has been praying for days that there would be a development that would bring Nancy Guthrie home. We'll continue to follow this. For those of you in the West at this hour, we're just about 3 minutes away from World News Tonight. More at abcnews.com. I'm David Buer. Good night.
The new images show the individual with what looks like a sweatshirt, backpack, gloves, and a mask. Savannah Guthrie, again, posting on Instagram saying, quote, "We believe she is still alive. Bring her home." And ABC News has confirmed Britney Spears.
Okay, no one needs to. Yeah, we're good on the Britney Spears. Did she do it again? No one got that. Okay, moving on. So here it is. I'm going to read this off camera really quick or off screen. So a person detained, okay, by the Pima County Sheriff's Department in connection to Nancy Guthrie. So, okay, so law enforcement official briefed on the investigation told NBC News that information. The person was detained at a location south of Tucson. Like I said, the information that they're saying here is not much. Law enforcement is reportedly preparing to search a location associated with that actual individual. The development followed the first images, which we already know about the masked man, okay, which is, it's a man, baby, okay, approaching Nancy Guthrie's front door, the dumbass who said, "Let me get some shrubbery and cover this lens, this camera with some flowers." I don't know why, okay? But again, they are about to go and search that location. Law enforcement is about to go search that location that this alleged person of interest has been, that stays at, okay? And I'm going, where's Nancy, right? Is Nancy there? We're going to find out. Give me a little bit more time, a little bit more, because this is all breaking news. And there's not much live feed anywhere, by the way. There is no live feed anywhere about this, which is insane. And it's frustrating the hell out of me. I don't know about you, but it's frustrating the hell out of me. Hold on. You'd think that there'd be more like huge updates like this. But let's take a look at this. This is interesting. This is still outside the house. This is what's going on outside the house right now. Again, person has been detained. Person has been detained. What do they know? Are they a part of the hoax, or are they a part of the kidnapping? And then the other question, the main question, the more important question is, where's Nancy?
I mean, no, the main IFB is which one? 901. 901. Yes, IFB is.
Thank you, Ray Ray.
No.
Appreciate you. Thanks for watching.
I know too. No. Still 901's for everybody.
Jennifer on Fox News Now. Okay, I'll take a look. Because you'd think, let me just mute this because let's be real, it's just a whole bunch of chatter in the background. And I'm sure Brian Enton's reporting it right now. I haven't yet to see him say anything yet, but I'm keeping an eye on all that. Trust and believe I am. I just haven't seen anything from Brian Enton really yet. But expect him to say that he just posted something 6 minutes ago, and he says, sources tell me a person is detained in the Nancy Guthrie investigation south of Tucson. That's it. That is it. So, like I said, there's not much information out here. So I'm hoping that there's going to be some sort of press conference. Maybe there's going to be a press conference tonight. Maybe there won't be a press conference at all. But I would hope that maybe we have a press conference where they can explain to us what the F is going on, right? And who this person is. Yeah. You know what I mean? Well, just ahead of news, okay? Just ahead of news. All right? Now, he might be, you never know. Let me just say this. JLR might be in the same area as everybody else, but they said south of Tucson. So this may have nothing to do. Like, remember, you had 5-0 going door to door. Remember that. You had 5-0 going door to door. Okay? Door to door. So the question is, could it possibly be that while they were going door to door, they were able to zero in on this particular person? Why would they still need to go go door to door if Nancy is south of Tucson? Think about that for a second. Okay? So, interesting. Again, real quick, appreciate you. Thank you so much, Just a Gal. Thank you. I appreciate the super chat. I know I need to get to the super chats. I will get to them very, very shortly. When there's a little bit of a lull, I'm going to knock out a couple because there's a gang of y'all. Okay. And yes, I know JLR is like, he's live right now, but he's in his car. I think he's driving down there or something like that. Don't worry. If he's there, covering something, we're going to cover it. Okay. We'll get there. We will get there. First things first is finding out what the F is going on. What the heck is going on? There's not much information out here, which is really, really frustrating. So give me a second. Let me just see what I can find real quick. And then you heard about the pizza being delivered, right? A mother-loving Domino's pizza getting delivered to Nancy's house, of all places, which is just insane. Just insane. By the way, guys, if you guys can do me a solid, if you appreciate the show, okay, if you are entertained, could you please make sure you hit that like button down below? That's all I'm asking. Okay? It's a simple ask. I'm just a man talking to the chat, asking them to like the show. Hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. All right? It's a simple ask. Uno momento, por favor. Let's see if NBC got on top of this. Oh, my dear God. Why is NBC so behind? NBC is all the way behind. They're still talking about like they were able to get the Nest video from Google. And that's how they were able to get what they needed to get. Like, what the hell? Somebody got arrested. Who is that person? And did they find Nancy? Let's take a look at this. TMZ is now reporting it. Finally, somebody. Sheesh. Let's take a look at this. What the hell? What the hell just happened? Hold on, guys. What just happened? There we go. Take a look at this. Boom. Person of interest detained for questioning. Maybe they got more information. TMZ has confirmed that a person of interest has been detained, which we already know. Okay, law enforcement source involved in the investigation tells us it is not a member of the Guthrie family, which is good news. We broke the story. Our law enforcement sources told us the operating theory is the kidnapper is from, which we already knew, is from the Tucson area and wrote a ransom note that sent a couple that was sent to a couple of Tucson TV stations and TMZ. This morning, FBI, we already know, released the images of this apparent kidnapper, and feds blasted that footage out to the public on the same day they received the info. As we told you, the abductor is promising to return Nancy to Tucson within 12 hours of receiving. I didn't know about the within 12 hours of receiving the $6 million. I just knew that they were just going to receive, that they were going to release Nancy whenever they got paid. But that's interesting that they said, we will give her away. We will release her after 12 hours of receiving $6 million. So there's that, which means they're currently somewhere within a roughly 700-mile radius of Tucson. Okay. There were 2 ransom deadlines, which we already know have passed. Again, they're just repeating the same crap we've already known. So in other words, they would have said, we have Nancy, everybody. We have Nancy. But they don't have that, guys. They just have a person of interest that has been detained, and it's not a family member. But they might be connected to the family. You never know. We'll see. We will see. Now, let us see what's going on. I know some y'all were like, oh, NBC said something. We'll see about that. Okay, let's see if they look at this. Okay, they're preparing to raid a property very, very soon. Okay, they're preparing to raid a property. Okay, after this footage just came out. So a person has been detained in questioning or for questioning in connection to Nancy Guthrie's abduction. Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI took the unidentified individual into custody Tuesday night from a location south of Tucson, with authorities now preparing to search a property associated with the individual. So they're about to raid his crib, which hopefully means that they get her, they find her, right? This update comes hours after federal officials released surveillance footage showing a male figure wearing a ski mask and thick gloves approaching her $1 million home. Search and rescue teams were then seen going door to door in her daughter's neighborhood, in Annie's neighborhood, okay, as a Bitcoin account referenced in a ransom note for the 84-year-old's release started to see activity. So we understand that they dropped no less than $300. I'm sorry, guys, $300 in that Bitcoin account. And my theory is that they probably got excited and logged in, and maybe that's how they were able to zoom in or zero in on this particular individual. Okay. But we'll see. It could also be that they remember what I said, just like, shoot, I've been saying this since we've been going, where is Nancy? Could it be that possibly they released these photos, these stills and the video, and maybe somebody saw it and said, oh, that's my son. You never know. You never know. That happens to be my son, Sammy. I know that jacket from anywhere. I gave it to him for his 27th birthday. You know what I'm saying? You never know. You never, ever know. So maybe somebody saw the footage, because I said it's about doggone time. They should have already been sent out the footage for everyone to see. And then they said, hey, they finally released it, and somebody saw it and said, oh my damn. That's my ex-boyfriend, or something of that sort. You see what I'm saying? Anything's possible. Anything's possible. So we'll see what's happening here. But again, they're about to raid this dude's crib. Hopefully, he has her. Hopefully, she's alive. They better move, and move with the quickness. That's all I have got to say about that. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see what JLR is doing. Let's see.
North Linda Road. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn left.
At the
He is driving.
Church.
Where he's driving, I don't know. Where is he driving to? I have no clue. No earthly clue. But he's on his way somewhere.
At the stop sign, turn left onto West Roller Coaster Road.
Roller Coaster Road. Yo, this is a roller coaster.
Let me see what he says in the beginning.
Oh boy. I'm in my vehicle right now. I'm gonna head over to Tommaso and Annie's home to see what's going on.
Okay.
We'll get to the bottom of this. Plus, I'm gonna share some information. According to Fox News, SWAT team is in Oro Valley, which is to the north of Tucson. Now, that's probably about 10 or 15 minutes to the north. I think there could be an individual that lives there that is centered around Tommaso. Could that be the person? I don't know. But a suspect has been detained, according to news reports. So
we already know that. We already know that. Okay. We already know that.
All right. Nobody's here. So let me turn around here. This is the Dove of Peace Church. So the FBI is not looking for.
I mean, I feel like the FBI and law enforcement and whatnot, they're going to be busy raiding this mother-loving dude's home. Because if he is who he says he is, okay, or what they believe, if he is who they believe he is, then they are detaining and they're getting ready to raid that dude's home in hopes to find Nancy, right? So let us continue on. We're, don't worry. We'll come back. We'll come back to that in a little while. Okay. But nonetheless, this is all developing right now as we speak. Okay. So hold on one second. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. NBC is finally talking about it. Finally, they're now finally talking about this person of interest being detained.
That you're looking there on those surveillance camera images, whether
in the professional sense over the years. Any
coming through.
That high profile people
going investigation into the disappearance. The sheriff's scope of this. Do not know. Okay. Public really could have made a difference.
Now, I want to go through a couple of things here, Liz. I want to pull this apart, and I don't want us to get over our skis, but I want to make clear, based on our understanding, according to this senior official familiar with the matter, it is not clear if the person that we are looking at here, this person who we see now go into the bush, coming over to the camera, if that is the same person who is being questioned. Do we have that correct?
Exactly. We do not know.
Okay.
We don't know anything about this person. We do know it appears that it's a man that is being questioned. We don't know exactly if the person in this video is a man. There are certain features that may make you think that. It appears this person might have some facial hair around their mouth. You can kind of see peeking through the mask.
I'll be
but we
right
don't
back.
know. But we do know that this person is in the Tucson area. I know there's a belief when we've talked to the sheriff and some of the officials that they really did believe that this wasn't something that had someone that had gone too far. They really did think the scope of this would be closer to the Tucson area. We don't know what part of the city this has happened in. We do know that there had been reports of some SWAT teams potentially leaving the sheriff's deputy's office and headquarters earlier this evening. Maybe they were heading to this location. A lot of questions still, but a big moment here as sheriffs have made this, not an arrest yet, but have detained somebody.
No, but somebody detained, as we're being very clear on the language there. Liz, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a moment, but I want to get to, I think we've got Evie Pomporis, who's still back with us. And Evie, I know I interrupted you. It's because of this potentially significant news here. What is happening now? What does that questioning look like? Take us inside the types of things that they're asking this man, what they're going to be looking for. Would they typically in an instance like this be searching the home?
It depends, right? And I'd be curious, because I would want to know, did this person go voluntarily or is this person somewhat in custody? So I hear detained and I would just want to know what that nuance is, because if they're being detained, are they free to go, or is that person going willingly and voluntarily to speak? Those are two very different things. The one thing I would do from a law enforcement perspective, because I did interviews and interrogations, I was a polygraph examiner, first thing out of my mouth, I would Mirandize people right off the bat. I would get it over with and just like, hey, before I talk to you, I just want to make sure you know your rights, because you don't know what's going to come out of that person's mouth. And you want to make sure that whatever you're getting, you can use, that you can use that in court. You have to always think like 10 steps, 20 steps later on, not just what's happening with now. You want to be able to use that information. You're going to start asking questions. Again, where were you? You want to see what knowledge that they have. Were they near or about the residence? Again, is this someone we suspect did something? Is this someone that we suspect knows somebody, or someone in the area? So it varies. Victims, witnesses, suspects. Now, if this person's considered a suspect, usually when you work a case, you always want to interview the person that's highest on your list for a suspect. But now here in this case, we've not had anybody as of yet. So you want to get as much information as possible. They're also going to be looking at, traditional things, body language, verbal language, how they're answering questions, what their story is. There's nuances, trying to detect deception through words, key things, when are they telling the truth? One of the things we would look for when we did interviews sometimes is somebody would tell you a story and parts of it has detail and then parts of it goes vague. And always when people would go vague, there would be a little bit of kind of like an alarm going off. It's like, you remember all this other stuff here, very detailed. But then when I move into this area here, you start to go vague. Building rapport. I know a lot of people watch television and they watch the police officer getting into people's faces. I'm going to tell you something. When you talk to people like garbage, you get garbage. You want to build rapport. You want to build trust. This person's probably already heightened, already nervous. So you want to calm them down as much as possible, build trust, and you want to get them talking. And I got to tell you something, I don't care what they do when they're in that room, as long as they're talking, even if they're not talking about the case, I just want you talking. I want to read you, assess you. It's also going to reveal to me moments when you're truthful and moments when you're not. So sometimes that idea of like, I'm going to go straight for it, it can blow up in your face. You want to be extremely careful with something like this, because once somebody shuts down, it's game over.
Evie, stand by. I want to go in the minute we have left here to our law enforcement analyst, Jim Cavanaugh, as well, for his perspective on this. Jim, as somebody who's worked a myriad of cases over the course of your career here, and again, with just about a minute here before we continue our coverage, what does that questioning look like? How would a law enforcement official handle that critical questioning, as Evie has talked about?
Well, they're looking for something that will connect the person to the abduction. And the biggest lead they have today that we know about, and probably the biggest lead they have, is this video. And the biggest connection in the video is the clothing and the backpack and the gun. So if a tipster has led them to a person, even someone just, could say, I was in a hamburger joint last Saturday, because this guy was probably wearing these clothes pre-offense on the day of the offense. I was in a hamburger joint. I saw a guy, and he was wearing that exact jacket, and he had that backpack. Well, the agents are going to go to that hamburger place and get all the video. And guess what? He's not going to be wearing a mask in there. And you're going to get video maybe of his car. You might even get a tag number.
That's a good point.
And a tip as minimal as that can lead to an identity and questioning. But you want to get the clothes.
Jim, thank you very much for that. So
Good
many
point.
details are going to be critically important here for investigators moving forward. Again, according to this person familiar with the matter, it is not clear if the person in the video is the person detained. We're going to pause here for a network special report. But we don't know whether the person detained is the person you are looking at here in that video. I want to bring in our national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Tom, what do we know?
Hallie, it's the reporting of myself and my colleague, Jonathan Deans, according to a person familiar with the matter, that this individual was taken into custody in the greater Tucson area and is being questioned by law enforcement at this time. The video that was released and that we just showed you there was released at approximately 12:50 Eastern time today. But obviously, the FBI had the video prior to its public release. There's been an awful lot of investigation that has been done behind the scenes involving both traditional police work, going from location to location to find videos, as well as canvassing online and digitally to try to find the type of information that could eventually lead to somebody being taken into custody. What we are not reporting is that there is arrest. There is a difference in that. And so right now they would like to know more about this individual. They would like to try to talk to this individual, and they would try to like to execute any potential search warrants to gather the types of evidence that would determine whether or not, in fact, they have their person who's responsible for this crime. I know a lot of people are going to wonder about the current state and condition of Nancy Guthrie. We don't have any information on that at this hour. We are still trying to gather that, but obviously we wanted to bring this information to you as soon as possible. But again, a person is being questioned in the greater Tucson area by law enforcement to try to determine whether or not this is the individual that you're looking there on those surveillance camera images, whether or not this is the individual responsible for the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie in the overnight hours from Saturday into Sunday nearly 10 days ago. And that's the status of the investigation tonight. It is a significant development and underscores the rapid work of law enforcement in the last 6 hours here this evening as they carried out this effort to take this person into custody preliminarily, just to question Hallie.
Just about 8 hours since that video that you're looking at here, since those images were released by the FBI, by federal law enforcement working on this. So, Tom, I want to pull this apart, and I don't want to get over our skis on the reporting here. I want to be very clear, because you nailed that, I think, the most important question. Does this mean that investigators are any closer to finding Nancy Guthrie?
I think that's going to be all part of this investigation at this point. I'm going to want to try to determine where this individual has been, where they're at, where is their residence. It's our understanding potentially this person was in the process of being taken over in a traffic stop, but we're still waiting on confirmation on that. As you can imagine, Hallie, the amount of information that's flowing in tonight, what we're trying to confirm, what is real and what is not, is immense. But that is all part of the investigation of trying to determine where Nancy Guthrie may be, and all part of the search warrant efforts that would be occurring at this point. And of course, as you well know, the investigation doesn't stop. Even if they think that this is a person and comfortable enough to get an arrest warrant for them, they still need to determine more things. And obviously, we need to find out what is the status of Nancy Guthrie at this hour.
And do we know if a search warrant is being executed at this hour, Tom?
I think there's some key components of this investigation, Hallie, that for the sake of it, whether this would involve our colleague, my mother, somebody else's mother, that we would want to be cautious in reporting anything that could disrupt the investigation at this point. And I know you appreciate that.
Let's talk about the images that we're seeing here, Tom, because this was really the first break in the case that we have seen over the course of the agonizing last 10 days. For Savannah, our friend, our colleague, a member of our NBC News family here, and her family, the Guthrie family. And you see this individual wearing a mask with those gloves on, with that backpack, Tom. These clues that investigators have keyed in on and critically have gotten out to the public, because as Savannah herself has said, somebody must know something, essentially. And I'm paraphrasing a post that she put out. But if you see anything you recognize, including what appears to be that holster with a gun in the waistband, call the tip line, Tom. That is incredibly critical here.
It is incredibly critical, and any law enforcement person will tell you, if you still think you have information, don't stop calling, because they still need to figure out some more information about this person as they determine whether or not they're involved with this crime, whether or not it is the person that is seen in those videos, and whether or not they have more information or if there's any other people that they should be taking a look at. You're looking at the numbers there on screen. And so I have seen in a number of major cases in this country that we've all covered and all know off the top of our heads, that the information that law enforcement sometimes gets after they've taken somebody into questioning, after there's been an arrest, is almost just as important as the information before it, to make sure that they have the right person, and eventually, if this goes to trial, that they have the right information to present before a jury.
That makes a lot of sense, that they have to do everything they can to, to put together a real, a real case against a particular person. You know what I mean? Like, they really have to make sure that they have all their ducks in a row so that when they do take this to court, there is no problems, right? There are no issues, and et cetera. So again, this is a very, 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 very big deal. The fact that you have law enforcement detaining a particular person, but we don't know what this will entail. We don't. This could mean, this could be nothing. This could be in connection to the ransom note that wasn't real, or it could be something completely different. We shall see. Let me see what JLR is doing. He's still driving. He's still driving around. I know he's trying to get to Annie's house, which I don't know if he's pulling up to that here soon, but I know he's trying to get to Annie Guthrie's home. Okay, Annie and Tommaso's home. And when he does get there, we will go there. Okay, but right now, I mean, this is, well, actually, we'll just go there for right now. Let's take a look.
We're talking about Oro Valley.
I mean, he's just driving right now. Straight up.
To the north. That's according to Fox.
Maybe he's trying to go up north.
I'm going back to Tommaso's a minute, regroup.
Okay. I'm gonna keep it a bean. How dark it is scary to me. Like, look how dark it is everywhere. And I get it. They want to, they're trying to honor the sky and how beautiful the sunsets are and how beautiful the light, the stars are, and all that. But at the same time, that's scary to think that they were, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could just be walking down the street in pitch black in these like neighborhoods, outside of being in the city parts of the area. That's just scary, But I'm going to play a little bit more of this. I'm going to get some more information here, guys. Give me a second.
See, this is crazy terrain, isn't it? I'm going back to Tommaso's house. Staging area.
There we go. Let's take a look at what Brian I didn't mean to pause it. Excuse me. Let's see what Brian Enton had to say about this, because I know he did a video just a little bit ago. Where the heck did it go? There it is. One second, guys. Boom. Boom.
I am being told this. Hey guys, so sources tell me that a person has been detained in the Nancy Guthrie investigation south of Tucson. That is all I know right now. I am being told this person is not being called a suspect, but they have someone detained who is being questioned right now south of Tucson, which may connect back to the SWAT team movement that we saw earlier, and just all of the action that's been happening over the last couple of hours. So I know it's really basic, but all I have confirmed myself is that a person has been
Yo. The rumors right now are saying, and thank you, General Genobi, for the super chat. So I had to Google it really quick. Dominic Evans is the word on the street right now, is the person who actually was detained. I don't know if that's absolutely 110% true, but let's just say really quick that holy crap, if that's the case, that's insane, because Tommaso was in a band and his band members, one of the band members is named Dominic Evans. Stop. No. Okay, so that's what the rumor is saying. Okay, now if that's the case, that would be insane. But they haven't said anything. They haven't put the word out there yet. So if it is Dominic Evans, that would be absolutely insane, because that's one of his bandmates. And if that is one of his bandmates, and if that is actually true, then there's a possibility that Tommaso has something to do with it. Or these idiots just knew that his mother-in-law is connected to somebody with very deep pockets. And they decided, let's scoop a bag behind our bro's back. But that's if that's true, because that's the rumor that's flying out the gates right now. That it's people are saying that Dominic, I'm sorry, I keep on saying Dominique, like Dominique Dawes. But Dominic, they're saying, is the one who's detained. But that's what the rumors are saying. So we're going to hold on to that. We're going to keep that on the side. We're going to table that for a second until they actually say who the people be. Okay? Just so you know. That's insane. But I don't know if that's real news. Let's continue. I'm going to roll this back a little bit, because if that is true, that would be insane, guys. That would be insane. But that's rumor has it. You know what I'm saying?
But they have someone detained who is being questioned right now south of Tucson, which may connect back to the SWAT team movement that we saw earlier, and just all of the action that's been happening over the last couple of hours. So I know it's really basic, but all I have confirmed myself is that a person has been detained for questioning in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. I am going to try to keep getting a little bit more information, and I will keep you guys posted. But this is south of Tucson. This person is not being called a suspect at this point, but has been detained for questioning in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. So I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house, and I'll let you guys know if I learn anything else soon. Right.
Oh, holy poop on a stick. I honestly think I honestly think that this has to do with some sort of the Bitcoin thing. That's what I think. I think Bitcoin was used in a way as bait to kind of track these guys. And they were just waiting for a moment for a mistake to happen. And then the mistake was made. How they did it, I don't know. But I'm going to tell you, KJ, we already know that. We've been talking about that for at least 45 minutes, I guess. But thank you, KJ. I appreciate you letting me know. Okay, but we do know somebody has been detained. But come on in here. like I said, things about to get thicker than a snicker. And it looks like that's what's happening. And this will be insane if this is somebody who is closely related in connection to the family. That would be absolutely insane. So let's see what happens here. Things might unfold very quickly tonight, or things might be in a standstill until tomorrow morning. Here's the other thing too. Let me just say this. Nothing's been confirmed, okay? Tommaso's bandmates, nothing's been confirmed. No one knows anything yet, all right? This is just rumor that's flying out the gate right now. We don't know everything yet, so let's wait till we actually know the information. But the rumors are percolating, and the percolating is that it's one of his bandmates. Now, if that's true, that is crazy. Okay? Absolutely crazy. All right? Here's an update. Let me see. Hold on. I don't know who this is and what she does, but okay, I'm going to read this off camera or, off screen. Update. So reports that law enforcement is also heading north to the Oro Valley area. It appears that they may be going after more than one individual. I won't say again. Reports that law enforcement is also heading north to the Oro Valley area. It appears that they may be going after more than one individual. I'm going to do the dun 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 because, this feels good. So there might be more than one involved in this situation? Yes. There might be more than one. There might be more than one. So the Pima County Sheriff's Department, with assistance from the FBI, okay, has detained an individual for questioning, which we already know, in connection with the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. A law enforcement official briefed on the investigation told ABC News. So there may be another person that they're actually trying to get because this guy did not do it by himself. Hey, okay, I really don't think he did it by himself. I don't know why I just broke into song, but that's me. Welcome to me. Okay, now we're going to continue looking into more information. Don't stick around. Don't leave. Stick around, okay? Because we got more, all right? Yes, I predicted more than one. Yes, I do declare. I said more than one, and there may be more than two. You never know. So let's see. But I think there's just the two of them. You know what I mean? But let's wait. Let's wait. Okay? We got more to look at. We got more. We got a whole lot of shaking going on. Okay? There may be more people arrested very soon. Oh, Jody, you're so kind. I'm probably wrong. Okay? But if there is more than one, I'm going to feel good. But here's the thing. I'm only going to feel good when she gets home alive. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm a guy. We don't get to be right very often. But when we do get to be right, we like to, we dwell in it. We soak in it like a hot bubble bath, a little flute of champagne you ladies do, with that strawberry, watching your shows on the flat screen. I don't know. But you get what I'm saying, okay? Like I will sit there and I will enjoy it. Okay? I will bask in that ambiance of being right because I'm a guy and we're never right. But here's the thing, though. I may be wrong, okay? And if I'm wrong, and Pascal, that's a new one. Pascal, thank you, Jody. But I know you were typing fast. I know I get people excited when they're on the show. They just hitting that QWERTY keyboard all wrong. But I understand, okay? I could be wrong. We will see. what happens if I'm right. But I want her alive. Let me just say that again. I want her alive. Okay? Because she deserves to be alive. Let's take a look at this. Pascal. That's a new one for me. That's a new one. Let's take a look at this, though. Let's see what they're saying over here. This is live.
Well, I think the key here, and we heard this very early on in the investigation,
Very
is that
quiet.
Nancy did not have a
Holy
subscription,
crap.
as they described it, to Google
All the way
Nest.
up.
That's the company that makes the surveillance video that she had outside her front door. I presume she also had surveillance cameras in other places outside her home. You don't typically just have one if you want surveillance of your house. So I think what made this difficult, and Sheriff Nano said this early on in one of his press conferences, they were working with third-party companies, in this case Google, I suspect, to retrieve some of this footage. Now, I don't think if you don't have a subscription, that means the video you're seeing constantly is not stored on the device. And so I suspect what they had to do was maybe look into the cache. I know some tech people would be familiar with that.
The sound is very low. Sorry, guys.
You possibly can retrieve through firewalls any of this footage that we now have released today. And it seems as though if the federal government's being forthcoming,
Okay.
and it took 8 whole days for them to retrieve this footage, we now have possession.
Good idea, Pam.
Breakthrough in the case. So some would find it alarming that they were able to do it this way. Others would say that it was vital to this investigation.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating either way, but obviously
Shoot.
we need to have taken this case in a new turn, right? Some new light to this investigation.
Right.
All right, Sean Rice there reporting
Let's do
live
that.
outside the
This is so quiet.
Department. Okay, now we want to bring in John Iannarelli.
John is the former assistant special agent in charge for Arizona for the FBI. John, we understand that this person who has been detained, we want to make it clear, not arrested, but detained so far, is being questioned.
Poll.
What does that questioning look like in your mind?
Pin to the top of the chat. Go to the poll. Get to the poll. Yeah, it's very low sound, guys.
Clearly, there's some information
You know,
the FBI has developed that leads them to this individual.
I give up. They need to pump up the volume on that. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. But we're going to go over here. Okay. FBI. They're saying FBI detains individuals.
So I have
Here we go, Brian
very
Ensign.
basic information from a source, and it is that there is a person who has been detained in the Nancy Guthrie investigation that they are planning to question. They may have already started questioning. I am not being told that this person is being called a suspect or a person of interest, just that there is someone detained right now. And the location is somewhere south of Tucson, in Pima County, but south of Tucson. It may explain the activity that we saw earlier, Leland, when it comes to the SWAT trucks getting ready and leaving. And like I said, there was just a flurry of activity a couple of hours ago, and we do now have confirmed that there is someone detained. And I was told that questioning was going to begin sometime soon.
Okay, Brian, stay with us. We've got Tracy Walder, Chris Hinkle, both formerly of the FBI. Tracy, just putting this timeline together, because those SWAT team vehicles left within minutes of the video being put out. Is this a situation potentially where investigators had a suspect in mind or a person in mind and released the video to see what that person did?
It could have been a ruse, absolutely. I think there's no question. But I also think that video, if you take it in connection with Savannah Guthrie's video from the night before, really indicated to me that they did need the public's help in terms of finding a suspect. And because this individual was essentially, and rightly so, blasted all over the media throughout the U.S., hopefully someone close to this individual who knows this individual, who recognizes some of these features, came forward, and they could be questioning one of those individuals, or they could be questioning the person on the camera.
Look, and Chris, we got to be very.
Here's another thing, too. This person that's being detained doesn't mean that that person is the person that did this. They may be connected to it. They may know of something, but they may not know anything. You know what I mean? They may not have a hand in the abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Just saying that out loud, that's still a possibility too. There are still possibilities of him just writing something, okay? Writing this letter, these notes to try to scoop up 6 bills, right? $6 million bills, right? Or he could really have Nancy Guthrie. It's so strange. This whole situation is so bizarre. But again, this is just going to get more and more insane. I guarantee it. All right. So keep an eye on it. All right. Look at the scar on the masked man's lip and then on the band member lip. I'm going to look at that. Pup owner. Is that what it is? Oh, yeah. Pup owner. I'll look into it. Give me a second. Okay. But it's just nuts. Right. And now they're about to go over. I'm sure they're over at their house right now, just ripping it to shreds right now, trying to find anything and everything they can. And of course, trying to find Nancy Guthrie. Right. But let's continue.
Careful in these situations. And we are all in the media, I think, should be at least resident and hesitant, knowing past situations where we've been through, where someone was put forth as a suspect or a person of interest, turned out not to be. I'm thinking about Elizabeth Smart's kidnapping. I'm thinking about the Atlanta Olympic Park bombers. What in these initial hours, what are going to be the questions to this person? As Brian said, they're being brought in for questioning.
Well, they're gonna want to confirm, corroborate, or just get some clarification on the information that led to them actually talking to this person. But I agree with you. People that engage in what I call confirmation bias, when they say this must be the person, so they end up looking at only the information that confirms the bias that they have toward that individual.
Wow.
That is just a detriment to any investigator. You've got to let the facts take you where they go. And we knew we were going to get a lot of activity once this video was put out there. Somebody knows who this person is. Somebody recognizes something, whether it's the gloves, the jacket, the backpack, the size of the shoes. It could be any of that. So it is something that I did expect, and I think we'll see more and more activity. It could be that this person is the suspect. It could also be that it's just a coincidence that this individual had something similar to what we see in the video. But I don't want to get out ahead of this and make a false accusation.
Okay. First off, let me just say this really quick. I would hope that this is somebody who has no experience whatsoever, is an absolute dumbass. In ways, I kind of hope it is Dominic. I really do hope it's Dominic. I kind of do. Why? Because one, it nips it in the bud. But here's something that's interesting. Yeah, that might be him, guys. Okay. That might be him. What's on NBC News? Let me know. Talk to me. Talk to your boy. But as you see, this is a photo of them, of the masked man and allegedly Dominic. Soul patch. Remember I told you about the soul patch? And he definitely has, like, obviously he had a mustache kind of grown in here. Not much, but there's a lot more grown in here, right? His eyes are a little downturned, just like these eyes here as well. This might be the guy. Might be. Don't at me if I'm wrong, but I can see it. Just mustache grown in. It could be. I'm not saying it is, but it could be, right? We'll circle back to that in a second. But I know somebody's saying wrong eyebrows. You never know. It's hard to tell with those eyebrows. I'm talking about the eyes themselves. The eyes are a little downturned like that. They both kind of have the same downturned eyes. You never know. That might not be him at all, right? But we'll see, right? We will definitely see.
Tracy, Brian reported that the FBI's HRT, Hostage Response Rescue Team, was brought in to Tucson. Oftentimes, former Tier 1 military operators, Delta Force, SEAL Team 6, certainly people who had been on the SEALs teams, who train day in, day out in hostage rescue. That at least leaves the possibility open that they believe that Nancy Guthrie is still alive.
Absolutely. The HRT is really the best at what they do, in my opinion. I worked with them in the FBI. I also worked with them when I was in Afghanistan with the CIA as well to negotiate individuals and their release. So I think part of it here is that they have to operate unless they have information that.
Sorry, breaking news, guys. Breaking news. We now have some new info. They are now saying, this is from Pima County Sheriff's Department. Earlier today, PCSD deputies detained a subject during a traffic stop south of Tucson. So it was a traffic stop where they arrested this guy. Okay? The subject is currently being questioned in connection to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Additional information will be released as it becomes available. The subject. So you never know. This subject may not have anything to do with the actual abduction, but knows about the abduction. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But one thing's for sure, this something's going on. Okay? Something's going on. All right, hold on. Yeah, they just said the subject. You know, all these words. Yes. Thank you guys so much for sending this to me. Okay. Apparently, Dominic was once charged with burglary in Pima County. Dominic. Band member. Very, very interesting. Let us continue this.
She is in fact deceased. Unless they have that confirmation, which we don't, no one has given that information out. They have to operate under the auspices that they may be trying to recover a hostage in a situation like this. So bringing them in my opinion, was absolutely the right thing to do, because you don't know when that information is going to come in, and you don't know when they're going to need to be deployed. So I fully support bringing them in early on.
Well, we're gonna see what happens. This is very interesting. This is a very interesting situation. We got Nancy Grace, commenting on this. Nancy Grace, let's take a look.
We bring back the host of crime stories on Fox 1, our friend Nancy Grace, a person now being detained for questioning. Maybe the break that we've been hoping for. First, the tape that was released today, thanks to the FBI working with their partners at Google, retrieving that tape, sending it out to the public. I believed the moment I saw that tape that would lead to somebody giving up somebody else. So we have hope now that this person detained might be the person and might have answers to the question, where is Nancy Guthrie?
Sean, not only has the person been detained, and under the law, when you are detained, certain constitutional rights suddenly attach to you. We are also learning it is south of Tucson. That does not seem to me that it is around the family home of Annie Guthrie. South of Tucson, we also know at this hour that the premises connected to the detainee is being searched. So, obviously, it's not a coincidence that as we went to air tonight, SWAT teams roll out for the first time since Guthrie goes missing. And now someone has been detained, and they are being questioned right now in connection with Nancy's disappearance. This is the bombshell And this, I believe, is directly connected to that video obtained by the Cellular Analysis Survey team of the FBI. And this would never have happened if they had not entered this investigation.
You know, that's a whole separate story. And we'll get to that. I guess the most important thing, and Maureen did point this out, this person can walk out anytime they want. They don't have to answer questions. They might be lawyering up. We don't know. We'll probably get more details, you know, within minutes, likely. But certainly that is what I think we've all been hoping for the whole time. Now the question is, does that person have an alibi? Now the question is, what does that person know? And obviously that hopefully will be forthcoming sooner than later. If we go back to this video, though, and we look at the image of this individual going up to that door, and you're right, he has his head down. I see surprise, though, Nancy. You don't seem to see surprise that all of a sudden he sees the camera. I got the impression he didn't know it was there. Am I wrong and you're right, or you're right and I'm wrong? I don't know.
I think that what matters right now is, does this detainee know where is Nancy Guthrie? And yes, it would seem to me if he knew the camera was there, he would have come up a different way or approached it in another manner and taken it out immediately. He didn't do that. And the fumbling around, trying to put the plants over it, it's quite the dichotomy, is it not? Juxtaposed against that artfully crafted ransom note, which leads me to believe that there's more than one person involved. This guy, the thug, and the person that wrote that ransom letter.
Okay, Nancy Grace, we appreciate all your time and analysis. This is what we.
Yeah. Again, what she said. Where is Nancy? I agree 110%. Where is Nancy? They have not confirmed whether or not she has been found, or if she's okay, or anything of that sort. This is kind of crazy. This is freaking annoying because I'm waiting for the ultimate update, right? Like, it's like, okay, they raided his home and they found her, or they raided his home and she wasn't there, but we haven't heard anything of that sort yet. You see what I'm saying? That's what's so frustrating about this. It's like, where is she? Is she here? Is she at his place or not? What's going on here?
We begin tonight with the breaking news as we.
Hold on. We've been seeing that, but hold on. Let's play this.
All right, let's go live now.
Now we got volume.
Journalist Sean Rice.
Let's take a look at this.
At the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
What's going on?
Yeah. Well, a lot has developed over the last hour. We're hearing reports on social media, various media outlets, that somebody has been detained south of Tucson. We've sent crews multiple places. We have yet to find the exact spot where this person of interest or suspect may have been detained at this hour. What we do know is we saw several videos circulating on social media probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago.
Okay, let me grab this super chat here really quick. I'm sorry, but let me just grab this. First off, thank you so much, Auntie Candy. I appreciate it. I did check that out. Traffic stop. Pima Sheriff did put out the statement. Thank you so much for tagging me in it. I do appreciate that. This is the one that got my attention. Chrissy, thank you so much for the love. Life flight just landed at a hospital from where the police are. That's interesting. Now, one thing is for sure. I saw that in a post. Let me just pull this up real quick. I could have sworn I just saw that. Oh, there it is. It's over here. I just saw this in a post, and I was like, I don't know what that means exactly, but it is interesting nonetheless. Where did it go? Here it is. Allegedly, this is from X. So, we kind of have to take this with a grain of salt. All right. But from X, they're saying, update on Nancy Guthrie case. One person is reportedly in custody. A medical helicopter landed in Rio Rico near the questioning site and is now en route back to Tucson. Her current status remains unconfirmed. In other words, they can't confirm whether or not she has been found or not, but a medical helicopter went to Rio Rico and now is on its way back to Tucson, seeking official verification now. I don't know how old this is. It's about 20 minutes old. Okay. So again, very interesting information, right? So thank you so much, Chrissy, for letting me know that and for letting us know that. I appreciate it. I'll just pull this super chat here really quick. Let's get stupid. Thank you so much for the love. Pascal, thank you for everything you do. Don't you love Nancy Grace's intensity? Of course. Where is Nancy? I love it. I love it. I love it. She's the GOAT. Come on now. She is the GOAT. So again, very interesting, right? Very, very, very interesting. Helicopter went over there, picked something up, and then now it's heading back towards Tucson. Let me go over to we'll come back to this in a second. I want to see what is going on with JLR. I want to see what he's doing here real quick, because he might be somewhere nearby. Hold on. Let's see this.
On my way to the FBI building.
He's driving to the FBI building. Okay.
Let's see if we've, because they could bring this person in, out. I don't know if questioning. I don't know how long they'll be at the FBI building. We'll go. And we'll just get to see the FBI building anyway. I'm going to put this out on X. I'm on my way to the FBI building in Tucson.
Maybe, Drita. Maybe. Thanks for the super chat. Thin eyebrows, little goatee. Yeah. Slight frame. Definitely Dom, in my opinion. Yeah, it could very well be him. That's the other thing too, is like,
I'm on my way to the FBI building.
I'm not trying to dox anybody, but I am wondering if he lives in that particular area, if he lives in the southern area of Tucson. You know what I mean? So that's interesting. General Genobi, thank you so much. Life flight flying from border to Tucson. Yeah. Interesting. What for, right? What's going on with that helicopter, right? Michael, thank you so much. Found your channel since this began. Love you, bro. Love you too, man. Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate the love. I appreciate it. Seriously. So again, he's on his way to the FBI building. That's where JLR is where he's heading towards right now. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that and see where he is going. But let's see. FBI chief addresses progress in the investigation. Let's take a look at this. Fox News.
On the phone is the FBI director, Cash Patel.
Cash
with more
Patel.
Details on tonight's breaking news.
Let's hear what Cash Patel got to say.
Patel, great to have you as always. Thank you for being here. Obviously, this is the big break we've been waiting for. I know the FBI played a very big role in being able to retrieve this tape. Can you give us some background on how you were able to do that?
Yeah, Sean, look, it's great to be with you, and it was great to be, on the ground in Arizona with our FBI teams leading the charge with the local law enforcement there. Things like this happen when you have great partnerships with the private sector. And because President Trump delivered these great partnerships with these private sector companies, we were able to execute lawful searches and go to these private sector companies and expedite results, and then go into their systems and actually excavate material that people would think would normally be deleted and no one would look for. And basically, without getting into too many of the details, that's how the FBI worked with our private sector partners to pull out material that people thought didn't even exist because of the specific type of subscription service on the Ring doorbell. But thanks to this brilliant partnership, we were able to get it out, sharpen it with our technical capabilities at the FBI, and put it out to the world. Because as you were just talking about, this investigation of this magnitude was going to require the public's assistance, which is why we put it out nearly immediately, the video, the photos, and sharpened images. And we continue to receive tips, and we encourage all Americans to provide any and all tips. And based upon that, we were able to expand the investigation and take the appropriate next steps, which is what we're doing and what you're seeing unfold.
Okay, was the FBI involvement, there have been reports, was it delayed?
Well, Sean, in a kidnapping case or missing persons case, it's always a state and local law enforcement matter. And we had always offered our assistance from the beginning, taking our cues from local law enforcement. And so we've tried and we've been there and offered all resources. We've surged assets. I've put personnel and tactical units there in Arizona to make sure local law enforcement has what they need. But at the end of the day, the FBI is the only one who has the capabilities and the technical discipline to go in there and assist local law enforcement to get this type of information. And not only were we able to get this type of information, but we were able to exploit information pursuant to our private sector partner engagements that showed us that there might be persons of interest in and around the area related to this event. And so first and foremost, our priority is to find Nancy Guthrie. And of course, right behind that is to find anyone and any others involved in this kidnapping case to make sure they're brought to justice. And that's what we're doing. We're protecting the integrity of the investigation, but we're also being very public because it's a very public-facing case. And as President Trump rightly said, all resources have been dedicated to this investigation. They're going to continue on the ground, getting everything and absolutely anything they need from the FBI.
Director Patel, can I ask you just straight up, do you believe there are people of interest now? Have we gotten to that point? Are there potential suspects now out there?
Sean, without polluting the investigation, I will say we have made substantial progress in these last 36, 48 hours thanks to the technical capabilities of the FBI and our partnerships. And I do believe we are looking at people who, as we say, are persons of interest. But as you know, with any investigation, you are a person of interest until you're either eliminated or you're actually found to be the culprit or the culprit's involved. And that's the stage we're at right now.
Well, what can you tell us about the timing of apparently people now around her being swabbed for DNA? I would assume that maybe some people are even being brought in. There has been no confirmation that they're being given lie detector tests. Can you confirm the truth of those reports?
Sean, I can generally say this. We are going to interview and interrogate absolutely every single person that we think is involved with this or has information related to this. And we're going to use all of our capabilities without divulging them to advance this investigation. And that's what you saw play out here. In these last 36 hours, the FBI showed up, worked with our partners in a private sector, exploited and excavated data that people thought were missing and deleted, enhanced it, put it out to the public, got tips, led to further information and exploitation, and led to further interviews. And we're not stopping. My team is on the ground. We're working through the night. And none of those guys that I've talked to when I was in Arizona or while I'm there have probably slept in a week, and they're not going to sleep because this case is of the most importance to the American public. And we are going to continue working to make sure we give the American public the answers, and most importantly, to the Guthrie family, hopefully the return of their mother and the modicum of justice that they deserve after this horrific event.
What can you tell us about the FBI agents spotted combing low-lying desert brush near Annie Guthrie's home? What can you tell us about the neighborhood around Savannah's sister, Annie Guthrie's neighborhood, as the SWAT team rolled out from the sheriff department, if anything?
Look, that's just what the FBI does. We're not taking any chances. We're going out there and combing neighborhoods and swaths of territory where we think there might be possible information. And we're going to go out and talk to anyone who has information or we believe has information in this or is involved in this tangentially or otherwise. And we're going to continue to develop those leads, continue to serve legal process, continue to work with our private sector partners, and continue to produce as much information publicly as we can, Sean. And you know this is a key, while upholding the integrity of the investigation so that we can get to a conclusion here and hopefully return Nancy Guthrie to her family and find the culprit or culprits that are involved.
Last question, if I may.
It's like the only time I feel like, well, a lot of y'all already know how I feel about Cash Patel. All right. But this is one of the only times where I'm like, yes, let's go FBI, like figure it out, make it happen, swoop in and get this job done. Right. But it also kind of feels, I'm going to be real. It kind of feels like there's a competition going on between the FBI and local PD. It just feels like that a little bit. Like local PD didn't really want FBI there in the first place. They didn't want FBI to swoop in and do this. You know, if you notice when they're like, we detained, right? Pima County Sheriff's Department detained. You see what I'm saying? I just feel like there's this strange competition going on between FBI and local PD. But, you know, like I said, I it's just a vibe I'm getting. You know what I mean? But it's just a vibe I'm getting.
Do you feel like it would be appropriate to say you feel with this progress today that the FBI is closing in?
The FBI is making advancements, and I don't want the people out there to have a false hope of what we are putting forward, but we have made significant steps in executing this investigation like we do when we deploy our tactical and expertise capabilities and our evidence response technicians and our agents on the ground. And that's why we've made such progress, because we've committed so many resources to this investigation, and we are using headquarters components and components from around the country to make sure that every single person and expert is on the ground in Arizona for as long as it takes.
Well, 6 out of 10 on the most wanted list, top 10 most wanted list of the FBI in 1 year is pretty impressive. FBI Director Kash Patel, thank you. We really appreciate it.
Oops. Did not mean to do that. But yeah, guys, I mean, clearly, there's so much going on, baby. There's so much going on. And you know, like I said, I feel like the FBI, like local PD and you know, local PD and FBI are always gonna, you know, kind of clash. But I feel like you only see that in the movies. You know what I'm saying? But it actually does happen. They just clash. For what reason? It's like, you know, we're not incompetent. We're local PD. We can handle this. And it's like, no, this one you could have, you know, done something. You know, you didn't do enough. Okay. Yeah, they're finally doing something right. You know what I mean? Tristan. That's kind of how I feel about that too. Mimi just said this. What? Fam at the hospital? If they're at the hospital, that's great news. Where did you get that report? Where did you get that news? That's what I'd like to know. Fam at the hospital? Holy crap. If that's true, that's amazing. Okay. That's amazing. Hold on. Man, that's terrible. There was a mass shooting that happened. 10 people are gone. 25 are injured at a mass school shooting in Tumbler Ridge, Canada. Police have identified the shooter, but won't release details at this time for privacy reasons. Oh, Jesus Christ. Man, more and more and more and more and more carnage. So let's take a look at this. Before I show you guys, go back to this video here. This is very interesting. Yeah, they may have found her. Let's be real. They may have found Mama Nancy. They may have found her, if this is correct, right? So here's a screenshot I took from Flight Radar 24. The flight path went from Tucson down to the border near Nogales. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Okay. And back. It landed at Banner University Medical Center. What in the hell is going on? If that's true, and if this has something to do with Nancy Guthrie, then maybe they are picking her up. Maybe he stashed her somewhere and they're taking her up there to, you know, to help her. She might be, oh my God, man, if she's alive, I mean, I'm not going to do it, but I will. In my mind, I'm doing a backflip. Okay, I will be so happy if she's alive. Hold on, guys.
North Linda Road. Then at the next stop sign.
Hold on. Let's see where he's at now.
I heard that Annie's husband is in a band called Early Black that plays in Tucson. The guy they have detained plays in the band. Where are you hearing the information about being played in the band?
That's what I'd like to know. Wait, hold on. Where's the chat?
Hold on.
That's what Sheriff Department tweeted it? Nah.
We're just going to check out the hospital
Hold
because it's only like 10 minutes away.
Nah. Everybody and their mama's saying it's Dominic Evans, but there's no proof of it yet that I know of. Hold on. Let's see. Pima.
And remember, folks, Detain is not under arrest.
Yep. No, nothing.
What they're saying is internet sleuths are believing it's DE.
Yeah. They're believing that it's Dominic Evans, but there's no proof of that yet. There's no proof of that. I can see it, but there's no proof of it. So it's kind of sloppy of us to just automatically assume that it's him. Okay. Now, if the family is gathering at Banner Hospital, that would be news to me. I don't see any, like, that's the question though. Where is that report coming from? Because I see it right here. Hold on. Where did that go? Comments are flying. There it is. Family. It's like Cynthia, family gathering at Banner Hospital. Where's the proof of that? Where's the proof of that? Okay. Where's the proof of that? That's what I'd like to know. Okay. Now, if it is DE, then that'll be very interesting to see for ourselves, right? But there's no full proof of that yet, right? The information has not been thrown out here. I'm sure, that we'll be seeing something soon, but I don't see anything about the whole family going to the hospital right now. I have yet to hear anything like that. And like I said, I think it's very, 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 very sloppy for us to just start assuming something when there's no proof of it. Okay. But someone has been detained. Again, is it somebody who has her, or is it not somebody who has her? I think that's the ongoing burning question that we all want to know, right? It's big news. Big freaking news, y'all. But yeah, like I said, I don't know where everybody's getting this stuff like, oh yeah, the family's on this way to the hospital. I'm like, where's that info? Because I'm looking at all the places that, I feel are, pretty reliable sources. And I have yet to hear anything from anyone say anything like that. Nerdy Addict just said a LifeNet Arizona medical helicopter has landed in Tucson after departing from Rio Rico, raising questions about whether the activity is connected to the search for Nancy Guthrie. That is something for sure, right? But then they're saying 84-year-old female, according to somebody, on Twitter, said 84-year-old female flown from Rico to Banner Hospital. Man detained, was in Rico. Keep praying. I'm hoping that is what it is, right? Let me see something here really quick. Okay. Let me just see something real quick. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking. Who's this? Okay. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. So I know that JLR is on his way to the hospital. Okay. There's rumors being said online about a helicopter. Well, there's there was a helicopter that flew down in an area and then flew back. Is it in connection to this whole situation? Don't know, right? Let's take a look at this. This is from Fox.
Chris Clem in on this because the New York Times is now reporting that this person who was detained in Rio Rico, Arizona. It's about an hour south of Tucson. And remember, Tucson is only 65 miles from the border. So this, Rio Rico, is very near the border, Chris Clem, which is where you come back in. The Border Patrol comes back in. And that's the whole thing, is maybe this person decided with the video out there, it was time to make a run for it.
Absolutely. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about with the cooperation, information sharing. It changes the dynamic. It changes the pace, the speed, and what needs to happen. Rio Rico is a subdivision, an area between here and Nogales. But yeah, if depending on the circumstances, this would have been an opportunity to make a break south to get into Mexico and buy him some more time. That's the other thing. This video information is exciting, but it also, I believe, is going to shorten that timeline because now everybody has eyes on, including the suspect.
But it becomes a chase at that point in time. I mean, we saw the SWAT teams come out of there, and we're assuming that somebody from the FBI and or Pima County actually went down to Rio Rico and caught them. And I'm wondering to you, would they, if they felt they were behind the gun, if they felt that this person was close, would they have contacted your agency and said, we need help? We think this car might be coming your way.
I truly think this is a whole of government approach now, starting from the FBI. We know the president has spoken about to give all the resources necessary. Well, they would definitely be contacting Customs and Border Protection to make sure the ports are aware and the checkpoints that come north out of Rio Rico in that area, and put Border Patrolmen on alert in case they come across somebody doing some suspicious things away from common areas out in the desert, but definitely our southbound operations going back into Mexico in case this person tried to flee the country.
And if this person does flee the country, let's say that he made the extra 8 miles or 9 miles before they pulled him over, do we get to go in after him? What are the laws on that? Or do we have to contact the Mexican government and say we need help?
We'll be working with our partners in Mexico. We'll be letting them know. And this, politics aside, when it comes down to life-saving efforts and law enforcement, we're going to have that relationship. There's going to be phone calls made if they're, and plus we've got FBI and international liaisons embedded all across the country of Mexico. They'll work with us on this if this was the case. Yeah. We're not going to chase them into Mexico as that becomes a problem.
Paul Morrow.
Interesting. Hold on. I saw a comment here. Where the heck did it go? The comments are going. Oh, LJ Knight just said the news reported the siblings and Annie's husband were staying at the house that was rented. So what? Yeah, that's the thing. I'm wondering where, because that's the thing. If they're still at the house, like the rental, the place that they're renting right now, that means that they're not running. Okay. They're not running to the thing. You know what I mean? Running to the hospital. So if that is true, if that report is actually accurate, but I think, obviously we're all still kind of trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. A lot of rumors are flying out the gate. I will check TMZ, of course, as well, and see if there's any updates here. Let's see if there's any updates in this particular article here. And TMZ got to stop with all these these ads all over the mother lover. Jesus. Yeah, no updates with them. No updates. It's still the same. They're just saying, hey, person of interest has been detained, not arrested. That helicopter could be in connection to this. The helicopter could have nothing to do with this. So we're going to keep an eye on all this information, but right now we don't see anything. Interesting. So now somebody sent me a drone over Rio Rico earlier while FBI was going door to door. Okay, so let's just look at this. That's interesting. Now, again, a drone flying over while they were going door to door. let's see what's going on here, right? But that's interesting nonetheless, right? So there's that. So yeah, I don't see any like let me just see. Cuz the helicopter again may not have anything to do with this situation. And I feel like they would have already said something by now. You don't think Cash Patel would already be out here saying something? You feel me? I feel like he would have said something by now, being like, yo, here's the information. We got the guy, blah, blah, blah. This is the guy's name. And we found her. Look at what we did. But he hasn't posted anything on his X except for the interview that he just did with Sean Hannity, which we just watched. Okay. Airlifted Rio Rico. I will. Let's see. Yeah, this is all the stuff that I've already shown you guys before, but so of course they flew down to Rio Rico and then headed back towards Tucson, landed at the hospital. Prayers for Nancy Guthrie. And that, of course, another person said flew down, went back up towards Tucson, Nancy Guthrie. I mean, these are all pretty much the same thing over and over and over again, but we'll see. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. But I don't see it so far. Let me see. Let's see what. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, it's the same stuff that we've heard thus far about a person being detained. They haven't said anything else yet, which is frustrating. Very frustrating. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, he's still wow. Wait, he's not still driving, is he? Okay, it looks like he's finally at the hospital, I guess.
The person's three options: banner, FBI building, or the sheriff's office. He's not in the county jail because he's not arrested.
Wow. Of course. Yeah, he's definitely at the Banner Hospital.
That's what all y'all are saying. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go in real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pull up real quick and go in there and ask. I'm sure there's like a receptionist or something.
I don't think they can disclose any information like that. You know what I mean? Like, imagine him going up to a receptionist and being like, "Hey, is Nancy Guthrie here?" Like, they're gonna be like, we can't disclose that information. I'm sorry. You see what I'm saying? They can't disclose that information. So, I mean, good luck, but that ain't going to happen. Yeah, that's HIPAA. Okay. They can't say anything, but, good luck. Good luck on it. Let's see what happens. Let's find out.
So I would have to know the person's name. She said, but she said, no, there's nobody here. But I will show you this. Going in there, you got to even go into metal detectors because you got to go through metal detectors when you go in there.
Oh, wow. Well, good. They shouldn't have to play.
Went through it's crazy. They make you go through metal detectors.
Hey, hospitals.
Nah, he ain't here.
Things are wild.
The person is not here at the hospital. So sheriff's office. That's our next Pima County Sheriff's Department. What sheriff's office would it be? What's their main one? What is the main Pima County Sheriff's Office?
I don't think that helicopter has anything to do.
A lot of people say Benson Highway.
I don't think that this helicopter has anything to do with Nancy Guthrie. I hate to say that. Okay? I hate to say that. But they are raiding a guy's home. And I think that I wish that there would be a little bit more information.
That was loud. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. All right, we're going to go over to the Benton Highway. We're going to see if there's any activity at the sheriff's office. And let me get a second here, and let me just scour the news. People are saying things.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of information that isn't true that's just flying out the gate. And of course, I feel like it's understandable speculation. Some of it is understandable speculation, but it's not confirmed. So I think it's kind of reckless for, you know what I mean, to just automatically go, oh, because the helicopter's flying, that must mean. It's like, no, that doesn't automatically mean that that she's been found. It doesn't automatically mean that. And then, you know, when they say, oh, the family's running off to the hospital right now, there's no proof of that. No one has said anything like that, right? So, you know, I get that everybody wants her to be found. Trust me, so do I. Oh, I so much do. Okay. But this is interesting. Let me just take this down and show you what's popping. See, that's what's interesting is hold on, let me show you this before we go off. As he's pulling away.
If there's any highway, we're saying today, sheriff's.
Come on, where did it go?
Sheriff, they go to the jail, they're booked. That means they're arrested.
Right here.
No indication anybody's
There
arrested.
is.
You can't just send somebody to
There
jail
are people
like that.
There.
Unless you have probable cause to arrest them.
You're gonna see. You're gonna see in a second.
All right, headed to the sheriff's office, Pima County, the main sheriff's office. Benton.
Right over there.
He could be at one of those other ones. Hey, look.
See?
What's this?
So what's that? Unless they're reading the same Twitters, you know what I mean? Unless they're reading the same tweets, and you never know. Maybe she really is at Banner Hospital, but they haven't said anything at all, right? They haven't said anything of that sort at all. So it does make you wonder what's up with that.
What's going on here? Let me ask.
I was gonna say, just be nosy.
Hello. Hey. So, is this guy here? What are you guys here for?
I have no idea that it can come here, honestly.
They told me, yeah, well, my viewers are telling me to come here too. So,
Who knows what are your viewers telling you?
well, I just went to the FBI office. I mean, I can't tell if there's activity there because it's all gated in, you know?
Right.
Pima County Sheriff say they detained somebody at a traffic stop to the south, questioning somebody maybe at the sheriff's office. But why here? Because my viewers are like, come here because there was some sort of flight that went down to Rio Rico.
Right. That's what I heard, the same thing.
You're at Fox, right?
Yep.
You're Delbert.
That's right.
Hey, I know names, man. You never get, no one can get anything past me. Once you tell me a name, I remember. So they just told you to come here.
Yeah, they said the same thing to me. I just asked.
Can I park over here? Is there?
I mean, that's probably going to be where everybody's at.
How do I get over there?
You got to go out this way.
Yeah.
Take your first left again. Kind of a weird little divider.
I can't go this way?
You may be able to. This is the way that I came. I don't know what goes that way though.
Okay.
It's not too bad if you hook up. If you be here in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, man, this is pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, I think I could get there. All right. Thank you. All right, Fox News is here with cameras. There's cameras. Media here with cameras. Why?
So clearly something's popping. Something's popping off. And I just don't think that they're going to go to anyone and say, yep, Nancy's right here. You know what I mean? They're going to keep it pretty protected, I'm sure. Now the question is she there? Right. So again, let me show you what I just found that I thought was interesting. You got to take a look at this. So look at this. See it. This is from Fox True Crime. So it says this: a large police presence was seen in Rio Rico, Arizona, after a person was detained for questioning in connection to Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. The area is less than 15 minutes from Port of Nogales, a premier U.S.-Mexico border gateway. Why am I saying getaway? So take a look at this. That's in Rio Rico. Large presence going on over here. So what the F is going on? That's what I'd like to know. What in the F is going on, Cabron? Yeah, still the same stuff. Person of interest, detained, taken into custody for questioning. We haven't heard anything yet. Let's see. So, from from Tom Winter, NBC News, the FBI's evidence response team and Pima County Sheriff's Office is conducting a court-authorized search of an address in Rio Rico, Arizona, in connection with the investigation into Nancy Guthrie. So that's what they're doing right now. Okay, it is a court-authorized raid. Okay. They are raiding that particular person's house. Now, the question is she in that house? is she there? Very interesting. Hold on, let's see. I wish that there was somebody like out there. You know what I'm saying? Somebody like there, boots on the ground there. You know what I mean? Covering that. But no one's doing that. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, that's this is getting annoying. But I know that they need to, like, take their time, do what they need to do. TMZ has not put up anything. So I was checking that to see if there was anything from TMZ. Let me check. Wow. Just a little bit of a left turn for like 2 seconds, okay? Just taking a little bit of a break from the Nancy Guthrie, just 5 seconds. 5 seconds, really. So there was a mass shooter that was in a dress, allegedly, quote unquote, in a dress that killed 10 people and leaves dozens injured in Canada high school. So at least 10 people gone, including the suspected monster. After a woman opened fire at a high school at the northeast part of the province of British Columbia, Canada. A total of 6 victims were found inside the Tumbler Ridge Secondary School, 2 at a connected residence, and another died while being transported to the hospital, Royal Mountain officials said. Authorities said the suspected shooter appeared to have died from, doing it to themselves. Another 25 people were evaluated for injuries at a local medical center, with 2 of those injuries being life-threatening and needing to be airlifted. So an official report told reporters that officials who identified the shooter are not disclosing the name at this time. The suspect's motives remain unclear at this time. I think we will struggle to determine the why, but we will try to do our best to determine what transpired. So this is insane, but that's just what happened in Canada. 10 people gone. Person in a dress opened fire. You can't make it up. You can't make that up. That is just absolutely insane. Breaks my heart. I'm just seeing if there's any more information. So one thing is for sure, the person of interest was actually seized near the Mexican border. Just so you guys know, obviously the Rio Rico is near the Mexican border as well. But they are now raiding the area. They're raiding that house. But that's the thing. I figured that there would be somebody down there, reporting. Now you just said Brian Enton, so I'm going to check Brian Enton to see if there's anything else that he may have said.
Hey guys, so I just got to Rio Rico, Arizona, and this is where the subject was pulled over in the case involving Nancy Guthrie. There's this person who's being questioned right now. This is where the traffic stop was, right here, Rio Rico, Arizona, and it appears that the person may also live in this area, though I'm not sure. They've got the roads closed out here. I literally just got here. They're just calling it a subject right now, not a person of interest, not a suspect. Sorry, the lighting is really bad out here. But that's the latest. Let me go talk to some people and see what I can find out. But again, this is Rio Rico, Arizona. This is where the person was detained. And the latest from my sources is, unfortunately, they have not located Nancy Guthrie, but they do have this person detained and being questioned right now, not being called a person of interest, not being called a suspect. So that's I'm right near the border, by the way. This is right near the Mexico border. Very, 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 very close. Hey guys, so I just got to Rio Rico, Arizona, and this is where the subject was pulled over in the case involving Nancy Guthrie. There's this person who's being questioned right now. This is where the traffic stop was, right here, Rio Rico, Arizona, and it appears that the person may also live in this area, though I'm not sure. They've got the roads closed out here. I literally just got here. They're just calling it a subject right now, not a person of interest, not a suspect. Sorry, the lighting is really bad out here. But that's the latest. Let me go talk to some people and see what I can find out. But again, this is Rio Rico, Arizona. This is where the person was detained. And the latest from my sources is, unfortunately, they have not located Nancy Guthrie, but they do have this person detained and being questioned right now, not being called a person of interest, not being called a suspect. So that's I'm right near the border, by the way. This is right near the Mexico border. Very, 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 very close.
Okay. So sorry, I had to play it again. I wanted to hear it one more time, and I'm sure you guys wanted to hear it too one more time. But that is absolutely crazy, right? So we are down. He is down there right now as we speak. Let me see if News Nation has anything with him, because of course, Jesse Weber already had his show, so I'm sure there's clips from that that have already been out. I'm sure at some point, I would assume. So let's see. Hold on. Let's see Cuomo without the jump scare.
Finally, a break
without the jump scare. Let's see this.
In the search for Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old mother, Nancy, the FBI released footage of a masked man armed with a gun in his waistband trying to cover up the security camera outside the front door the same night Nancy was taken. Also today, an increased amount of law enforcement searching the area around the home of Savannah's sister, Annie. News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton joins us live on the scene. Bri, you tell us what you see and what you hear, of course, but, I don't want to talk around the suspicion either. Do you have any reason to believe authorities are looking at anyone inside the family?
What I can tell you right now, and this is evolving as we speak, is that the SWAT teams rolled out of the sheriff's office here in Pima County. We can confirm, according to sources, that activity is connected back to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and there may be more activity to come tonight. I can also confirm that the FBI's hostage rescue team, which is a very, very elite group of men and women, is now on the ground in Tucson. So the sense is there may be movement tonight, Chris, big picture here when it comes to a suspect. You mentioned Annie Guthrie's house. That's been the other big component over the last 2 hours. This is drone video from there. It's about 10 minutes from where I am outside Nancy Guthrie's house. There were dozens of FBI agents that swarmed that area just within the last 2 or 3 hours. They were knocking on doors, asking for consent to go on properties and searching. I mean, searching sheds, going under fences, like intense searching around Annie Guthrie's house, Chris.
As far as you know, did anybody deny entry?
No. While we were out there, all the neighbors were happy to let them on the property. And it's starting to wind down now because it's getting darker, but they're still out there even at this hour.
Thank you for watching.
Cuomo and a Cuomo scare. No, I'm just kidding. Cuomo jump scare. All right. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Hold on. There's a few more pieces of information. One thing is for sure. We have a reporter that is outside, in Rio Rico as well. Santa Cruz Sheriff's vehicles outside of residence, Rio Rico, Arizona. This is today. They are out there. Okay. They are out there. Okay. But again, yeah, I don't know what's going on. We don't know where the heck this person is. We don't know what the heck they're going to find. I'm sorry. My mind's slipping a little bit. I'm getting a little tired. Okay, guys? So just rock with me. All right. I appreciate you guys all being here. It really means a lot. Seriously, it really does. If you appreciate this coverage, please do me a solid. Hit that like button down below. Crush it. Okay. Do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. All right. Make sure you are subscribed to this channel, to this YouTube channel. Subscribe. Make sure you're following me on other platforms as well. Make sure you are following. Follow. Please and thank you. Okay. We got a lot going on here. It just doesn't stop. I'm wondering if there's going to be a big, a big moment here. You know what I'm saying? We are still waiting for some sort of results with this alleged raid of this guy's home. The other thing I want to know is, who the hell is this mother lover? You know what I mean? Also, just so you know, somebody just asked this press conference, Zombie, there's not going to be any press conference today. They've already said it in a post. Let's see. I investigate. Thank you so much for this as well. But look at this search warrant being executed at a home in Rio Rico. So all we got to do is sit and wait. So that's what we're doing right now. I mean, I don't know where the likes of like JLR is heading off to. Maybe he's going to somewhere. You know what I mean? Maybe he's heading off to Rio Rico. I don't know. But what I do know is that search warrant is being executed for sure. Just to make sure everybody knows, just to make it abundantly clear. Okay. The search warrant is actually going down right now as we speak. Okay. We are still waiting to see if there's anything else that's going to happen. But the raid of that home is going on. I do want to show you guys, though, this, because I want to make this abundantly clear, too, because I know a lot of people are wondering, oh, is there going to be a press conference? Hell to no, there's not. No press conference is scheduled at this time. And I will tell you this, if they do end up doing a press conference, it will be tomorrow. I guarantee you. It will not be late at night unless it's like some huge breaking news, like they find her inside the house. You see what I'm saying? But that depends on if they find her in the house. So there's that. All right. No press conference so far. I mean, it is 9:30 over there right now, but I'm thinking there will be a press conference tomorrow morning at some time. When? I don't know, but there will be one soon enough. Let's see. JLR is on the road again. He is on the road again. Let's see what's going on.
Almost at the sheriff's office.
Yeah, the search is already happening. Search is popping off. Search is already popping off. Okay? The search is already popping off. So, again, we'll see what happens here. In the meantime, actually, I'm going to put this up and I'm going to go through some of these super chats because I got a lot of them. Okay? I appreciate all y'all. Thank you so much for the love. Toxam. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Toxamps. But thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Okay. Kyla, thank you so much for being a member for the past 2 months. This is crazy that they've been going from house to house all day. JLR been walking the streets. Yeah, he literally has been walking the streets. He's been putting in all the information, just trying to figure out, find out what they know, right? KGUN, thank you so much, Janobi. Yes, we talked about that earlier. Thank you so much for the clarification. Catherine, thank you so much for the love. Pascal, is it true Annie is missing, as Mrs. Kopp said in the chat? I have not heard anything about Annie missing at all, so that would be news to me. But we'll see, right? Give it time. Maybe something's going to be popping off here in a second. I don't know. Like I said, there is a search going on, or search is going on right now inside that perpetrator or that person of interest that they've detained's home. Could she be in that house? We don't know. We're going to find out. We will definitely find out. Hopefully. Nicole, thank you so much for the love. Door to door is part of the initial response, typically ramps up sooner rather than waiting till day 9, varies by jurisdiction/risk level. Yeah, I think that's crazy that they decided day 9 to finally start going door to door when they should have started doing that day 1. That's just my personal opinion. Ruby, thank you so much for gifting 1 membership. Thank you. I appreciate that. Embracing reality. Thank you so much for the love. 1 Bitcoin equals almost 70K. Not chump change if it's 300 Bitcoin. Yeah, that's a whole lot of money. It's a whole lot of money. So we'll see what they give us or let us know when the press conference actually happens, or whenever this press conference actually happens, right? Gail, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. I think the police are going door to door, cloned phones to try to connect with Nancy's pacemaker. Thoughts? No, I don't think that. I don't know if it's that. No, that'd be interesting. Interesting thought. Interesting idea. They may be using her phone inside that house right now. They might be using her phone right now as they're raiding that house. They're probably pulling out the phone, turning it on, and seeing if it connects with the pacemaker. So that, I think, is a good idea, right? But like I said, I think there's more people involved than just one guy. Let's go on. Kat, thank you. I love your show. I love your show. Great work. Thank you so much. I think it's someone's loser grandson from church. Do we know if there were other people at the Mahjong game other than Nancy, daughter, and son-in-law? That's a very good question. They have not confirmed or released any of that information. They just say it was just the three of them. So you never know. Tommaso may be innocent, just like Annie might be innocent. You know what I mean? Jennifer, thank you so much for being a member for the past 2 months. I appreciate it. Pascal's the band member, no mask on. You know, that's what the theory is, right? That's what the speculation is. We'll see, though, right? Black Skate, thank you so much for the love. Tommaso is Skims. I'm done. Flav, thank you so much for the love. Thank you for your tireless dedication. Your hard work does not go unnoticed and is truly appreciated. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Heather Marie, thank you so much. Do you think it could be the friend bandmate of Tommaso? He's been arrested several times for burglary, embezzlement. That's a possibility. That is a strong possibility. It is. So now he's back to the hospital. JLR's back to the hospital. So maybe there's going to be some development here very soon. Scott, thank you so much for the love. Appreciate it. Oro Valley on Broadcastify. It's the top feed on who's that over there? Hold on.
Here. There's tents out here. See? They're all out here. See?
So something's up.
Go over here. There's tents out here. There's tents out here. Let's go right here. I'm gonna park right here.
Okay. So there's stuff going on for sure over in this area. Top feed on scanners currently get there. I mean now, maybe not so much now, but thank you so much for the heads up regardless. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Let me get that down. Crisis, thank you so much. If they believe they are on location or on her location, then it's very dangerous, a very dangerous time for Nancy because her kidnapper is currently watching this. You know, here's the thing. Currently watching everything, right? And yeah, if he's being ID'd, okay, or if they show something out there, yeah, he could have done something really bad to her in retaliation or out of fear of getting caught, right? You know, it's like if she's not around, they can't, you know, there's no way they can pin me to something if she's not around, right? So hopefully she's okay. We will find out. But allegedly, she's at this hospital. Allegedly. If that's the case, that's wonderful news. Pale Violet, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Grace, thank you so much for being a mod. And of course, for your support for the past 31 months. I appreciate it. $300 or 300 Bitcoin, Pascal. There's a big difference and might have been reported incorrectly. Yeah, that is very true. You are absolutely 110% correct. Okay. Absolutely. Excuse me. Let's see. Carl, what's up? Hey, thank you so much for watching from all the way down under. Hello from Australia. What if they are watching this show and they know the SWAT is coming? Then you know what? If you know during the time that you asked that, that I said that, shoot, then I am not surprised if he was kicking rocks, right? I wouldn't be surprised if he got on, on a motorcycle or his vehicle and started kicking freaking rocks. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Charities Inc. Thank you so much for being a member. So glad I'm watching you live tonight. Love from Colorado. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Chrissy, thank you so much for being a member for over 16 months. Thank you so much. Check out Tommaso band member Dominic Evans. Resemblance? Yeah, I see a close resemblance in my personal opinion. I think it's the guy, but we could be wrong. Flicking Beans, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family, Miss Marie, and of course, Tina. Tina Powers, thank you so much for being a member for 15 months. Appreciate you. Welcome to the family. And of course, thank you, Tina, for always continuing to support the channel. I really do appreciate it. Mrs. Pataki. Hey, Pascal, remember the guy who was looking in windows? We had a video for when Miss Guthrie was first taken. Does he look like the dummy we see now? Does he remember the guy that was looking in windows? We had a video for when Miss Guthrie was first taken. I don't remember that. I don't remember it. Hold on. Hold on one second. I got to check something here. Oh, so he's at the sheriff's office. Oh, I see. Thank you. I thought he was at the hospital again. My bad, guys. I was like, okay, I thought maybe he just went back to the hospital. You see what I'm saying? So I guess all of these people are waiting. Okay. I guess all these people are waiting at the sheriff's office. That's just crazy. But hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this dent in the super chats because there's a lot. And then, of course, yes, Janobi, thank you so much for the love and giving me the heads up. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, Zydeca's, something like that. The 90s call, they want their shoulder pads back. Yeah, imagine it's long like the Matrix. Yeah, you know what I mean? That leather jacket, man, was killing me. Straight up killing me. Okay? But I don't know what he's showing everybody. Is he eating ice cream or something? I don't know what the hell he's doing. Let's see. Rhonda, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Love your channel. Thank you so much. Okay. Britt Bonhams, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And it's just met. Thank you so much for the love and becoming a member as well. Thank you so very much. Let's see. Breaking news. Let me see. Info on the traffic stop. Let us see. Let's see. But thank you so much for the support. Okay. Welcome to the family. Okay. Let me pull this up. Give me a second, guys. Because he's just sitting there at the sheriff's office now, sheriff's building. What am I doing? Whew. Your man's getting tired. All right. Well, we are trying to see what's popping, what's crack-a-lacking, right? Okay. So don't forget to hit the like button down below. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, please, and thank you. Okay, so this is saying investigators in Guthrie case at Rio Rico property. So let's see what this is saying. Investigators are searching a property in Rio Rico in connection with the Nancy Guthrie case. The intersection of West Frontage Road and Camino Augusto was blocked off by two Santa Cruz County Sheriff vehicles and became a gathering spot for journalists. The area is in a quiet neighborhood not far from Rio Rico High School. Santa Cruz County Sheriff David Hathaway said Tuesday night he was called about 5 p.m. and asked to provide deputies for support. It's in Rio Rico. That's all I can tell you. He said, we're not running this case. We don't have details. So at about 8:30 p.m., the Pima County Sheriff's Department said deputies detained a person of interest in the case during a traffic stop south of Tucson. The department made the announcement after several national news outlets reported somebody had been detained in the case. The department had said in a brief social media post that additional details would be made as more details come available. Several national media outlets reported Tuesday evening that a person has been detained for questioning in connection to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. ABC News, CNN attributed their reporting to a law enforcement official familiar with the investigation. NBC News attributed the information to somebody close to the investigation. The AP or Associated Press quoted two people, reported it wasn't clear if the person being questioned is the person captured on the surveillance video from outside Guthrie's house released earlier today. Okay. So not a whole lot of information, but, you know, it took a whole team. It took a team to detain this person. Okay. Let me see. There's some more stuff. Let me see what's going on. Did he just post this? He posted another one. Brian Enton. Let's see. Let's see what he says.
Hey guys, so I just got to Rio Rico, Arizona, and this is where the subject was pulled over in the case involving Nancy Guthrie. You know, there's this person who's being questioned right now. This is where the traffic stop was.
Yeah, we already saw this. So this is old news. So he just uploaded it on YouTube, and then like he waited a little bit and uploaded it again on X. So it's a little old news, but that's okay. That's okay. Moving on. Yeah. So, thank you. So they're saying now, okay, so just so you guys know, some updates right now, just some updates. As far as the helicopter goes, okay, they are saying ABC 15 journalist Ford Hatchett says, is that name real? I'm just curious if that name is real. Is that his God-given name? Moving on. Ford Hatchett, okay? Journalist for ABC 15, Ford Hatchett says medical helicopter that landed at Tucson Hospital is not related to Nancy Guthrie case. Okay. Again, let me just say this again, because you see it right there. Ford Hatchett saying it right there. The Pima County Sheriff's Department confirms to me that this flight is not related to Nancy Guthrie case. So this right here, that was reported by Nerdy Addict, that flight that went down to Rio Rico and flew back to that landed in Tucson and departed from Rio Rico does not have any connection to Nancy Guthrie. So that would mean, that's not great, by the way. That's not great news. So that would mean she's still nowhere to be found unless they find her in that house that they're looking at right now as we speak. Just so you guys know. So that helicopter that I was hoping that we'd get a little bit more information. You know what I mean? Like that helicopter would be her or something like that. But nope, it is not. Okay. Wait, so this is interesting. Let me just... The caption here is interesting. So in Rio Rico, okay, he's in Rio Rico near the Mexican border, okay, where subject was detained, okay? Just talked to his family, and they say he was delivering DoorDash when he was pulled over. FBI is searching house now. So this might be a false alarm, or he may very well be connected to this whole doggone thing. Interesting, right? So he was out door dashing when he got pulled over and detained. Could he very well be the guy? I really hope he is. I'd really hate. I really would hate for them to put all that time for it to just be nothing. You understand? This may be a mistake, but it may be real. You never know. Hold on. I'm checking a few things. Hold on. That's insane. Yeah, it might be a false alarm. Excuse me. And they may have something. They may have their guy, or they may not. Yeah, a court order, I agree. A court-ordered raid must have a reason, right? There must be a reason behind that. But it does make you wonder what's going on here. One second. Yeah, I don't have CNN live here. Okay, Kate. But thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, the only thing I could do is wait for CNN to maybe cut out the clips and put something on there. I don't know why they're so behind behind on the times with everything. But I mean, the only place that's like staying up to date with everything has been Fox. Honestly. It's kind of insane. I'm checking, guys. Huh. A woman, okay, there was an interview by a woman. Is sideways, though, so we're just going to have to roll with it. Thank you, Messi, for sending this. But a woman is confused as to why her son was detained for the Nancy Guthrie case. Interesting. This is sideways, by the way. So it's sideways. It's like that. So just go with it. Y'all gonna be like, why is it sideways? Because it is. It wasn't me. Okay, it was how it was uploaded. Okay. But this is interesting.
They keep on going in and out of my house, taking pictures. And I don't know why.
And your son was the one that was detained.
Yeah, he was detained they showed me a video to see if it was him. To see if he, yeah, he's my son-in-law. If I recognize the thing he was wearing, he doesn't have any of that. He doesn't have anything that comes on the video.
Was it surveillance footage?
Can you say his name?
From the house, I think from home. Yeah, they showed me that picture.
What surveillance video did they show you?
One outside of
from
the lady.
Nancy's house.
Yeah,
Does that look like him?
No, it doesn't look like him. No, not at all.
Has he ever been in trouble?
No. Well, when he was underage.
Okay, but nothing.
They keep on going in and out
What?
of my house, taking pictures. And
What?
I don't know why.
And your son was the one that was detained.
Yeah, he was detained they showed me a video to see if it was him. To see if he, yeah, he's my son-in-law. If I recognize the thing he was wearing, he doesn't have any of that. He doesn't have anything that comes on the video.
Was it surveillance footage?
From the house, I think from home. Yeah, they showed.
What's his name? Does anybody know his name? I mean, yeah, that's true. Just because I agree 100% Messi, just because he's maybe not the guy in the video does not mean that he's not involved in some sort of way. But at the same time, she could also just be in complete denial, right? I'm going to roll that back in the beginning. Where are you guys getting Carlos from? Carlos. Where are you guys getting Carlos from? Carlos Valenzuelos? Huh? Where are you guys getting that name? He's reporting this. Brian Enton's reporting this right now. I'm gonna look.
They keep on going in and out of my house, taking pictures, and I don't know why.
And your son was the one that was detained.
Yeah, he was detained for. They showed me a video to see if it was him. To see if he. Yeah, he's my son-in-law. If I recognize the thing he was wearing, he doesn't have any of that. He doesn't have anything that comes on the video.
Was it surveillance footage?
From the house, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, they showed me that picture.
What surveillance video did they show you?
One outside of
from
the lady.
Nancy's house.
Yeah,
Does that look like him?
No, it doesn't look like him. No, not at all.
Has he ever been in trouble?
No. Well, he was when he was underage.
Okay, but nothing.
They keep on going.
Yeah, where is this Brian Enton interview? I mean, you could hear Brian Enton asking questions, but excuse me. Let's see. Huh. Okay. Some things I just need some time to look at. But yeah, where I'm checking to see. I mean, like I said, that this interview, I mean, she could just be in disbelief. I'm looking at the Brian Enton shorts, and it doesn't say anything unless it's just not uploading. Because I already showed you guys the first one about him being there, but it doesn't show anything about him interviewing anybody else. So yeah, I don't see anything with him out there. So News Nation, I'm looking at I just looked at News Nation. I don't see anything here. I don't see anything, y'all. Unless it's somewhere. I mean, shoot. Hold on. Maybe it's in the shorts. Yeah, it's not. No, I don't see any of that. But anyway, that is very interesting that the person detained, the mother-in-law, stepped forward and is sitting there going like, I don't understand why this is even happening. Yeah, I don't see anything here, guys. Oh, man. I don't see anything here, guys. Yeah, I'm sure it was live on News Nation. It might take a minute for it to, you know what I mean? They need to cut it and then upload it and all that. So that might take some time. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. Let's see. This is another thing. Let's take a look at that. Brianna Whitney just said this happening now. We are at Pima County Sheriff's Department where multiple cars just got back. So the command unit and Marana police with it. Okay, so the SWAT vehicle has not come back tonight. We know multiple agencies are aiding in in this investigative effort right now as we speak. So, they're still searching a house, I'm sure, right now as we speak, And you got to remember the mother-in-law was in that house too, and she's like, I'm so confused why they're raiding my house. So remember that too. So there might be nothing there, or there might be something like a laptop or a phone or something of that sort, but maybe there's nothing there. You know what I mean?
Okay, so we're at the sheriff's department. It looks like Marana police just came back here with the sheriff's command post. These were some of the vehicles that we saw leave earlier today. So now we believe that these were part of the investigation. Again, the sheriff's command post and then Marana police just arriving back here.
Now, Brian Ensign just posted this 8 seconds ago. So he said, just spoke with the mother-in-law of the man who was detained. She owns the house and says there's an ongoing search warrant, and they took all of their electric devices. She insists her son-in-law is not involved. Interesting. Mother-in-law's like, I am the owner of this house. What they are saying right now is wrong. She says her son-in-law is not involved in this BS. We will see if that is 110% true. But that's interesting, right? That's interesting. Now, that might be something, that might not be, that might be nothing. Here's the other thing, too. I hate to say this, but 5-0 has been wrong, or FBI has been wrong before. Let's not forget huge cases. They've been wrong before. So is it possible that they may have the wrong guy? Or what if they found a way to kind of direct this towards this guy? Okay. And maybe he has nothing to do with it, but he's just a red herring. Maybe, maybe not. We will see. Okay. That's very interesting. Interviewed her, and she's like, I don't know what the F they're doing. This is all wrong. My son-in-law would not do anything. He's, whatever. I'm sure she's like, he's a good man. But you never underestimate the power of denial too, though. Remember that. Never, ever underestimate the power of denial. Okay, guys? Never underestimate that. Okay? Wilder things have happened. So something's not right. Yeah, I don't know. Everyone keeps on saying Carlos. I don't know who Carlos is. Let me look this up. Let me look at this. Who this Carlos is? Carlos Valenzuelos. It was like Valen. What is it? Carlos. Yeah, I don't have like, it's not like I can just turn on News Nation Live right here, guys. There it is. Golly. Palazuelos? Is that what it is? Palazuelos. Carlos Palazuelos. Let's see. So I guess people are saying, okay, so people are saying his name is Carlos Palazuelos, and he's the DoorDasher who was just detained. Interesting. Let's see. Going over to News Nation. See if there's any updates. So far, nothing, but let's take a look at this.
I commanded that team. I created it, and I was deployed many times when the possibility would be needed. It wasn't that we were needed.
Thank you, Tracy.
It was the idea.
Yes,
that
prayers,
because of the
Tracy. Thank you.
circumstance, we may need to be there, and we don't want to be flying across the country. We want to be there when it happens. So they're there because there's a possibility. I think what we have here, I think that kudos to the FBI and their partners in the private industry, and also the sheriff's department for catching this guy. And I've said all along, it's to be caught by technology. And I think what happened, they got him, or her, I think it's a him, and they have him in custody, and he's now talking. He's telling the officers involved in this thing. So they brought the HRT in, along with the local SWAT team, to maybe handle multiple targets, or maybe handle a very dangerous situation. So I think this is right out of the playbook for the FBI and for the HRT.
Yeah, Art, we've been talking about whether this is a professional operation or whether these are amateurs, based on your assessment of what we're seeing on the video. And if you know anything about proper gun handling or any kind of training, the way that this guy is walking up to the door with this firearm that is not appropriate for the holster that's in, strapped onto his body, flopping around, indicates that he doesn't have a lot of real training when it comes to this. He's not a professional. He may be a gang member, potentially a cartel member, but he doesn't have any real training when it comes to firearms handling. He's also wearing these very thick gloves, which you pointed out earlier could be, he's wearing doubles or potentially from a marijuana dispensary type situation. Just based on what we're seeing now and the new information that we're getting from the FBI, obviously they have more information. But again, reiterate what you've seen in the ransom note and how it's connected to this in the wake of the FBI director saying there are persons of interest, not just this guy who was on the video.
Well, I think a lot of it is from seeing the letter. There's too much in the actual letter that describes things within the house that would make it easier for us to believe that, hey, this letter would be legit. He knew about different areas inside the household. So I think that's what leads me to believe that. But at the same time, look, they could be amateurs, they could be professionals. At the end of the day, if you're a professional, you're dangerous because you know what you're doing. But if you're an amateur, you're probably twice as dangerous because you don't know what you're doing. So that's another issue that people need to really think about.
Danny, you responded to that. What is your assessment of Art's comment about amateurs versus professionals?
Well, I think Art's exactly right. You just have to be a bad guy. You don't have to be smart. You don't have to be well trained. You just have to have animus in your heart and the willingness to take advantage of an 84-year-old woman. I totally agree with Art. They're dangerous regardless if it's amateurs or pros, but they're up against a pretty formidable force now. They're up against the best counterterrorist team maybe in the world, certainly in our country, and it's not going to be a fair fight. I will tell you that.
Art, I want to get to the leadership here. We've been talking all night and throughout the week and last week about the sheriff's department, but Tucson has a mayor who has been missing from the scene. You also have the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs, missing. She did put out a tweet about 6 days ago saying that she was praying and thinking of the Guthrie family. But this is one of the biggest stories, not just in the country, the world, but for Arizona. These communities are terrified, and yet you haven't heard from them at all.
Especially the mayor. Look, I mean, this is Tucson. This is the same city where just days before this incident, the mayor was marching, protesting against law enforcement, blocking city streets. And now, this incident, and she's pretty much been very quiet about the situation. Again, you stated the governor hasn't really come out and said anything other than that initial letter that she sent out. That's very, very disturbing.
Danny, the FBI was deployed pretty quickly into this situation, and it seems like the information that we were getting wasn't coming until the FBI got involved. How essential do you think it was for the FBI to be deployed in these resources, given that the sheriff's department packed up the crime scene like two days after this happened? Art was telling me that they put the crime tape up and down 4 different times. So it seems like without the FBI, we may be in a very different position here.
Well, Art's very astute. I've been involved. I've enjoyed hearing his comments. First of all, the FBI is there. They have a field office there. They have about 100 agents there. They're not being deployed. I think it's important that we have a partnership, and don't let your ego get in the way and not call the FBI. Call them first. They're your partner, and they do this for a living. I've rescued almost 300 hostages, and I'm one guy. They do this all the time, and this department probably never has done it before. So I think there needs to be some adjustment in attitudes. But let me say this, from my point of view, as doing this for a living, the governor doesn't help you, the mayor doesn't help you. Who helps you is your partner in law enforcement.
Yeah. Of course, we have a lot going on. And we're still waiting for a lot of information, it's very frustrating, guys. It's very frustrating. Real quick, Liz Shields, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. I am praying for a good outcome as well. Okay. Felicia, thank you so much for the love, the power of technology. Yeah. You never know how this is going to turn out. Renee, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much. Lisa, thank you so much. My husband, Charlie, aka Skarsgård, and are glad we met you at CrimeCon. We love watching you. Great coverage on this. Thank you so much, Alyssa. I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Thank you so much for the support. And thanks so much for watching. Thank you. Band IG is scrubbed. Interesting, General Genobi. Thank you so much for that information. That's interesting. Actually, before I continue with these super chats, hold on. Let me pull up. Let me see where man, he's still like in a garage. Word. Hold on. JLR still like in a garage or something. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna get some of these. I need to keep shaving down these super chats. So happy days. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. MG, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. What is that? What is he saying here? Let's take a look. Is
this the guy? Carlos. Here's the guy, Carlos.
It might be him.
No, Carlos. I mean, the person had a mustache there and a little like beard thing.
It's possible. That is possible. Good night, Renee. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Good nights and hugs to everyone as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shars, thank you so much again. Maybe the guy detained is another imposter. It might be another imposter. That's very possible. That's very, very possible. Okay. This is all very strange. This is all very, 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 very strange. Rhonda, thank you so much for becoming a member. Excuse me. Corey, thank you so much for being a member for the past 13 months. Hello, everyone. Just getting here from work, 1 to 10 today. Damn, that's a long time, baby. Glad to have you in the show and being part of the conversation. I'm getting too old for this ish. I agree. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much for the love. Have you ever thought about listening to the police, fire department scanners in Arizona? Great clues on who would have been flown to the hospital. Well, now good question, good point. But now we have heard that helicopter has nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie, which really sucks because I was hoping for something different. Rachel, thank you so much for the love. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. Welcome. Rhonda, thank you so much for the super sticker. Okay. It's just met. Again, thank you so much. Pascal, you never blah, blah, blah. And you never soaping? And other than the best content creators, hands down, because you are real. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. I couldn't understand the you never soaping, but I appreciate you. I understand what you're saying. Thank you so much. Oh, you never stopping. Thank you. Yeah, never stop stopping or something like that. Anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being a member, Amy. JLR is at the sheriff's office and not the hospital. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Let me get some of these. Lisa, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so much. Crisis. This all seems like a distraction to me. Thank you, Pascal, for covering this. Of course. Anytime, man. Of course. Of course. It might, I mean, you never know. They might have the wrong guy. Carlos might be the wrong guy. That could very well be a huge mistake on the FBI part. I hope it's not. You know what I'm saying? I hope it's not, but it might be a huge mistake, right? Sabri, Sarbri, thank you so much for the love. A girl told you that 10 minutes ago her neighbor is a bandmate, and it's crazy right now with FBI. I'm not sure it's him, but he's a bandmate. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. It could be Carlos now. You know what I mean? Anything is bloody possible, right? Britt Bonhams, thank you so much for the love. Saw a report that there is a lifelight. Yep. Now they said that is not Nancy Guthrie. Okay. Janobi, but you're still my man. Yes. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, Janobi. One Flow Joe, thank you so much for the love. Important. Did we all know? Did we all know it? Did we all know that Annie wrote a book called The Good Dark, where the body takes the blame forever, the deeds of the mind. Oh, interesting. That is interesting, but that doesn't automatically mean, I mean, what if we wrote some horror novel or something like that, and then somebody goes missing? It doesn't automatically mean that they're up to something sinister. I understand. Okay. I understand the concern. It would spark some concern, but it doesn't automatically mean that there's it's like a red flag. You know what I mean? But I see what you're saying. Rook, thank you so much. Hey, Pascal, good to see you. Praying for Nancy and her family. Yes, agreed. 100%. Okay, me too. Rhonda, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Whit James. I'm just kidding. Anyway, thank you so much, Whit. It came over scanner that an 84-year-old woman in a dress was being flighted to Banner. Yeah, that they said that has nothing to do with Nancy now, but I understand you giving me the heads up. Thank you so much. Melody, thank you so much for the love. Yeah, I'll look to see if Brian Enton posted something. I'll take a look. Melody, thank you so much for the love. Why did it take so long to get pictures of the peeps? That's what I'd like to know too. But remember, FBI had a certain technology where they can go into the Google side of this particular camera that they were using and get the footage. And that's how they were able to obtain that footage. Now, here's the thing. If they, it just really depends on how they were able to do what they did, right? We'll see if they are correct. We'll see if that gets us closer to finding the culprit, right? And then finding Nancy, right? So we'll see, right? We'll see. Let's move on. Britt Bottoms, thank you so much. Yes, we know about the hospital, the helicopter. Thank you so much. SRAM, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you so much. Carolera, thank you so much for the love. Pascal, wonderful job. please take a health break. Yes, I will eventually. I will eventually. Okay. Eventually, I will get some sleep and some rest whenever this is over. I mean, not this tonight. I mean, if there's nothing that happens here soon, I'm going to be wrapping up very soon because my voice is tired. I'm tired. It's been almost 5.5 hours nonstop, and I'm starving. So, yeah, we gonna take a break and go to sleep, eat and go to sleep here in a little bit. But MG, thank you so much for the love. Thank you for hanging on and reviewing this case. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Of course, on the Rail TV, thank you so much for the love. Sent you a vid on IG of Rio Rico suspect and Leo. Okay, I will take a look at that when I get a second. Okay, let's take a look at this. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Snoops. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me see. I know a bunch of you guys have been adding me with stuff. Hold on one second. Come on. Okay. Aha, there we go. Okay. So SWAT, okay, so a few things. Let's cuz he's just driving. He might be he might be lost. I don't know. Hopefully he finds whatever he's trying to find, okay? But we do have some stuff here. So we're going to take a look at this real quick. There's a couple things. One, I already showed you that they're back at the sheriff's office, etc. There's an interview with CNN with the mother-in-law, okay? So, and there's another video from Brian. Nope, it's not the same thing. Hold on, guys. Sorry. It's a big thread that I'm just kind of getting tagged in. All right. So here's the thing. It's showing this. CNN interviews woman who says police broke into her house. They broke my door. They went inside. My son was playing on his Nintendo and his headphones on. They put him in handcuffs and took him outside. Oh, my damn. That's crazy. That is crazy. Let's take a look at this. And it's like, how old is the kid or the son? You know what I mean? Put him in handcuffs and took him outside. Busted open the door. That's insane. She's not going to be there. Nancy's not there. If she is, that would be shocking. If the mom is sitting here going like, oh, they broke into my home and blah, 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 and they don't find any, that would be insane. That would be embarrassing for FBI. Okay? The B Wine. Wait, you said B Wine just said Brian's interview with the Mill ID. What's the Mill ID? Very telling. Retype that because I don't understand what that means. I'm tired. Okay, I can't do all this self-editing right now. If you don't mind, B-Wine, just re-edit that and repost it. I am going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. This is insane.
In my house without a warning or nothing. They broke my door. They went inside my house. My son was playing on Nintendo. He had his headphones on. They got him and put him in a cuff and took him outside. And then they asked him what's going on. There isn't anything. Do you have a search warrant? They said they didn't have any search warrant by then. And they still asking, do you still have a search warrant? And they don't give me an answer. In my house without a warrant or nothing. They broke my door. They went inside my house. My son was playing on Nintendo. He had his headphones on. They got him and put him in a cuff and took him outside. And then they asked him what's going on. There isn't anything. Do you have a search warrant? They said they didn't have any search warrant by then. And they still.
Wait, they didn't. She said, do they have a search warrant? And she said that they didn't have a search warrant. Hold on.
Ask him what's going on. There isn't anything. Do you have a search warrant? They said they didn't have any search warrant by then. And they still asking, do you still have a search warrant? And they don't give me an answer.
Oh, snap. So they came in without a search warrant. Oh, that's not good. That's not good, but if they have probable cause, can't they break in? Right? Can't they break in because of probable cause? Hold on. Brian Enton. Let's see what he says. Let's see if he has anything. That's insane. Anything. Okay, we got a video.
Hey guys, so I just interviewed a woman. She says that she owns the house that's being searched right now, and it is her son-in-law who is being detained and questioned by police right now. And she says that they took all of their electronic devices. The search warrant is ongoing right now. She's not allowed to go back inside. She insists that her son-in-law is not involved in this. I asked her if she'd heard of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and she said yes. I showed her the pictures from outside Nancy Guthrie's house, the surveillance photos, and I showed her the eyebrows, and she insists that it is not her son-in-law. She says that he was with her daughter delivering DoorDash when the police stop happened and they took him away. And, you know, I asked her if he was home last Saturday night into Sunday here, and she insists, yes, that he was, but around 2 a.m. So, that's what she's saying. The whole road is closed out here. They're searching her house right now, and that's the latest.
Oh my gosh. Oh, this is getting sloppy. What's interesting is we're you know, I'm gathering some information. Sorry. So apparently this guy Carlos allegedly has been convicted of SA. Yeah, SA allegedly of his 11-year-old stepdaughter in 2005. He served 5 years. What? Okay. But that doesn't mean that he did this, right? If that's true, you know, Carlos Palazuelos, I forgot how to pronounce his name. But hold on. That's insane. Hold on. If that's the same person. Yeah. According to Red, White, and Blueberries on the X, Carlos Palazuelos is the man who's detained, okay, in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, okay? If this is him, he is 56 years old. He's a DoorDash driver, and he was convicted of SA of his 11-year-old stepdaughter in 2005 in Santa Cruz County. This is the guy. If that is the guy. If that is the guy. If that's the case, wouldn't there be proof of that information somewhere? Right? So I don't know if that's him. I don't know. Okay? Now, yes, I remember us talking about that, Kenneth. I keep on trying to get, there you go. I remember us talking about that. I read that out loud. It was a court approved search warrant. It's a court approved search. It's a court approved search. So what the mom is, what the mother-in-law, the mill, is saying, you guys and your acronyms, it's like, what's a bill? What's a BIL? Brother-in-law. I forget these things. Okay. What the mill said. Okay. She said that they did not give her or serve her a search warrant. That's a big problem. Okay. That is a massively big problem. So I don't know. I don't know, guys. That's very strange. That is very, very strange. And I would hope that News Nation would at least put out this interview faster than there it is. It's about freaking time. It's finally here. Let's take a look at it. It was on Jesse Weber. Let's take a look. Hold on.
This subject lived, we're told. There was a traffic stop close by. This is okay. I'm outside the house that
There
is
it
now
is.
being searched where this subject lived, we're told. There was a traffic stop close by. This is the subject being questioned in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. This is Josephina.
Yes.
This is her house, and the subject is her son-in-law.
Yeah,
is
my
that right?
son, yeah.
Tell me how this happened. Where was he when he was detained?
My daughter and him were, and the kids, my grandkids, were doing DoorDash when they got stopped here, and I don't know what kind of questions they asked them. But when we got home, I wasn't at home. When we got home, we found out that they took my son out. They went inside, they busted the doors from my house. They went inside and took my son to the living room and had him handcuffed, and then got him outside. That's when the time that we got home, and we asked what was going on, and they couldn't say anything. And they said, and I asked him to have a search warrant to go in my house, and they said we don't need a search warrant. We could go do that if we want to. So
There's no way that this guy is the same age as his mother-in-law. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. She says it's her son-in-law. She said it in another interview that we just saw. She says son-in-law, Sil, if you will. So again, this is very strange.
I told him, yeah, I think you need a search warrant. Why did you break my door? You took my son the wrong way. I mean, you hurt him. His wrists were with the handcuffs.
Let me ask you, were you familiar with the Nancy Guthrie
No.
case? Had you seen that she was missing?
I told you, I saw it on Facebook, but since I don't know her, I didn't read what was going on. The story.
Did they take electronic devices at all? Did they take your phone?
I don't have anything. They took
your
my phone. They took my phone, my husband's phone, my daughter's phone, my grandkid's phone, and my son-in-law's phone.
Let me show you these pictures really quick, Josephina, of, just give me a second. I got to pull them up on my phone. These are the pictures from outside Nancy Guthrie's house. This is who they're looking for. Do the eyes look like your son-in-law at all?
No, not at all.
Do you see the mouth?
Yeah, no. He doesn't look at all.
Brian, can you ask what her son-in-law's
what's
name
his
is?
name?
It's Carlos.
There
Carlos
it is.
Palazuelos.
Sorry, what's his name?
Carlos.
Carlos.
Yes.
And what's his last name?
Palazuelos.
Okay.
I don't know, yeah. So.
And does he work in Tucson? Would he ever be in Tucson?
He's in Tucson all week. He works delivering boxes for like UPS, and he works with a company. And I told him you can call the company that he works there and verify that he's working. And
is your daughter also detained?
No, they just let my daughter and my grandkids go.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Josefina.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the latest here, Jesse. They took her phone too,
Yeah,
her husband's phone,
and
her daughter's phone, and obviously her son-in-law's phone, and they are searching her house right now. So this is sort of an unfolding situation.
And I'll get into this with Arthur. In fact,
Son-in-law was the one that was arrested, and then she talked about her son who was playing video games, and then as they were busting down the front door, that's when the son got startled and then got basically briefly detained, put in handcuffs and taken outside as they continued to raid the house. Okay, they're raiding it. It's not like they was like knocking on the door going, we have a warrant to search your house. No, they busted through the door. The son-in-law, Carlos, had already been arrested. Okay, and now she's sitting here saying like he never did this. Like this has nothing to do with him. You guys got it all wrong, so on and so forth. But here's the thing: if all he does is like deliveries in general, there is some sort of need for money right there. Now, I'm not saying that just because he doesn't make crazy money delivering packages and delivering DoorDash, that automatically makes him a culprit. But at the same time, that also doesn't mean that he's a culprit too. So again, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens after they get done raiding the house. And front doors aren't cheap either, guys. Front doors aren't cheap either. Yeah, DoorDashers ain't. You're not balling. You know what I mean? You ain't pulling around in the new whip in 6 months' time. Doing DoorDash. It's just some good side cash, and no shade to anybody who DoorDashes. Okay, keep holding it down, fam. Keep holding it down. Okay, you out there. All right. Sometimes you pick that up just to, get a little bit more scratch to get ahead. Ain't nothing wrong with that, baby. But if that's all you're doing DoorDash and you're doing other things, that doesn't automatically mean you out here plotting for $6 million. You see what I'm saying? But then maybe it is. Let's continue.
That they didn't have a search warrant, according to her. Do you know where Carlos is right now, Brian?
Do we know where Carlos is right now?
No, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with him. They took my phone. I can't reach with nobody.
Yeah, we think he's being questioned. But...
Yeah, they already asked us a lot of questions about him. We told, like I said, I have nothing to hide. You can go in my house. You can search anything you want. There's nothing to hide. I don't know the lady. I don't know about the lady. I saw her on Facebook, but like I told you.
Was he ever
That's
violent?
crazy.
Any violence with Carlos?
No, he's a good guy.
Criminal history that you know of?
None of it.
No? Okay.
Is he from Tucson?
Brian,
that's sort of the situation. She's obviously in shock. Yeah.
Did you show her photos of the person outside of Nancy Guthrie's house? The images, the mask, the backpack. Did she identify any of those items of clothing? And nothing. She doesn't see anything in that.
I did, and let me show you again. Have you seen these photos?
Yeah, the detective showed them to me right now.
And did the backpack?
That's crazy.
Does the backpack
He
look
doesn't
familiar?
have a backpack. He doesn't wear backpacks. He doesn't like either that. I don't know what gloves or something like that. I don't know
Yeah,
what they're.
gloves.
No.
You see the boots?
Yeah.
Let me get you
Oh,
a
no,
closer
he doesn't.
picture. You
Huh?
see this here? Look at the look at the eyebrows.
But he might be like, okay. Just because he wasn't here, okay, does not mean he isn't connected. Just saying that out loud, or somebody used his likeness or something to use as a red herring. That could be possible too, but this is crazy.
The eyebrows are very specific. You see how they're very manicured?
No, that's not him. Nope. I can assure you it's not him.
Okay.
No, I can assure you. Like I told you, if I had my phone, I would show you a picture of him.
Okay.
I can show you.
Yeah, she wants to show me a picture, but she doesn't have her phone. But she seems very sure. I mean, it's hard to tell with the mask, but but we've said if you knew the person, you would be able to recognize them.
But Brian, if you don't mind asking her, does she know where he was January 31st, February 1st?
Good question. Where was he at?
Do you know where he was January 31st? You know when this happened? It would have been last Saturday night.
Well, he works from Monday through Friday. He's home Friday. He stays home Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Goes back to work on Monday. So on the weekends, he stays at my house. He doesn't go nowhere. He stays wherever.
So was he at your house last Saturday?
He was here at my house.
Are you positive?
Yeah, I'm positive. He was here at my house.
Because this would have happened late Saturday and early into Sunday morning, like around 2 a.m. on Sunday.
He's always here for his kids on the weekend.
Could he have left in the night?
Oh, no.
No.
I'm pretty sure. He has his van that work. He uses the van that's outside.
Uh-oh, man.
A van. It's broken. It's not working.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
Whoa. You heard about the van. I repeat, you heard about the van. He said it wasn't working. Is it not working? And what color is that van? That's what I'd like to know. Very interesting, don't you think? Okay, very interesting. Ooh, the plot thickens. Again, it's a white van. It's a white panel van. Are we sure about that? Or are we just making things up so that we could just make the guy look like the bad guy? I was gonna say, how could you not? How are you door dashing if you don't have a car? unless he's borrowing a car. He could be borrowing a car. You know, that is possible. He could be borrowing, you know, his mother-in-law, his Mills car, his mother-in-law's car. That's possible. She said it's a white van. When did she say it was a white van? I didn't hear that. But let me see. CNN have any? Because CNN is really slow with posting videos, man. Like super slow in posting videos. It's really annoying. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Okay, so apparently there's a video of viewer submitted video of the traffic stop made in Rio Rico that led to the detainment of a person connected to. So slow. That might be the car right here.
Somebody's calling you.
Yeah, that's he just said that. Hold on.
Somebody's calling you.
Oh, somebody's calling you. That's the car. If you notice the other car, you see 50 pulled up on that car. I don't. That's not a white van. I will say that.
Somebody's calling you.
Interesting. Hold on. There's another video. Take a look at this. Vehicle of suspect and location where he was taken into custody. I guess this is from JLR's video. Yeah, that's not a white van, but if that is the car, interesting. Interesting, right? Interesting. This, yeah, she didn't say anything about, she said it was a van. She did say it was a van. If my memory serves me correctly, she did say it was a van. But she didn't say anything.
We got Brian Enton back.
Hold on.
Brian, you're
Weekend.
Could he have left in the night?
Oh no,
No.
I'm pretty sure. He has his van that work.
He has a van. So he does have a van, but it doesn't work.
He uses the van that's outside.
Van.
A van. It's broken. It's not working.
Yep. And then the jump scare. So interesting, right? Interesting. And his name is Carlos, from what we know. Yeah, he lives in a van down by the river. But anyway,
ABC 15 Arizona.
Take a look at this.
Breaking news.
Major breaking developments in connection to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Law enforcement revealing a person is now being detained and questioned. Thanks for joining us. I'm Faye Fredericks.
And I'm Javier Soto. ABC 15 is covering breaking new developments in the alleged abduction of 84-year-old mom of Today's Show anchor Savannah Guthrie. Pima County Sheriff's Office shared this on social media, saying deputies detained a subject during a traffic stop south of Tucson. Subject is being questioned in connection to the Guthrie investigation. We're bringing you team coverage on the search for Nancy Guthrie. Our Lillian Donahue is in Rio Rico, about 60 miles south of Tucson and about 15 miles away from Mexico.
Yeah, officials are confirming to ABC 15 that police activity in that area is connected to the traffic stop. So, Lillian, what are you seeing down there tonight?
Faye, Javi, I got here just an hour ago. I was among the first on scene here. I was able to confirm with people that they actually did connect those two scenes, that stop of the traffic, obviously with the car here off of 19. Like you said, this is north of the border with Mexico, south of Tucson here. They did say that this is connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. You can see behind me, this entire neighborhood behind here on this frontage road off of 19 is blocked off. This is Camino Augusto. We're also being told that there are multiple different scenes in the area. But, you know, interestingly enough, in the past 30 minutes, a woman actually came back out here, crossed the police line to talk with us. And she said that her son-in-law was the person that was detained. We are actively working to try and confirm this information with police and with the sheriff's office here. Pima County is here with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office as well. They also say that they are working on an investigation with the FBI's evidence response team right now. But that woman that I spoke with earlier, I asked her specific questions about how this all started and how they were able to pin down a location to her home. She was flustered and just kept repeating that she didn't know.
Oh, I've been asking for the search warrant. They haven't said anything. They can't tell me nothing. They don't say anything. Well, it's nothing to say. I haven't talked to her. They haven't let me even go to see what's wrong. They took my phone away. They took her phone.
They took your phone?
The kid's phone, her phone, his phone, my phone, my husband's phone, everybody's phone. So I have non-communication with them. So.
And like I said, we are still actively working to confirm this information that she shared with us just a few minutes ago, and you just heard there as well. But she is very flustered, also saying that she has no idea who this woman was. She said that they even showed her a footage of that we saw earlier today of the security footage as well. She confirmed that that was the same security footage that the public has seen released today as well. Javi, Faye?
I know we're going to keep asking questions out there, and we'll get back to you as we need to.
Really quickly, Lillian, can I ask you, I know she mentioned something about a search warrant. Have you seen any activity as far as a search warrant being conducted at that home?
As of right now, Camino Augusto behind me is completely blocked off. There hasn't been a ton of activity of people driving in and out of here, but since this whole area is blocked off behind me, it's hard to kind of tell who's coming and going. There's multiple different exits points as well here, but it did say Pima Sheriff's Department released a statement in the past 30 minutes telling us that the FBI's evidence response team is working with the Sheriff's Department to conduct a court-authorized search of a home here in Rio Rico. Back to you.
All right, Lillian, thank you. These fast-moving developments come the same day the FBI released new images and video of a suspect in the 84-year-old's disappearance. The video shows the intruder walking up to the front door of her home, wearing a mask, gloves, and a backpack, and possibly carrying a gun.
Our Ford Hatchett has been covering this case extensively, and he joins us with the latest developments from the ground. And Ford, Pima County Sheriff posted a few hours ago about a person detained. Have we heard anything about a press conference scheduled?
As of right now, Javier, there is no press conference scheduled, though I imagine at some point here soon we should be hearing from the Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI. They have told us that when there is an update in this case, they will hold a press conference. And as you see at Lillian's scene, they are still actively working tonight on what has been a very busy and chaotic day all across the state for law enforcement. But still, as of this moment right now, they don't know where Nancy Guthrie is.
Law enforcement retrieved these stunning new surveillance images just days after the Pima County Sheriff said no surveillance video could be recovered from the cameras.
The clothing itself, very unusual and specific, including the backpack with the reflectors, all of which makes it highly recognizable either to someone who knows the subject or someone who sold him the clothing.
The sheriff's department says calls into their tip line surged after the images were released and say they detained a person of interest in a traffic stop south of Tucson. No word on if it was a tip, which led to that person being detained.
If there was more than one person involved, the other person would be thinking right about now, maybe I want to cut a deal for myself. This person may very well likely have been acting alone. And certainly the fact that they've made so many errors that were captured on the image of the Ring camera, it's likely they're not a true professional.
And just a few hours after those surveillance images were released by the FBI, both the Pima County Sheriff's Department and FBI going door to door in the neighborhood of Annie Guthrie, Nancy's daughter.
They're just trying to look in the yards and, see what's going on. And they looked at my Ring cameras.
Agents and deputies searching all over properties, looking in washes and dodging javelinas, walking any property in Annie Guthrie's neighborhood where owners would give them consent.
Who is this Carlos guy? And is he connected? What's the connection here? Let's hear this. Oh, that video's been removed. Interesting. All right, let's take a look at this one then. Show. That's so odd. So odd, y'all. Let's take a look at this.
Arizona, where a home is being searched in connection to the Nancy Guthrie case. We know one person has been detained for questioning near there, and now this is a court-ordered search that is underway. And just moments ago, our team on the ground heard from a woman who claims her home is the one being searched there.
Oh, no, they came out telling us that they had somebody gave a tip that the lady was in my house. I don't know her name. ¿Cómo se llama? Nancy Guthrie. That we don't know. We don't know her. I don't know who she is. I don't know anything about her. They only said that they gave a tip that she was in my house. And I told them, you can go in and search my house. There's nobody there. I have nothing to hide. There's nobody in my house. And I don't know what's going on. I mean,
Do you have any family members that might know?
no, they're investigating my son-in-law. He's not have nothing to do with that either. I don't know
What's
else.
his name?
It's Carlos Palazuelo. They have nothing to do with it either. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
They're just invading my property. I told them they're going in and out of my house, taking a lot of pictures and everything. I mean, like I told them, we're not hiding anything. I give them permission. You can go and search. There's nothing in my house. You won't find anything because we don't have nothing to hide.
Is this your son-in-law's vehicle?
The one that was on the side of there, that's my daughter's vehicle.
So what is your son's name?
My daughter.
Your daughter.
Yeah, that's
So do you live in? It's her husband. So it's your son-in-law.
Yeah,
who
my
they
son.
took away.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Carlos and
Carlos.
last name?
Palazuelos, yeah. He has nothing to do with that
Did he
either.
ever say anything about Nancy Guthrie?
Nothing. We never, like I told the FBI, the investigator, if I knew anything about her, I said I saw her on Facebook, but I didn't read what was going on with her because I don't know her and I don't have the right to. I mean, if I don't know anybody, I won't read the story. I just go over, keep on going on my phone because I don't know her.
So how did this all happen?
I don't know.
Were
Somebody.
you home when this thing?
No, I was coming from Tucson when they had my son outside the house. They broke in the house without a warrant or nothing. They broke my door. They went inside my house. My son was playing on Nintendo. He had his headphones on. They got him and put him in their cuff and took him outside. And then they asked him what's going on. They didn't say anything. Do you have a search warrant? They said they didn't have any search warrant by then. And they still ask him, do you still have a search warrant? And they don't give me an answer.
Does your son-in-law ever go to Tucson?
He works in Tucson.
What does he do?
He's a delivery guy. He does FedEx or something like that.
Okay.
That's what he works on.
And so you're not allowed to go home right now?
No, they wanted us in. They keep on going in and out of my house, taking pictures. And I don't know why. I mean,
your son was the one that was detained.
Yeah, he was detained for. They showed me a video to see if it was him. To see if he. Yeah, he's my son-in-law. Okay. If I recognize the thing he was wearing, he doesn't have any of that. He doesn't have anything that comes on the video.
Was it surveillance footage?
From the house, I think. Yeah, they showed me the picture.
This is crazy, honestly. This is absolutely crazy. Let me grab these super chats here really quick. Thank you so much, Claudia. Somehow I knew Hispanic was going to be in the picture. Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see if it's 110% real. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they could be, you know, they could be flying off the beaten path. You know what I mean? So, you know, the FBI could be completely off, or they could be onto something. I don't know. That's what's so frustrating about this. We don't know for sure, you know, how on top of this they are. I hope that they are, but they might be just reactionary rather than, you know, doing their due diligence, but we'll see. We'll see. De jour, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Welcome to be, whoops, wrong one. Welcome to becoming a member. Thank you so much for the love. Giggle, thank you so much. Pascal, you ran a video of a dude in Pima County that was lurking, delivery guy and electrician guy a couple of days ago. Go look at it. Fits the description. Yeah, I will definitely look at it for sure. I don't remember it for some weird reason. I don't remember, but I will definitely look into it for sure. I'm drawing a blank right now. Maybe it's because I'm just really tired. Sugar Honey, thank you so much for the love. Hard to do DoorDash when it's not working. Yeah, it's hard to do DoorDash when you don't have a car. But apparently he was driving his wife's car, it looks like. So he might have been borrowing that car to do DoorDash while that car, his van, is down. But hopefully they do some investigation into the car, into the truck, or I mean into the van, I'm sorry, just to see if it even works, you know, just out of curiosity. And of course, just to see if there's any remnants of Nancy in there at all. You know, I just this whole thing is so strange. This whole thing's so strange. But guys, honestly, it's been 6 hours. I am going to stop for now, but I will be back on first thing in the morning because unless there's something developing that, you know, I don't see anything happening right now or anytime soon. But, you know, tomorrow morning, I'm sure there'll be more developments, more updates, and more info revolving around this. This is just pretty insane. This is pretty insane. I'm not going to lie. Like, this whole thing is insane. And I'm wondering what's going to happen, right? I wonder what's going to happen if we're going to find out some more information overnight and things will break first thing in the morning, or, you know, or if this is a big mistake. It could be a mistake. They could have the wrong guy. I hope that they have the right guy, but they might have the wrong guy. So we'll see. Tomorrow morning is another day, or it's already another day. Technically, it's already another day, but you get what I'm saying. But that is the show, guys. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. Woo! It was an epic show. Epic live. Epic, epic, epic. Your boy is beat and hungry as hell. So I'm going to hop off here. But I appreciate all y'all for being here and being a part of the conversation. Before you head out, hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. And if you are on these other platforms, make sure you hit that follow button. Okay? Follow. Subscribe here on my main channel. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Please and thank you. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all on both platforms so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because you know for a fact a lot of it's breaking news and a lot of it's random, okay? Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there. PascalMerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. It's time to get some rest. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Until then, be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. Thank you so much for the super chat. Damn. Yeah, she said he was asleep at home. But anyway, be good to yourself. Be good to one another. This is the Pascal Show. Bye.